Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That's silver lining. So you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That's silver lining. So you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, silver
Ain't got no future if I carry this pain. Sometimes I wake up, think I'm going insane. There's gotta be an answer for the way I feel. Ain't gonna give up, gonna spin that wheel. Don't get in my way, yeah, and have a nice day, sister. Say what you won't say, yeah, and have a nice day, brother. I feel your pain, yeah, so have a nice day, sister. Go do your thing, yeah, and have a nice day. Have
everything you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality. Come take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Let me be your goddess and your queen. Everything I do, gonna make your body scream. Get me, like I got you so beguiled. Open up our souls, or the sides running wild. Take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. No concession, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be.
Don't hold back your love. Don't hold back your love. Na 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 So when the sun stops shining, when you wear that tired face, and when the moon looks down, when you show a little grace, 'cause everybody who loves anybody would say you're gonna be someone when you have a little faith. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. So when the sun starts shining, when you wear your tired face, and when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace, everybody who loves anybody would say you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith.
back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2 here in Inkborn Fables. We are going to be going into games shortly. Is there any specific predictions you have?
There's only been a few different countries that have ever won a GSC, and I'm predicting by the end of this 3-day event, we will have a new one.
Hi, I'm Teplas from Hungary. I am 22 years old, and I am gonna be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner, probably.
You said, I will be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup number 2 winner, and here you are! How did you know?
I didn't even expect to be first place. I think there are just too many good players that I respect.
What do you feel like you did that was so different from the last time? You know, what does that extra work look like for you in the prep?
Like, actually do the homework and study the game, other than not just play the game.
You always and only take cold showers.
I have heard about taking like cold showers or ice baths. I'm not sure about the science behind it, but for me, it really helps me with anxiety, so I have been taking it since then, and it's really been working out for me. For certain, I'm gonna keep that habit.
So there you have it. Yesterday, Sologesang told us only sleep 4 hours a night. Now I'm hearing only take cold showers. I'm gonna change my routine, and I'll be a good TFT player one day as well.
We're back from the analyst desk, joined here by the wonderful Counterfeit. Counterfeit, welcome.
I mean, it's wonderful to be here with the Banner Boys. I'm not quite sure what that makes me, though.
The band's a boomer, probably?
I think that works. It's important to have a boomer for the perspective, you know, that wisdom and experience that comes with time. It's time to roll up the sleeves. It's time to get serious. Oh, you've already got your sleeves rolled up.
We have 3 players in this lobby who, if they win, will have won the GSC for their country or region for the very first time.
Last game of the final day, I was extremely nervous because I just missed my fortune. So my game just became from an instantly top 1 to a game that I have to really focus on.
Love the in real life antics for Tapless. He's just vibing to hopefully music and not just to his own future plans with his fortune cash out.
When I sing, I get less nervous, so I can focus on the game. So I was just blasting music and singing.
What has been, do you think, what's made your decision so strong? Not only am I going to go for fortune, but I'm going to spend all of my gold just to get that fortune. Like, that is such a called shot. That is so brave.
So I picked Tiniest Titan and I started rolling for a Koboku to hit my fortune 2-1, and then I missed. 20-0 but I missed. Then 2-2, I rolled again, I missed again, and then 2-3, I didn't hit Koboku again.
Looking at it right here, I'm struggling to see how this board is gonna make it out of stage 4.
I was dooming and already thinking I'm not gonna win this GSC. I just ruined my game. I can't come back from this. And then I hit the Zoe.
Yeah, keep in mind here, the Chuso will win the tournament as long as he finishes above tap last.
Yeah, I got the fortune on 2-3, and then I managed to get the top 2.
This round again, he's face to face with Tapless in overall tournament standings.
Looking grim.
He's looking like the Lee Sin has punched through.
Which was just enough to make the win happen.
And Tapless will take the crown of first ever Hungarian GSC champion.
Just wanted to first visit the restroom because I just drank like 4 liters of water during the games. I have a lot of friends watching the tournament, so I was bombarded with messages after I won, and everyone seemed really happy, including me, of course.
Tapless, congratulations again. We're so happy for you. It's so cool to see the first Hungarian Golden Spatula Cup winner.
I think the biggest conclusion for me this tournament is as long as I keep putting in the work, I can keep up with the best of the region, even though I don't consider myself one of the best players, but with some preparation I can actually make up for it.
I feel like we always learn so much, Mix, and I feel like we're maybe coming away with conflicting information, because so far we have take breaks and self-care, but also only sleep 4 hours, 20-minute nap before the show, long shower, and argue with Alanzq and Peepoglad.
Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be seeing you at the next one. Hopefully get there safely and have a good night.
anticipating. You got me falling off my feet to somewhere higher. You got me holding on to fine, I don't mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild, you got me wearing smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. These are good loving times. You blow my heart apart. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. This is insanity. Don't take the rest of me. You make my head spin round like roulette when the bet's in. You got me marching like the troops, my heart is pumping. You got me dancing on the streets in the high wire. You got me dreaming of desire, you blow my mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild, you got me wearing smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train. Ooh, you light a spark in me, a brand new flame. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. These are good loving times. You blow my heart apart. Do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. This is insanity. Don't take the rest of me. Don't take the rest of me. Don't take the rest of me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Don't take the rest of me.
Welcome back one more time here to our Golden Spatula Cup number 3 in Inkborn Fables. Mix here, and I brought my two bestest colleagues out for this pre-show, Niberia and Wida. How are you guys doing? Are we excited to crown our third and last winner for this set?
I mean, I'm thrilled. Unfortunately, yesterday I had a 1v1 with the sun and lost, so I ended up with Pikachu cheeks. And you know what? Out of all the types of burn I could get, it's apropos. You know, it's video games. We're close, but I'm much more excited to come into the day, and hopefully our players don't get burned as badly as I did.
Yeah,
That's fair enough.
Understandable, right? I mean, for me, you know, woke up excited, got my leg workout in this morning. You know, best day of the week. That's tomorrow. You know, when the legs are hurting. But today I'm just excited to get to watch some amazing TFT, right? We get to watch some of the best players in the region battling it out for Worlds participation potentially, and also those spots at the Rising Legends Finals.
Right, there is so much coming up, but why don't we tell you what we have in store for you, because this pre-show, like most of our pre-shows, is a little bit special. As always, we do have player interviews coming up with a former, well, old friend. Alanzq is back on the pre-show, and he brought Peepoglad, so we're going to get to talk to both of them. We have a couple of players to highlight, our meta talks, and then we have something spicy in store later on that I will not tell you more about, because neither do my casters know, and I like to keep them on their toes. Niberia, how do people qualify to our Rising Legends Finals?
Well, first I'd like to say that I'm absolutely terrified, because she's not kidding when she said she didn't tell us.
You should be.
There's just a line in the run of show, and it's just like, special surprise, tee-hee. I'm horrified, chat. But, you know, we'll go through this. Obviously, you have your Golden Spatula Cup winners, but you also have qualification points. That'll be 14 players. And then the top 14 on ladder, which is 10 from EU West, 2 from EU NE, and then 1 from Russia, 1 from Turkey. And then, of course, the Cactus Land winner, who has already been locked in. So a lot of moving parts potentially today because of how the ladder and GSC points interact. The GSC points take precedence, so we might see some people start floating back up at the end of the day.
Yeah, we do have an asset for that prepared with lots and lots of names in there. We're going to get that to you as soon as possible. But like you said, there could still be stuff moving. So don't take it entirely at face value. There are some names, particularly that qualified not through 1, not through 2, but through 3 ways already. Shout out to Loescher, who's just absolutely having the set of his life, Wida.
Yeah, and a little thing to note as well here is that this is not by any happenstance. When we spell out Loescher, we go L3SCOCO. You know, he's foreseen this, you know, like...
Get out! What kind of joke is that?
We're entering Da Vinci Code territory. It's just like, the numbers, what do they mean?
Oh my
to be
lord.
fair, right? Da Vinci codes, Masons, Mason, what do the numbers mean, Matt? It all ties together.
All wrapped up in a nice little bow of confusing references.
If you bring the same energy to my special surprise later, I'm going to be so upset. Just so you know.
TFT Esports EMEA tweets out, one of our casters, Wida, has gone missing after a segment during today's show.
It was probably the Illuminati then, right? So...
Well, here is the asset that we were mentioning. So locked in for you guys. Down there at the bottom, we have Klimula Hagra from the Leipzig LAN. Did already get this golden ticket, as well as Loescher and Taplast. Our 3rd golden ticket is going to be locked in today. And then the ranked ladder on the far side over there. Yeah, I'm pointing in the right direction. Look at me go. That one is going to shift a lot because many of these players, notably all of them that have these double asterisks, are going to be maybe moving into the qualifier points table, and that one takes precedence. So then everything on ladder is going to scoot down or up, depending on how you want to see it. So we'll definitely need to keep our eyes on that for the entire day. But of course, we'll keep you updated on how it's all shaking out. Speaking of, Wida, why don't you tell our audience how yesterday went down?
I mean, we had a lot of very interesting encounters to kind of open the day up. We had a Yorick encounter, right? That was one of the very rare ones that we got to see, which completely skewed the way the game was being played out. We saw a lot of reroll. We saw a lot of Dryads. And, you know, like, it was just one of those things where it's just like, it just goes crazy. Like, we saw now reroll for like...
Not successfully.
Stages, and then they were dead. But, I mean, they picked mulch and then they got mulched, right? That is how it is sometimes.
It might just be how that is. We do have the video recap ready, so we're going to roll the tape to keep you guys all updated with what was going on yesterday. Welcome back to our Golden Spatula Cup number 3 here in Inkborn Fables. I'm back with my 2 big-brained co-casters, Patches Panda and Wida, Makes here. And I don't know how you guys are feeling, but every single time we go into this pre-show and Morgan gives us a wrong countdown, I feel like punching a wall. Now, I hope you guys are doing better, Panda.
One of the things about the trick shot composition, as we check, yes, it is somehow a Xayah 2.
Lilia, the only issue that he might have is that this Silas is getting bloody obliterated quickly. The Xayah casts just in time by the Galio, all thanks to the Serverville. He just goes through the back line and obliterates them. The only unit he has now is the Kaisa, but luckily enough, the Candice has to go on the other line, and the Kaisa might be having enough damage just to make it on Safo. 0 items, Shanna, that he's just sold. Able to get Morgana too as well, still looking for the Ilaoi and the Diana, 1 copy away from each now. Getting so many of these upgrades could be such a massive upgrade.
Untouched, Azir and Syndra under fire, and it looks to be really close as the Annie just barely goes down. And this is a ghost copy, so he might be able to take down something here. Syndra still alive, unfortunately. And the answer is going to be no.
Now with a swapping between the Syndra and the Azir in the backline positions for Shinar, but all of a sudden the double hit.
Item centric here, so much power coming in now, but with the Shen being last alive here with the Gift of the Fallen, will break the streak, of course. Most likely, there it is.
It's just the backline damage is coming in too quickly. Look at the Kayle was pretty much already at 10% of her HP, 3 seconds into the fight. A massive slam, up, arms up in the air from Snooty.
Quickly, and looking at his board now, his front line is falling pretty quickly, but I guess that he's gonna be able to win that one round because his front line just holds for long enough as Taplast gets that one win, and his clone is even gonna be getting a win against Lyrus. We have a double kill in Taplast.
So thank you for watching. Be good and get there safely. We'll see you on the other side of this night. Well, I hope you guys did, because we for sure did. After that very exciting day yesterday, I think there's a lot in store that we can probably get excited for, and it's not going to be Azir Lilia encounters, probably also not Yorick, but maybe everything else.
I want to know who in the video editing team started watching Scooby-Doo again recently, because those sound effects, I was expecting the little xylophone running sound coming next, but I'll take the bonks.
We do have our standings ready, so let's take a look at all of our players here, starting with the top 64 players that unfortunately were already knocked out. Here we go.
Yeah, and especially for someone like Bensak, right, had a very strong start today, was not able to convert here. And for Taplast, as we saw, won the final game of the day, but we had one of the days where the cutoff was 28 points clean. No tiebreakers, no nothing. This is with these 32 players going into today.
Yeah, of course, a couple of them who've been having very strong weekends. Sologesang yesterday came on second place in those rankings for day number 1. Enzo, of course, one of our world representatives, previous sets. And Lakoko, who we talked about earlier, coming out in 4th place, so having a wonderful weekend as well.
So you see tonight in the Euros, Germany is going to play, and with that, I do have some Germany-centric news for our Golden Spatula Cup as well for you guys. Day 1 to day 2, we did lose 8 players from the DACH region, but day 2 to day 3, we lost? Yes, exactly, 0. So the players from the DACH region that are in day 3, they're powerhouses. So watch out for them. I think they might just run away with it. But speaking of people that are having an absolute blast of a day, we have 2 here with us today. Here, Alanzq and Peepoglad. Welcome to the broadcast, guys. I hope you're feeling fantastic. Right out of the gate, Peepo, I have to ask you about this name, because we all love it. I've been telling chat to spam it, but how did you decide to name yourself Peepoglad?
I named this because when I was watching Twitch like almost full time, and like it was all the time my favorite emote, and I think fits me very well, like my personality.
Can you give us your best Peepoglad impression of the emote?
Okay.
Perfect. No notes.
Perfect, Peepoglad. Alan, I've got a question for you, of course, both of us being boomers of the EMEA scene. Ultraliga is probably most notorious for churning out a bunch of incredible players, multiple, champions, Golden Spatula Cup winners. Poland has produced them all. What do you think has been the secret to success for the country and Ultraliga in general?
Hey, thanks for having me. And about that boomer, some zoomer parts in me still. However, in terms of producing great players, it is what it is. We put up hard work and it pays off, man.
Just that easy. Just that easy.
Exactly.
Kind of sticking with you, Alan. Speaking of hard work, right? You were part of the team with 3 Poles and then 1 Spanish player that waited through the close qualifier to the EWC. Obviously, you had to go through the the lower bracket, but you got there in the end. What does that mean for you as a player and like your return to power?
I mean, I had set the goal coming back at set 9 to get back to the shape I was in TFT and start competing set 10, set 11, and I'm just meeting my goals at this point. And for our team, I'm just happy for them that we all made it to GSC. Some of them didn't make it day 3 or day 2, but still a pretty good performance overall.
Now, Peepo, I'm going to start with you for this question, and then Alan will move to you as well. We've seen a whole lot of faded Dryad, enough Syndras to make us absolutely sick of her. Lux is everywhere like a plague. What do you think is the most underrated line for this patch?
I have to say it. For me, it's Ashe. I think like from good spots, she like almost guaranteed you top 4 every game. I mean, but you need to know the spot, you need to know the line. I perform very well with it, and I think it's very good.
All right, how about you, Alan? What you feeling?
I really like holding my opponent's units. It's a very good line and underappreciated.
I appreciate it plenty, Alan. Don't you worry. It's always fun to see. I'm like, oh no.
A little bit of ratting never hurt no one.
Yep.
But Alan, you're one of the players that I feel like every time I talk to, you just ooze confidence. You tell me you're going to get there all the way. And I think we even have you on an interview saying, even if you don't think you're going to make it, you have to have that confidence. Now, I'll kind of put you on the spot. We've been seeing you kind of perform better and better in the past Golden Spatula Cups. Do you think you're getting close to reaching your ceiling point?
Oh, I'm far off that yet. Don't worry about it. We have plenty room to improve. I have a lot of agents that are helping me get there, sniping me every day on the ranked, griefing me all the way through. I am getting a straight up minefield.
Very good, very good.
All right, let's take it away from the ladder and back into what's going to happen today here. Peepoglad, you kind of been relatively flexible all throughout this weekend so far, only playing 3 comps twice here. Are you gonna stay open to like that flexible game plan, or do you have like some hard forced lines in mind today?
I try to never force builds. I think it's pointless. Like it's not fitting my gameplay. I prefer not to reroll, so mostly I played 4-cost comps. And I guess it's my plan for today.
All right, awesome. Well, we of course don't want to keep you guys too long. Alan, you already know the drill, so I'll go to you first, give people a little bit of time to think about it. Is there anyone you want to shout out in today's pre-show before we let you go into game number 1?
You know what? This one will be special. I'll just shout out one identity. It will be agents. They well prepped me for this GSC. If there is a GSC to win out, it's this one.
Okay. See, a little bit of throwbacks are important for character development, and I'm glad you appreciate that. But people, what about you? Anyone you want to shout out?
I'm also want to shout out agents. I'm one of them, actually. And also I want to shout out to everyone who cheer for me. And I guess that's it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much. Maybe we can get some more Peepoglads in chat. We enabled the emote yesterday to let them cheer. And with that, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today, both of you, and good luck out there on the Convergence. We're going to be watching.
Thank you.
Excellent vibes from both of them. Kind of expected Peepo to be a little more nervous. It's his first interview on the big stage, but no, they're both vibing through it. I feel like if I'm a Polish, fan, I'm feeling pretty good about where their head is at today.
Yeah, for sure. I personally love the impression, and I also love that Chad is going strong with it. But what I also love is a little bit of national bias. So here we go with our players to highlight this time around, starting us out with yet another player that might be unknown to some, and this is going to be Bliss. Kind of a breakout player in the recent months, it feels like, has been competing in several of the TRCs in DACH, got really close at the A1 Festival recently, and I think should be a player to watch. Has more in store than just picking hero augments, and something that is very rare is that he's a German player playing for an Austrian org. Usually it's the other way around.
And as they say, ignorance is bliss, Meg. So I'm just going to completely not care about what you just said here. I'm going to talk to you about Topman instead. He is one of the most fun players to watch on a camera. He's very emotive, and also he's an amazing player in TFT. Finished 3rd place in the GSC at the start of the set. Very close to having an already locked in spot to the finals, and also was a part of the team that won that close qualifier to the EWC. I was talking about where Alan and his crew came 2nd.
And of course, to top it all off, we all know him, we all love him. It's Sologesang, who has been a part of the scene competitively since Galaxies, but really has only been tryharding the last couple of sets. Pretty famously, always at the top of the EU West ladder for several months out of each year. Both he and his Smurf are places 1 and 2. So excellent ladder player, but recently also an excellent tournament player. 8 day 3s in a row in competition, as well as, coming out on top yesterday. And he's talked to us a little bit about this. He's excited to come into it. His 2-hour nap or 20-minute naps before the games and 4 hours of sleep. Don't know how he does it, but apparently it works for him.
Yeah, I won't question the man. The success he has speaks for himself, but we do have an interview ready to show you guys more about the way of life and the way of competition that Sologesang just marches through.
Yeah, my name is Sologesang. I'm from Germany. I'm a streamer and player. I discovered TFT when they first released it on the beta, on the PB, the very first set. Yeah, I got hooked up immediately, and when TFT got announced, new game by Riot Games, so it was very exciting, and I just spammed 10,000 games every day. And I hope I will win it. The last 2 cups, 2nd day I got 1st once and 2nd the other time, so I think if I get a good day, I can hopefully finish 1st on the last day as well. So hopefully, to be honest, I wanted to prepare much more this season, but I had some other stuff going on in the background, private stuff, so I could only couldn't fully focus, but I hope I can do it for the European finals regionals. But performance-wise, was okay. I'm never satisfied unless I get 1st. So yeah, a routine, I usually don't stream before the tournament starts, and then I usually take a short nap, 1 or 2 hours before the tournament starts for 20 minutes, 20 minutes nap before a tournament. I think that's my routine. Yeah, power nap. I would like to shout out my viewers also supporting me, and the people I've practiced with in this season. Last set I practiced with Hydra, but Hydra will skip the set, so next set we will practice again, hopefully.
We love to hear from Sologesang, and I feel like this is just maybe my perspective, but when Rising Legends started, Sologesang was so hard to get a hold of, to do interviews, and then we let him do one with Nigeria, and ever since he's gladly coming back. So I don't know what's going on there, but you two are on the same wavelength for sure. And speaking of, we are going to be looking into our meta talks now and see what's on the wavelength of our players' compositions, because of course at the very top there is something we all acknowledge. We all saw the Syndra just being played so much, but Reaper's coming in here as 2nd most played comp.
Yeah, we're all thrilled about Syndra, I'm sure. Syndra and Lux absolutely dominated day 1. The first game of the tournament was it was a mess because everyone was like, oh, I'm gonna go Lux. 10 minutes later, they were like, oh, everyone went Lux. I'm gonna pivot. and all of them pivoted to Faded Syndra. It's like, guys, please, anything else, I'm begging you.
And then you wonder why, like, something like the Mythic Lilia had like a 5.12 average. Well, it's because all the players that then can't go into Syndra, they didn't go there, or they went from Kog'Maw into that, and it just doesn't always work out. But something that has worked out quite well is it's a duelist composition, 4.21 average. I think that's something that people weren't really expecting with the changes, but when you play it from strong tempo spots, we've seen it had great success so far.
A quick note, that average placement on the Ghostly Syra there, that might not be accurate. But what is accurate is our Story Weaver trend looking really good on the average placement if the spot hits right. And speaking of spots that hit right, we do want to talk about the Lux composition because it is, I think, one of the most flexible compositions right now with how many carries you can actually go for it. You can go for the frontline Amumu, the frontline Diana, even the frontline Illaoi 3 is something we have seen throughout this tournament, and for the carries it's the same thing. So while you are re-rolling, you have a lot of flexibility that you usually don't have, and there is a lot in here that you can use to kind of go down specific routes. Speaking of specific routes, I think we have something in store for you two to kind of try and claim bragging rights over knowing your stuff. I know, Matt, you don't feel too confident, so I'll let you go first. We have 5 carries here. The precedent is you are forced to make this unit your main carry. You can tailor best in slot items for them. What do you choose? Who do you want to go to first?
I mean, I'll take the freebie. I'll take Aurelia. That one's easy. Red buff,
Okay.
Deathblade, Guardbreaker. We're good. We're golden. Just get all the way in the back line, get the bonus from the shields from the Guardbreaker, you get the red buff to spread around the burn, spread around the healing reduction, and you're good. You're taken care of. That's the whole game.
Rita? Rebuttal?
I don't really have a big rebuttal. I'm just gonna say that for Tahm Kench, we're gonna be slamming a Rage Blade, we're gonna be slamming a Titan's Resolve, and we're gonna be slamming a Nash's Tooth. If you know, you know.
Hold up! Is this the famed AP Froggy that you're trying to sell me here?
Well, as Frodan once said, 6 at a time, it works every time. So this is not legal advice. Don't ever. They're saying that read the terms and conditions first before you try this. There is no returns.
The princess and the frog gone rogue is what I understand from this. Next
you
up,
actually
Matt.
put the tank items on a Lux or something so that the princess tanks and the frog carries.
That's what I've been doing
We're
wrong.
subverting expectations.
Who do you want to go for next? We still have Kha'Zix as carry, as well as Bard and Azir.
I'm gonna be a little bit contentious here because we all know Azir incredibly strong, incredibly useful, but has a high mana cost. So I think, you know, in light of that, what you're really gonna want, you're gonna want a BT, an Infinity Edge, and a Rage Blade, because that way you're actually doing damage while he ramps up all of that mana. Because otherwise, you're just sitting there and you're not doing damage for most of the time. So if you add all that AD, I mean, obviously that's the way to solve it.
Wait, what? What are we doing?
We are ruining your game.
Makes.
We are ruining your game show, Makes. That's what we're doing.
I feel like I had to match Weta. We have to come up with the fringe comps because Makes the whole day yesterday, day one, we've been like, what else can these players bring out? We got to think outside the box.
All right, I want to take Bard here. We're gonna put 2 Rage Blades and a Witsend on it because the comp is actually not that good regardless. So like,
so we're actually putting the best in slot for that.
I'm stressed
solid
out.
5.2 average. You know, we're chilling. Let's be a little bit serious here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I thought the tier list I gave you guys was bad, but this is turning even worse. Now,
It's
Azir
great.
has
It's
3
turning
tiers
into a
because he's
tier list.
crying over your choices. And I personally relate.
Dude, disregard my joke. It's a tier list now.
Yeah.
Boom.
He cannot. What is going on?
I'm actually really glad that production filled in the Kha'Zix one for us because I've been sitting here the whole time and being like, please let Weta get the Kha'Zix. I do not want to talk about this unit. He's so bad. He's
I
so bad.
I was considering just like doing like full tank Kha'Zix and throwing it back to like season 4 on the Rift map, you know, like tank. You know, like I was considering doing that.
Kha'Zix.
Okay, guys, scratch the segment. We're moving on. I don't think these casters are willing to give me anything productive. I do appreciate the AP Froggy, but that's about it. So
no love for AD is here?
No, I'm sorry. That's not gonna fly under my rules anyway. And since I make them up, that's what counts. But Niberia, we do have a whole Hall of Fame, and a good one at that, of our previous GSC winners. And we're minutes, well, a lot of minutes, but minutes away from adding one more player to this really echelon of our players. It makes me feel a little bit nostalgic.
Yeah, it's so funny going back towards, and also, of course, it's very easy to see that Sasa was the 2x winner because he has the bright purple background that stands out quite a bit. But I have such a strong memory for gizmos and gadgets. Like when Rising Legends first started, I remember those first interviews when Momen and Xperia jumped on the cast with us. Just kind of a trip down memory lane here all the way through.
Absolutely. It feels so good to see, and I hope we can get these graphics going moving forward. Definitely a very nice tradition here. But speaking of traditions, we also have our social media contest ready this time around. Wida, Panda's not on the pre-show, so I'll ask you. We're asking you guys over on Twitter to buy, force, or delete and be creative with your answers for a couple of eggs. What is going to be your answer? And make it short and sweet.
We are deleting Lilia, so we don't have to say "watch out" every single time we go anywhere. We are hard forcing Zoe because watching these stars go all over the board is fun. And then we are buying Kindred because she's a great item holder.
All right, you might be onto something because the Zoe reroll stats are actually pretty good, but you didn't hear that from me. We have one more thing to tell you about, and that is going to be our giant watch party in Madrid that is happening for the Tacticians Crown, the World Championship, at the end of this set. These are all of the amazing co-streamers we have, and of course there is going to be a live Spanish broadcast in there as well. Huge event in La Arena Esports in Madrid. Get your tickets now, !arena in chat for all the information and everything you need. I think it's going to be an absolute blast, and I think people will really be glad to have gone there, so you should get on to that before the tickets are sold out. Now with that, I think we do have our co-streamers for this event as well. There we go. Our lineup of just Super Smash characters getting bigger and bigger every time. And I think we also have our casters ready, if I heard correctly. One last time, this has been it from our pre-show this morning. Thank you for AP Tom Ken, Shweta, and AD Azir. Two things I hope we'll never see in today's games. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see the Princess and the Frog, but hopefully with the right items. We do have our casters ready this time around. It's Impetuous Panda and Counterfeit here for game number 1, so enjoy those.
Welcome one and all to day 3 of the final Golden Spatula Cup of Inkborn Fables and the final Golden Spatula Cup before we switch over to the global circuit of Tacticians Cups starting in set 12. But Counterfeit, before we load into game 1, I think it's very important to set up the stakes. What is on all of our players' minds coming into this final day? For many, it is the hunt for the last remaining qualifier points to try and punch our ticket to EMEA Finals. And I think for all, it is the ultimate glory of trying to become the last Golden Spatula Cup champion in the Rising Legends circuit.
Yeah, it's very much the end of an era coming here with the rebrand coming in. There will be no further Golden Spatula Cup champions beyond this point, but let's get into it and talk for any of you folks who maybe haven't been keeping up with days 1 and 2 a little bit about what we're seeing here in our first lobby. The French squad, of course, out in force here, have been doing very well across the entirety of the TFT Rising Legends circuit. You know, David, from what you're seeing, you know, why is it that the French players just keep continuously being able to perform so incredibly well?
Because they're French, Peter, and this is TFT. I mean, what kind of question is that? France is always going to be on top, although, let's be honest, it's closer than ever in terms of representation, in terms of, I think, skill as well. The other big regions are catching up, including Spain and Turkey and Poland and Germany in some ways as well. But looking at this roster of players, as you mentioned, Peter, it's just some of the big hitters in France are represented here. Double 61, of course, many consider the best player in EMEA and has been for so many different sets. Like Coco, also, I think, one of the best players in Rising Legends history specifically, ever since set 6. And I love the juxtaposition with Kubikson, a player who is growing to, I think, become in this set one of the absolute favorites to do well in EMEA Finals, maybe even Worlds, and ranked in many people's eyes number 2 currently in terms of the power rankings for EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how both Poland and France end up doing here. Do want to point out as well, from the French side of things, they're the only country to have won 2 GSCs in a single set. They've got opportunity to do so again here, but as I said, starting off here with Kubikson, let's, we'll talk a little bit more about the countries going on, but of course we heard on the desk about the meta overall. We've certainly seen Fated Dryad be, very popular and continue to be so. It felt like our players started to spread out a little bit more in day 2, and the Reaper composition in particular jumped out to me, that while the overall average stats across the event are good, it saw a big drop off in win rate yesterday.
I think a lot of that is just the adaptation to day 1 stats. Players obviously have access to the stats as we do as casters and as all our viewers do on Twitter, and they're able to see the stats and say, hey, Syndra, despite being strong, is overplayed. They make a mental note of, I'm going to try and not force it as often. I don't want to do my games, just want to be consistent in day 2. And we saw it, I think, being pulled down a tiny bit. Reaper's the opposite side of that spectrum. Many players maybe didn't have enough time to prep Reapers as a line. They saw on day 1 that the results were good for it. The AVP was really good. And they said, I'm going to add this to my pool of comps that I'm going to try and chase in this stage 2 for most of my games. And then we saw kind of the standard deviation where it was played more often, it was more contested, it didn't have as high of a win rate, and it also meant the average was pulled down a tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, something I'm definitely looking to see our players go for here is we do get Silver Orcs to start us off. Of course, we had the Duelist mentioned before, Fine Vintage, of course, giving them a tremendous amount of powers. Caretaker's Ally, we saw a ton of yesterday as well. The 2 costs have been very powerful, and it looks like we'll see at least one person in Kubikson go down that route here.
Makes a lot of sense. If you're looking at the general meta, are 2-cost strong? Yes, that means there's less of a chance of just missing or not hitting one of the good 2-cost units from the Caretaker's Ally, as long as you're open to playing a lot of the different rerolls. For Kubikson especially, I think his analysis of the meta, he's always been considered kind of a meta man, I guess you can say. Even since the beginning, he was even... players like the Loescher, for example, were saying that he stuck to the meta a bit too much. He was kind of one-tricking Kai'Sa a lot at the start of the set, and this tournament is no different. 6 of the games he played yesterday, so half of them were either Reapers or Fated. So he really likes sticking to the tried and tested strong lines in the current meta.
All right, we'll update you guys with the rest of those augments coming a little bit later on, but we can see a few more. There we go. The last pieces come into place here. So it looks like we've seen our players getting some focus in towards... We've got a couple of Caretaker's Allies, as we already alluded to before. Quite a lot of our players committing in those early augments to get a little bit of an item advantage. Do bear in mind, we are in the completed Anvil portal, so I think items are front and center of our players' minds coming into the early game.
We already mentioned across the last few days that one of the comps that really benefits from items is something like a Kog'Maw reroll, because you really want to have first the opportunity for BIS, so the chance to maybe handpick your components, your full completed items is usually very good, and you're much more open to having that 3-item Cho'Gath and Kog'Maw much earlier in stage 3 when you hit that 3-star spike. So I'm curious to see if anyone in this lobby particularly wants to try and go for Kog'Maw reroll as an option.
Yeah, well, we've got... as we look around the lobby, which we will do in a little bit, do notice that we've actually got 3 different players in Kubikson, Lyris, and Double 61 who've all picked up 2-star Kog'Maws early on, so definitely fishing for something there. But Enzo, of course, who astonished us all with his, I think, completely unique throughout the event, Riven reroll composition, picking up some Story Weaver-centric stuff to start us off here, and we definitely saw that composition do well yesterday.
I love that you bring up Enzo and Totally Unique, because I have a bit of a stat for you, Peter. A bit of a game show as well. A little mini 20-second game show. I want you to tell me first, how many games were played throughout days 1 and 2 in this GSC?
Well, that would be 12.
That's correct. Very good. 6 plus 6.
Okay.
The math was stellar there. And now for the follow-up question.
Okay.
The follow-up question: how many unique comps do you think Enzo played, aside from that Riven reroll, of course, or including that Riven reroll, across those first 2 days?
Oh gosh. Since you're asking me the question, I'm going to assume that the number is relatively high here. So let's be a little conservative and say 10 different compositions, because I know the meta is relatively varied.
Should have been more risky, because it's 12. He played 12 different comps across 12 different games, which is, not surprising considering he's open to things as crazy as a Riven reroll, and he dominated with it as well. So Enzo really is Mr. Flexibility coming into this day 3. Wow. Anything that is presented to him, he can adapt to, and he can play to success.
Yeah, we can certainly relate that to Coco, who's of course in this lobby as well. Talked a little bit about how he could adapt to the more out there encounters. Certainly in this particular lobby, or out there portals, we don't have as much variation as we might be seeing otherwise. So we come onto the first start out here. Kubix, of course, our only Polish representative in this particular lobby. Do you want to kind of bring us, sort of to zoom us back out a little bit and talk about the Polish scene? Because, they've had a pretty decent season so far. What do you think that the chances are we'll see another GSC Polish champion by the end of the day?
I think it's pretty high. We have some strong, hard-hitting Polish players who are really still trying to prove themselves in this set. I think the frontrunners are Kubikson and Alan. Both have had a crazy improvement this set specifically. Alan, for understandable reasons, he's been kind of warming up the last 2 sets ever since he came back to TFT. But for Kubikson, very early on, found some spotlight becoming Ultraliga champion at the age of 16. Then kind of meandered in relative success, but nothing too crazy the last few sets. But this set, since the very beginning, has dominated ladder, has reached rank 1, has done well in tournaments, and I think has really become a contender to enter that S tier of EMEA players in this set and the next, depending on his results coming into EMEA Finals.
I'm really excited to see how he does here. Certainly, I mean, picking up one of the 2 players picking up Caretaker's Adeline in this lobby, as we've been talking about throughout the entire event, our players trying to avoid playing the contested lines, and certainly Caretakers puts you front and center on making sure that is the case. So a quick check on the belief that the other Caretakers from Petic will be Zyra. Zyra goes to competition, something which we haven't seen an absolute ton of, but that's been quietly working away in the background.
Overall, I think it's been a little bit overshadowed by the Lux Janna comp. Insane stats for Lux Janna overall. Similar itemization, similar comp structure coming into stage 3. So it's something that I think if you have the option to, you want to play Lux and Janna instead. But for players who are familiar with the Zyra from the last few patches, it doesn't have the best stats globally, but I think individually, players that know how to really make the most of it can still find success. And one player I wanted to really highlight, Counterfeit, is Klikhornin, because this is the complete opposite of Enzo. He has played 5 games of Lux reroll across the last 2 days. And guess what? He's trying to go for it again. So this is a player that is trying to force a specific reroll strategy and is definitely vibing with the strategy as we're seeing in the webcam. But one more thing, he's found success. He has a 2.2 average playing Lux reroll. So this guy is, I think, not going to change his game plan coming into this day.
Yeah, I mean, Lux reroll has been such an interesting facet of the tournament so far. We certainly saw in our opening games, people were really subscribed to it. We can see that Coco is going to be bringing out some of the Luxes of his own. But an important aspect of that previous round is that Klikhornin keeps hold of his loss streak, so it keeps the money flowing in to be able to build up to that reroll, whereas Double 61 loses his loss streak and has to join the main pack.
And Double did, of course, weaken his board. We saw the last second chain on the board, but could not secure the 5 loss as you're mentioning now. The Coco seems also open to this Lux Janna. I think yesterday we talked about Syndra being played a little bit less than expected. I think players were trying to not contest and not kind of doom their games because of it. But today it should go back to players trying to play a lot of Syndra and a lot of Lux Janna for how underplayed it was in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to have such a oversubscribed composition from day 1 at least, still have such good stats in day 2, but I think you're right that just having our players move away from it and not wanting to be one of those unsuccessful contesters will send them out. Notable coming into stage 2, Lyris and Petic both undefeated so far. Petic will be the Zyra player I mentioned before with the Caretaker's ally. Lyris just building up with some generically strong units. So we'll see if they can keep that streak up long term into stage 3.
Ubixon is back on his bread and butter. He played Kai'Sa at the start of the set, he played Kai'Sa in the middle of the set, and he's playing Kai'Sa at the end of the set. One of his favorite comps when it comes to 4-cost comps, no matter how strong it is in the meta, he's open to playing it. I think it's going to go towards that angle once again here. He's playing for the center now. Actually, never mind. He's on the Caretaker's ally, so it will just be the center reroll instead. But similar, I think, game plan with the Ink Shadows and the AD itemization on the center.
I mean, the Ink Shadow, of course, did come up yesterday. We were seeing, occasionally the 7 Ink Shadow boards being put together. But I think maybe with the rise of Kaiser as being a more popular unit, our players are trying to find more opportunities to fit it into their comps. Just because, you've got the Kaiser in there already. Udyr, maybe as well. It doesn't seem like a big stretch.
And in the same way that Protection and Toxin, I think, are the key tattoos for Kai'Sa, I think the AD-centric tattoos are best for Senate Reroll, really trying to amplify her damage, and at the end of the day, really hitting a bigger power spike in terms of having a 3-item Senna much earlier, because you can use that tattoo as an item, but also just a better item on average than what you can build through components.
All right, we're going to silver augments there, as we did see Petic losing out on his win streak on stream, leaving Lyris the only undefeated player so far. Keeping an eye out to see if anyone goes for anything particularly spicy here. Do see Double 61, who picked up Pumping Up before grabbing the mini Ascension. Otherwise, it looks like our players are continuing to try and build out a little bit of utility, a little bit more in the way of items as well.
I like this from Kubikson, hedging his bets there, pick up Pandora's item. It especially makes sense with his position because he has 3 tank items already built, so he knows if he gets more tank components at Wolves, he's kind of doomed. He doesn't want to build towards a second tank before having his 3-item damage carry already built up. So with Pandora's items, he makes sure he can center all his focus on having those 3 Senna items and then look at itemizing a 3rd unit, maybe a 2nd DPS carry as well.
Yeah, I definitely like that in this lobby to have those 3 different Pandora's players, maximizing their chances, as you said, to get exactly what they need. The Conan, of course, picking up a few extra rerolls to try and get the comp going. So we have got it confirmed now with the Coco having stuck on the Janna and the Lux themselves. We will be seeing this kind of line of play, which, as we mentioned already, has great stats being contested in lobby. Based on what we've been seeing across the tournament so far, a lot of the times these comps being contested will end badly for both people involved. With a Lux Janna board, David, do you think it can support 2 people successfully?
We saw yesterday with Alanzq and Shining Star in the Yorick encounter portal. It worked out for both of them. Alan pushed tempo early, rolled early, and then Shining Star, once Alan got eliminated 4th place, got those units and finished, I think he won the lobby. So it could work. Usually, obviously, it's worse to be contested on reroll, but Janna and Lux does have some different variations where you can 3-star Mumu, you can 3-star Diana, you can 3-star Illaoi, although that one's very hard because Illaoi is a very contested tank unit in general. You can put more of your focus on the Janna as a 3-star or the Lux and itemize both, or itemize one of the 2 and then maybe Zyra even. So I think there's enough flexibility with the units you can pair around the carries that both players can have success.
So as we check in with Lyris here, who might be about to lose his huge win streak, what do you think about Lyris's approach to this game? Because it doesn't look like it's something of a grab bag of a ball, but it's working extremely well.
Lyris generally likes playing very high tempo, just slamming items. We're seeing there both kind of super utility items that are used in a lot of AP comps with the Static Shiv and the Morello. Playing around Rek'Sai, a unit I love in the early game due to his AoE, which not many units have generally in stage 2 and 3 when it comes to the 1 and 2 cost units in the game. And overall, I think this is Lyris' playstyle. He loves playing off of a big win streak and then settling into a lot of gold in stage 4 to roll down with 4/4 cost comp.
And do bear in mind, of course, Lyris has been sitting on Exalted for a little while as well, getting the bonus of that little bit of extra trickle of XP in it to try and push out that later game. If you look across the field, we can check at the bottom all the different compositions that are coming together here. Enzo, of course, you mentioned before, very willing to play whatever comes his way. Do notice we have got a couple, in fact, we've got, 4 different players right now who've all been dipping into the Zoe pool as we come towards the mid-game.
I was checking Double 61's units and his board in the stats feed, and I was, oh, he's going to go play the Princess of the Frog. Great, we can talk about this. And then I started noticing, as you mentioned, so many players are angling towards these AP carries, are angling towards Zoe and these same exact units with Janna, Lux, Zoe, Zyra, in some cases with Petit, as we mentioned, with Caretaker's allies. So curious to see how these players are going to navigate this, which players will jump ship into the Fated line in stage 4, and which players will try and stick to the reroll game plan.
I mean, that's what we saw from the beginning of day 1, wasn't it? A lot of people were using the Lux as the item carrier and making it a little bit harder. I think Zoe, perhaps the new flavor of the day, with things being slowed down thanks to our early double silver start. As we check in with Enzo, we can see he's doing very well here. The Exalted online for him as well. You see it's actually ripping through the board of Lyris. So we know Lyris is going to, of course, be taking this one slow and steady, still up at the top of the table on now an 84 HP, so he's not in any hurry to get in any early wins.
One player who I think will try and stick to the Zoe reroll is Double, because he played it once across the first 2 days and he got a win with it. So that's a lot of points if you're able to start off this day 3 already with a win with 8 points. Puts you that much closer to a position where you can guarantee you're playing for that game 6 and you're playing for that game 7 in the first place.
Right, Clicorn, one of the players you were highlighting before as one to watch. As you noticed from before, it has been going deep into the reroll. We've got a decent amount of stuff here, including a big upgrade to the Laui as well as the Amumu. So the front line is very good here. The backline isolation is looking solid enough. The only problem for Clicorn is he's got to keep this win streak going because he's otherwise out of cash.
That's exactly right, and pretty much the same spot we always see Clicorn in throughout the stage 3, rolls down heavily, tries to get all the units out of the pool before other players contest him for the same roll downs, and he's on a lot of copies of a lot of his units, but not super close to any of them, which is a little bit scary when you're at 7 or maybe even 10 gold once you saw the Annie here. It's gonna be 6 copies of each of the relevant units with the Amumu, the Janna, and the Lux.
Certainly that roll down is proving to get a very effective board in place, so Clicorn keeps that streak on going. Just checking the right-hand side to see how everybody is kind of developing there. Enzo moving up to the top of the table, taking over from Lyris earlier on and doing pretty well for himself. I was checking a second around some of the other people there. See Blacksa with a 7 loss streak in place. I'm kind of curious to see, how much it's going to be slowing down some of our players, like the Zoe, you mentioned before, and the Lux being contested in this lobby, stopping the 3 stars from hitting as quickly as our players might like.
Looking at Coco, it seems like every board to go to is looking pretty similar. No counterfeit. We're seeing again the Lux, the Janna, the Amumus, the Zoe. Coco is still on 6 now. I think it's going to be a real indicator of what his game plan will be. He is leveling to 7, so I think he's foregoing the Lux Janna. Understands that Clicorn has a better spot for it. Doesn't want to doom his game, especially for someone as talented as Coco that can really make it work with any kind of game plan.
Cool.
7 Amumus, 8 Amumus, another Lux as well. It's big.
Wow, especially in a lobby where we've got... Actually, no, I'm going to retract that statement there because I was assuming we were going to be seeing a lot of Amumus going around based on how close some of our players' compositions are. But actually, I believe Clicorn is the only player that I can spot at the moment who is running him. So a good chance there to pick up some strong early units. As we see Blacksa on the other side on a 7-round loss streak, our only Spanish representative in the lobby, making use of something a little bit different here. We know Umbral was one of those compositions that was a little sleeper through day 2, but did have some pretty good stats to back it up.
Did in the right lobbies, and especially Loon 3 is just an absolute monster when it comes to utility, when it comes to really scaling into the late game as well with the execute and the application of things like Morello are really great. So Coco taking a hit there. As you mentioned, a lot of the game plans looked similar in stage 3, but everyone is now veering off into different paths. Enzo is on Zoe, yes, but it looks like it's more of the vertical story weaver Zoe with maybe a potentially AD carry alongside Irelia later on. Clicorn just doing his Lux Whisperer things, finding boiling point at 4-2, cementing now, I think, with a guarantee that he is the Lux player in this lobby.
How did he get this many Luxes? Good lord, I have to think that... I think this was mentioned yesterday that our players keeping very close eye on each other, that even while we're having some amount of contesting going on, they're keeping a very close eye on when those units get sold. So that's huge to have the Mumu 3 and Lux 3 in place. But across the rest of the field, Kubixen, of course, we mentioned the Caretaker's ally, the Senna is on board with 4 Sniper as well. So there should be some pretty good distance fighting power.
And a lot of this is Caretaker's ally. The more players take it, the better, because it's thinning the 2-cost pool more and more. Clicorn sees 2 players taking it. They're both not hitting the 2-cost he wants specifically. They're hitting Zyra, they're hitting Senna. He's like, great, this is fantastic. I'm a one-trick. I'm going to have even better chances of playing this one-trick strategy of playing for Lux. And everyone in this lobby has probably checked the stats, individual player stats as well. They know what comps players are favoring. They know Clicorn is that guy trying to play for Lux. And that's an advantage coming into a day like this, where Lux is a very strong comp.
No, absolutely. It's something of a Barry Baden effect to be the one who's getting first in there and knowing that other people really just can't contest you at all. I did want to kind of pick up a little bit more on what we're seeing from Pedic's side of things, though, because as we mentioned before, the Zyra Ghostly competition, we have seen it being played. Of course, we're seeing a great example of it here with the Shen 3 and Zyra almost up to 3 stars. Why do you think its stats weren't really supporting it so much in this competition up until this point?
I think it's just the worst comp out of the same two cost carries that use the same items and have generally similar builds comparing with Lux and Janna. So players that are going for this comp are either going for it because they're playing for Lux first and then they're contested and they decide to pivot last second. It's not a comp you're usually trying to load up into the convergence and say, hey, I'm playing Zyra this game. Or in the case of Batik, you're playing it from specific spots where you're giving a much higher chance of hitting that Zyra because you have Caretaker's ally, and then you play for the comp instead.
Well, seems to be working well so far. We're checking on the other Caretakers player in Kabixon. See, the board's pretty good. We've now got the addition of the Ashe to the mix, along with the Zeeks on the backline to make sure these snipers get firing quickly. Not quite good enough to take down Enzo, though, who continues his massive streak. He has gone into the Bruiser line, but a Bruiser line in a more AP-centric. So you see him at the top of the screen there, looking pretty pleased with how things are going so far.
I'll have to check later on the stats if he's already played a Bruiser Zoe game or if this will be the 13th unique game he plays. I wonder how far he can go with the amount of unique comps he's played in one tournament, maybe even make a record in this GSC number 3. 5 cost carousel all around. Very, very good news for players who are trying to hit a trade spike. Irelia for Duelists or Story Weavers is absolutely massive. Specifically, any of the Faded players might be going for the Azir here as well.
That will be a second sire, I believe, for Blacksa. So close to being able to hit the 2-star version. Like, I think particularly for our players who have managed to push up levels and get themselves their first legendary already, this will be absolutely massive. Interesting to see Aurelia being the one left behind there, but I think our players have got their plans pretty firmly in place already.
We're seeing the front line here for the Kubikson is a little bit odd because it is Galio and he just can't hit the Illaoi upgrade, it seems like. And it's not surprising. There's quite a few players that are, or actually Batik himself is playing for the Ghostly as well. So both players are re-rolling similar units. It's why it's almost never correct to actually have Illaoi 3 as your game plan, as your expectation, because she's been so useful for so many different comps across the entirety of the set. It's pretty unrealistic to assume you're going to be able to hit her in a normal game.
Yeah, no, when I'm going to kind of hit up the point of comparison here between Blacksa and Enzo, because we already noted that Enzo, well, both of these players here running the Bruiser line, which we'd normally be seeing getting paired with a trick shot, but I really like that Enzo has managed to find a way to bring the AP aspect in, so he's not contesting units with Blacksa.
And it's really not working here for Blacksa. I think a lot of Spanish players met up after day one and said, hey, we maybe didn't correctly assume how strong Kai'Sa and Trick Shots would still be in this current meta. We saw Estanishing talking about it in the interview yesterday at the top of the show. We saw the results with a lot of Spanish players doing really well with Trick Shots across the day on the broadcasted games. Blacksa has maybe joined the party, but it's not really working out here just yet, and understandably so. He can't hit Galio 2, has a tank item still on the Tahm Kench instead. A lot of upgrades still to go, has the items on the Kai'Sa instead of the Xayah despite her being 2-star. So a lot missing here. Finally finds the Galio. Ooh. Should be selling the Tahm Kench here to transfer items in my opinion, and then have gold that way to buy this Galio.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit wrenching here to lose out on the 4 Bruiser, but I think Blacksa's pretty much run out of time and he may have run out of space. Note the double 61 is potentially going to be knocked out in this round as well, as up against Kabixon. We've got ourselves the 2 AD carries on either side. Ashe versus Kai'Sa. Blacksa needs to stay alive. Double 61 on the left-hand side, going for the fated drive board. Much more what we'd expect to see.
The Ascension as well for double, so he's able to play into the stalling, the scaling trait that this Syndra has as a unit and that Fated has as a comp. And we're seeing Blacksa taken down, I think understandably so. A little bit lost here in terms of how to itemize. I think he definitely should have swapped off of the Tahm Kench, moved items to Galileo, even if that means playing a Rek'Sai 1 over a Tahm Kench 2, and still kept open the option for the Aatrox upgrade. So unfortunate for Blacksa, but a 12 lose streak will do that to you, Counterfeit.
Yeah, it's a shame. It really felt like Blacksa had the chance to swing that one around, just lacking a few bits and pieces. But as we look at the field overall, we can see our Turkish player, Lori Klekonen, you mentioned him before as being a player to watch on a 9-round win streak. You know, for any of our newer viewers, can you tell us a little bit about Klekonen and why he's such a big player?
He wasn't really until this set, I would say, at least not when it comes to looking at actual contenders to make it to day 3 to win a GSC as well. But Turkey overall has grown a lot as a region, and that's even considering that Ging, their absolute star player since the very inception of TFT, in EMEA, is nowhere to be seen for this set. It's taken a bit of a step back, but despite that, other players have grown to replace him and to still garner respect for Turkey as a region. Gluteus is one of them. He played always on the Turkish server, moved to EU West in this set to try and find better practice to grow as a player, and has done very well on ladder, gaining so much respect from top competitors on the EU West server.
We'll see how he finishes out this lobby, but looking very good indeed. Double 61, of course, a real player's player, of course. The only EMEA world champion is going to be, I think, struggling in this lobby. We can see the front line is suffering a little bit under the Lux Hail of Fire. Fortunately, it's meaning a lot of the backline units getting aggressed on early. I think a little fortunate that the Syndra is on the right side, but I think one more cast will send Lux's shot towards her. Won't quite one-shot her, but the Ornn's not strong enough. Double 61, I think, yes, will be our second elimination here. Quite a big surprise to start off the day.
And everything went well for double there. I think if the Kindred could have Faker dodged 1 or 2 Lux ults, that would have bought enough time for Syndra to scale and win that fight. We saw at the end, she was just about to cast and kill a Lux right before she was taken down. The positioning was good. Syndra wasn't targeted until the very end, so you can't really ask for more for double. He just faced off against one of the strongest comps in the meta, and a comp that, you know, a guy that is comfortable on it, is playing in this game, and he was relatively uncontested as well, able to hit the Lux fairly early in stage 4.
All right, we've still got plenty more players left in contention. Petik from the Czech Republic is our lowest HP player by a considerable margin. We can see the rest of the field, 40 HP and upwards. So we'll keep an eye out for how things start for him. In fact, he'll come and visit us on screen. And so, of course, Petik is going to be our player running the ghostly Zyra board, but you can see the Lilia just completely annihilates for the first backline carry. And without Zyra in the mix, it's all over very quickly. Petik barely survives, but this is not a good sign for Petik's chances of hitting top 4.
And no surprise the amount of damage coming from Lilia, considering Laressa's augment setup has the handshake, has the deal, stand united, and the traits on the left were just all the way down. So many different traits enabled to get so much more stats for his team.
Dropping it in on our good friend Enzo, of course, who had the big streak from before. We do see that he's managed to hit up to 8 bruiser, so we've got a lot of punch here. I was kind of curious to see if we might get seen the Riven kind of being more focused with that being the case, but it looks like we're kind of still on the Zyra and the Silas as our main carries there. For Petik, though, still 1 round away from dead. It does look pretty unlikely he's going to be making it into the top 4, but maybe top 5 is achievable if he can take a chunk out of Coco here.
Some last minute swapping with the items. Going back to Enzo's board, I love to see the 8 bruiser setup playing for Exalted as well. I think overall players only consider vertical bruisers with Lucky Paws, but more and more players are starting to see the light and are starting to play 6 and 8 bruisers with different amounts of just carries in the backline and finding a lot of success. Alan's a big proponent of this as well, playing with well-fed despite not having something like a Lucky Paws.
So I'm a big fan of it as well. I think the Lucky Paws stats across the tournament have definitely not been very good at all. But in this case, we'll see how it works out. Petik, again, on his last legs, we're seeing really struggling with the amount of backline access we're seeing from his opponents. He's just not being able to keep off his backline carries. And I think we had it from Morgan yesterday, complaining that the front lines were fake. In this case, the front lines are still staying alive tremendously throughout the round, but they've got nothing left to protect.
Galawi trying to do so much, Petik rolling his eyes, understanding that Lux, she's just very, very strong right now, and if you have your DPS carries in the corners, Lux will be able to lock onto them very early into the fight and just delete any DPS from coming in later on, leaving your tanks all alone.
All right, looking at our final 5 of the lobby. Of course, we did start off here with a very French-heavy lobby, and we've still got 3 out of the 4 starting players in the mix. Gluteus, of course, has refused to relinquish his win streak for quite some time. I have to think, of course, as we mentioned before, a big part of that, the Lux 3, the Amumu 3, somehow managing to find those up to 3 stars in a lobby that seemed unfriendly to that idea.
I love this top 5 from narrative standpoint. France is still the most represented. These are still some of the strongest players from France competing here, especially Enzo and Lekoko. But there are 2 other players, Kubikson and Klikornin, who are 2 I think are the most improved players in this set. Their countries as well, Poland and Turkey, are really gaining a lot of ground when it comes to trying to match up against France in the final competitions of the set. So a perfect narrative display here in the top 5.
And this is, you know, as you see Enzo definitely feeling himself in this lobby. I do want to bring up the idea, you know, with Turkey, for anyone who wasn't here for GSC 1, Darkest from Turkey, they were almost our GSC 1 champion, but fell down at the final hurdle. GSC 2 for Turkey, really very much not a factor for them. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of a redemption arc in the third GSC. And of course, Gluteus, if he can get a first round first place, that'd be a great way to get Turkey the first and only GSC title.
You're talking about Darkest, you're talking about Gluteus. They're part of the same team. G5 was created as a scrim group last set in response to, hey, Ging and Çınar are these really strong Turkish players. How do we try and match them? How do we get to their level? Similar to Spain, I think, in the last two sets, where these up-and-comers, or maybe in terms of Darkest and Gluteus, these players that are, you know, A tier but not quite S tier, are trying to find ways to reach that S tier, and they're doing so together. They're prepping together, they're learning the game, they're improving constantly, they're putting in the hard work, and I think they're reaching that level slowly.
I think you're right there. That it's really important for our countries, you know, to have that bar set internally. I mean, certainly, you know, places like France have been setting the bar for everybody across the entire history of EMEA TFT. But I think you do need something a little bit more close to home to compete against. Coco, of course, absolutely cool as a cucumber. Might run into a little bit of trouble here. We've got of course, the multi-sniper set up on the other side for Convixen. You can see that unfortunately Lilia is not getting a lot of damage where she needs to in a hurry, and then of course, we've got the 3-star center coming in. Should be able to clean up here, and Coco will just about not make it into top 4.
Big win for Kubikson, who doesn't play the traditional center reroll setup, goes into Wardens instead, has the set online, playing for snipers, not playing for Ink Shadow, for example, not playing for Bombardment, and all of a sudden is still finding a lot of success. So really adapting to the Caretaker's ally and finding the right path, not wanting to contest Ghostly, with Patik also playing the Ghostly Zyra comp earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a testament to the set's construction as a set, that as we go on, you know, we're so very close, we've been in the set for quite a long time, people are still finding alternate ways to make these work. From what we're seeing from Kubikson here, you know, he's the lowest HP in the lobby right now, has just about got his win streak back together. Kind of where do you feel like he's likely to end out in the lobby overall?
Well, he needs to go 9. That's the key thing, and he needs to, get some extra goals here. We'll be able to level to 9 at 6-1, fit in this last Ink Shadow unit, the Volley Bear, and find a last item for Ash potentially as well with a Bombardment Tattoo, and then can just look for another tank item in this selection here, and that will be the case. Or Morello, just some anti-heal, some utility onto the set that can smash into some of the backline carries as well after he ults.
Well, exactly as you said, it comes to be. Kubikson has got the Ink Shadow online for that third item. Said the tattoo in place. Enzo, though, going up to level 10, an exalted 3 altruist 8 bruiser ball, which means we've got a lot of extra defenses across those big bruisers as well. They're going to be very hard to punch through, though I do think a lot of this revolves around how much damage that Silas can do, currently far on the right-hand side.
Soraka also being cornered means she won't be doing as much in terms of utility with a Mana Reave off of her ability. He does tank a hit there with a Bruiser emblem. Zyra left alive. Silas still doing so much work. Can he tank one more hit from Senna? I don't think it's the case. If the Senna kills the Silas, that should be it, unless Soraka can really clutch up here. Just barely a loss for Enzo.
The smallest of smiles from Kubikson there. I think he was maybe a little bit surprised at how that one went, but that does put Enzo within reach for Kubikson. They're both down to around 17 and 15 HP. They're both potentially up for elimination. Of course, Connor we saw with a massive win streak from before has dipped out a little bit, and Lyris moves into pole position. Connor will find the 2-star Wukong though, so has found just a little bit more strength to try and get him back in the saddle.
And now positioning is what matters most for this Lux specifically. If she can try and hit one of the key corner carries at the start of the fight, the first 5 seconds, and eliminate a lot of the DPS, then comps like this Bruiser comp will just slowly bleed out, with Silas being the only real DPS left alive. Soraka, not the main star of the show for Enzo though. It will be that Zyra instead, and she is centered, trying to dodge the Lux ult for as long as possible. Silas can also take a few hits from the Lux ults as well, despite the stun maybe being quite impactful in stopping the DPS from Silas himself. For now, Lux still very healthy and has found the right targets. If she can get another collateral like we saw yesterday, that could be so big if she can hit both the Silas and the Zyra with one ult. She does. And that should clean up. The Corden takes the win. Enzo down to 2 HP.
Wow, what a round that was. I thought the Lux wouldn't be able to punch through with such a beefy frontline, but I think having the boiling point there as well meant she was just casting so often. Lyris, the other main competitor for Kikonan, left in the lobby. Of course, the Force Sage is very good indeed. We've already seen the Wukongs being scooped out the pool, so unlikely to get too much stronger from that avenue. But we've got the Lilia, we've got more of the utility from the Morgana side of things, so it definitely feels like we're relying heavily on that Lilia being able to do enough work.
That's going to load up. It's going to be a French matchup for what could be the final life of Enzo here, who's only on 2 HP. Lires has some breathing room with 26 HP. AP versus AP, although two very different board constructions here, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this one goes because, again, there's a lot of beat to go through. Lilia managing to take out the backline, and unfortunately, the Silas just isn't quite doing enough. That's got to be disappointing for Enzo because that was a hell of a board.
My only concern is once Enzo reaches 10, could he have accumulated a little bit of gold to finally move out of the Zyra and Soraka, move into the legendary AP carries like the Hui, like the Azir, and just forget about Exalted? Is there a bigger difference in terms of the power he gets from legendaries, in terms of what he loses from having the Exalted damage going down?
And I do wonder if that's maybe going to be an issue for Enzo going forward. As you said, he's very willing to play a whole bunch of different compositions, but you have to wonder if he's got the full optimization on every single one. In this case, though, we won't know what could have been. What we have got instead is the one remaining French player in Lyris up against Kikonan. Our final battle between these two should have a couple of goes round, but from what we've seen so far, I'm feeling pretty confident with Kikonan in this lobby.
And very, very similar boards here. Just the biggest difference is the Lilia obviously is the main carry and the Lux as the main carry. Reroll versus 4 cost, but the front lines are similar. The traits that are activated are similar. Again, Lires has the Stand United. That's really, really big when you get this far into the game. Look how many traits he's fitted on the left side. That's a big, big impact on what could be the outcome of this fight. And he also has the Lilia and the Morgana dodging the Lux ults for the start of the fight at the very least. Morgana finally targeted, finally killed off. Can the Lilia get enough damage out in time before she's killed? The answer is no. Lux gets the clutch snipe, and Lires now taken down to just 1 life.
You can see Kikonan. Oh boy, that was incredibly tight. We do have an upgrade on the Makan, but as you noted, putting our 2 carries in the center, is there anything Lires can do to try and improve this matchup beyond this upgrade?
I think the Nautilus trying to get a really big ult on the Lux, or the Lux somehow being stunned up or distracted, is the biggest thing. Lux's DPS, it's so fast when you have Shojin Nasher. She's able to cast her ult very, very often.
All right, one more time around. Kikonan can soak the loss. Lyris cannot. Kikonan, of course, back here with the other 2 Turkish players in the day 3, looking to try and avenge that stolen GSC1 victory. That felt like it absolutely should have been the Turkish squad, but Coco was the one who took home the gold. You see, this time around, things are going maybe a little bit differently. The Lux actually gets taken down, and Kikonan is reduced down to 1 life now. We truly have the last battle coming up after this PB round.
And it's down to the Lilia. If she can get that splash damage onto the Lux, there's no Omnivan from the Lux. You can just essentially snipe her off if you get the right orb. So positioning for Lires is very important for the Lilia to be in the right position to get the orbs onto the Lux as soon as possible.
We have got the extra item coming in. Just taking a look at these 2 players' boards to see. On Kikonan's side of things, I do spot that we've got a Wukong who's a little light on items. I'm not sure where Lires is going to try it or what he's looking for as a final item, having itemized a lot of his front and back line already.
We did see that last fight. The Wukong was bursted down with the Lilia very quickly on her first initial orb cast right onto the Wukong, and maybe finding some way to get a little bit more tankiness on the Wukong to get some more stuns going, to maybe have Wukong sneak into the backline for Lires could be big for the Kikoran's matchup.
So we've got Giant Slayer for Kikoran. Lires is going to go, for a little bit more tankiness, the Redemption coming in to buy a little bit more time. Bear in mind, we've still got the 2-star Rakan in the mix. 1v1, one more time.
And Lilia sticks to the same positioning. Lilia center left, Morgana center right. Lux now in a very unique angle on the 3rd row in the pocket, trying to hit the Lilia first, understanding that Lilia is the real threat in the comp for Lires. If Lux can target her after killing off the Soraka that has no items and no tankiness, that could be so big. Even the stuns are massive, delaying the damage. The Lilia's down, but so is the Lux. Lires takes the win. The Cornins should still be very happy with the top 2 on his comfort comp to start things off.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really nicely played game to open up our final day of play. See, there's a little bit of relief from Lyris there as he contemplates the day ahead of him. 6 more games, of course, for our players if things go well for them, but I love to see at the end of a lobby be so tactical, so strategic, and knowing for our players that even a small change could be the difference between first and second.
Yeah, positioning mattering so much. Gluteus initially frustrated, but then found a way to stay focused, to still try and find a small edge to win these last few fights, and that he did. I think for most of it, probably thinking, who let this one trick play this comp uncontested again in this first game? That was most of his thought process, but then he found the way to actually clutch up and win those last few fights.
All right, gentle friends, as we said before, we have got a long day of TFT here to end out the last ever Golden Spatula Cup. Of course, moving on to the Tacticians Cups in future seasons. But we'll be hearing from the Theunbornyordle during the break, and then, of course, our wonderful analysts will break down Game 1. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
I am Theunbornyordle. I'm 24 years old. I am from Tunisia. I play for CST Esports, and this set is going to be mine. So I started playing TFT in set 1. I am actually the first MENA player to ever achieve a challenger. I was playing since the beta, and I really loved the game at launch, and I still love it till now, but sometimes I have to take breaks, but I'll keep riding this game till I achieve something one day, hopefully. Yeah, I feel like TRCs are so good for the game. It actually helps community to be united and be strengthened over time, like together. I think France is so much strong now because they actually are all together. They form teams. They play 4v4 together. They are so united. So I want to achieve worlds one day. I need to work more hard for that goal to make it real, because I am sure that I can achieve it. But for now, let's hope I make some good results in the next GSCs. First of all, I am going to shout out my family, which are supporting me in everything I do. Also, I'll going to shout out the Tunisian community, our Discord in particular, and all my friends that support me, and I have much respect for.
I personally didn't have all of those bruisers together with Exalted in a top 4 comp on my bingo sheet. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but personally I feel like we were treated to a pretty good opener for our final day of the Golden Spatula Cup here today. However, Lyris taking everything here, Matt.
Yeah, and it was actually really interesting. We've seen day 1 and day 2, Lilia really underperforming compared to what I expected in the tournament. And we've seen the struggle getting set up, struggle getting to the point where she can do the damage. Fortunately, Lilia was set up with the guard breaker, which I do think adds a lot of power, but the augments as well. As was pointed out on the cast, Stand United in this composition is incredibly strong when you're not going the mythic variant. He was going for the Sage variant. And on top of that, the healing orbs were such that he could cape the front line up for longer. But what really saved the day for him was that tank Rakan. The moment those items went on that Rakan too, it was so over for Klikornen, which again, didn't expect, but anytime Lux loses is a time I'm happy, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I know somebody that's going to disagree with that, and it is going to be Klikornen. Now, when he picked up that Pandora's as first augment, you, Matt, were like, well, why is he doing that? And I'm like, well, he's been playing a lot of Lux. So looking at the Exalted in this lobby, it kind of makes sense to go for that AP line to try and find it. Gets absolutely blessed by also finding Boiling Point as the third augment in the end, just rounding out that Lux comp. And due to the fact that everybody else is looking for those Syndras, looking for those Lilias, is also uncontested. Besides that Syra, we won't talk about that too much, unfortunate for Pitik there, but the Caretaker's ally played a big role in this game, Wida.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not allowed to talk about the Syra, but I can talk about the augment that led him to play Syra mix. I'm just like,
you can talk about both.
All right, thank you. I just had to, set the boundaries first before we didn't. No, I think it's perfectly fine, right? I think that we kind of got to see the two sides of Caretaker's ally in this game, right? We get to see the one player coming in there absolutely flying, and Kubikson gets the center, completely uncontested AD line, goes down that route, hits it, gets a third, about as high as a cabby can expect, had a very good tattoo as well for it. And meanwhile, we saw on the opposite side of the field, we saw Pitik kind of struggle, right? Gets a Syra, pretty decent unit, but there's just so many Syras in and around the board states. He can never really get to a point where he's stable enough to the point he can just level into the 3-star Syra. As we saw, he was just stuck in level 7 with just very few copies of Syra.
Okay, we're taking a look at the standings here. I just quickly want to once again shout out Enzo's board. I think it was absolutely woked, but what is not woked is seeing two of our interviewees in the last 24 hours taken an 8th place as the first game of the day. But not to worry, Peepoglad is on the opposite side of the leaderboard. It is not our fault. And to the person that was saying I'm jinxing our DACH players, Wet Jungler also has something to say about that.
Look, it's game 1. Don't call us the caster curse or the caster blessing just yet. We've got 6 games to go.
I'll take what I can get.
You know what? That's fair. We do need to take the wins here on the desk, just in case it goes real south real fast.
Well, I'm sure it's not gonna go south because our amazing casters are here and ready for game number 2. Here at Counterfeit and Impetuous Panda.
Thank you so much, Makes. Well, dude, we've had our first game done and dusted. We're off to the races here. Of course, as much as our players will be looking to recover from any bad results they may have had in round 1, we do have to bear in mind we are going to be cutting after round 5. To make it to the final lobby today to contest for the title here in GSC 3, you need to have a really good day.
You do. You have to be consistent, but also you have to play above average. And that's hard to do when these are the 32 or among the 32 best players in all of the EMEA. There are no free games. There's no one absolutely clueless or lost rolling down on stage 4. Everyone has a clear game plan. Although I would say some more clear than others. Alan is in his sleeping mode, maybe taking some advice from Solo, hitting those power naps.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a surprise. Alan, of course, being the top performing Polish player from round 1, is waking up. Fortunately, doesn't have to deal with anything too shenanigans wise as we come in. But coming in with 8 to start off with, Panda, if you're in the kind of position that Alan is in here, you've had the first game go against you. I mean, somebody had to come 8, sure, and you're playing against the same people. How would you kind of reset coming to game 2?
Maybe I have to start taking a page from the book of one of his agents, Taplast, who, when he's in a tough position, when he needs to find a big result, he plays for fortune. And maybe that's what Alan needs this early on into the day because, 1, an 8th is an 8th, that's only 1 point. And 2, Alan is very ambitious. He's not going to settle for, I'm going to finish top 16. He's not going to settle for, barely, doing well. He wants to try and maybe win the whole thing. So he needs to start getting wins right now.
So with the players we've got on this lobby, I know that we've got some good research on sort of the general play styles we're likely to be seeing here. From this 8 we've got, of course, they played against each other in the first game as well, but what's the kind of general flavor of what people are likely to be playing in this lobby?
Overall, a lot of meta, a lot of players leaning towards playing Faded, playing Reaper, nothing too crazy for most of the competitors here. But I would single out 3 players specifically, one of those being Shining Star, because if you like your Lux one-tricks on this current patch, then I have good news for you. Shining Star is one of them. We saw him playing it on broadcast with Alan in the York encounter yesterday in game 4 or 5, I believe it was. And he has played 4 different games of Lux in the first 12 games of this tournament, so he's definitely open to the reroll comp.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly see it work very well. I think you mentioned, and it was a really good point before, that, as much as our players have been learning that there are some ways to make these contested comps work, it's always a risk. Having that reputation, a well-earned reputation for Shining Star, of making, of being, I'm just gonna go Lux whatever you do, so you better not get in my way, is a great way to make sure that works consistently. As Wet Jungler, who got first place in the first lobby, just found one of the most powerful augments in the entire competition.
And just an easy, mechanical display there. Roll, pick. You want to go for Story Champion pretty much every game you have. And he also has 1 chain and 1 cloak, so 2 components that can definitely build towards that Garen BIS. But even without them, I think Garen is strong enough that you are going to try and play for it regardless if it's offered at 2-1. So an easy, or at least a simple game in terms of the execution for Wet Jungler.
We do see another hero augment coming through. Of course, we mentioned how powerful Story Champion was. The opposite has been true for Lucky Paws. Loescher taking one of the worst performing hero augments in the entire competition here in a very important second game. Apparently, he believes he's got a line on this that other players have not been able to find.
Overall, I think it's just maybe a small sample size. I think Lucky Paws should be up there as the 3 relatively insta-pick hero augments with the Shen, Ethereal Blades, with the Garen Story Champion. And I know players like Alan have played it a lot and have a lot of success with it overall, playing around Kabuko and Bruisers even without Lucky Paws. So I have my fingers crossed for Loescher to do well in this game. Although I do want to flame Loescher a tiny bit. I'll tell you why. I spoke to him in day 1 before the match has started. He could not play much TFT or could not prep much because he had some PC issues the last 2 weeks. He came into it just hoping for the best. But he told me, I'm going to be playing a lot of Bard reroll. Says he loves this comp and he'll be playing it any chance he gets. I said, okay, if we see you on broadcast, you better play this comp. I checked the stats for days 1 and 2. He didn't play a single game of Bard reroll. This man lied to me.
Outrageous. Well, Loescher, I mean, you've got a chance to recover our approval. Certainly, if we're talking about positions to be playing the Kabuko from, we don't have Fortune from very early on, but we do have a lot of Kabukos. Of course, you really want to be having him be the last one standing, walking around and clearing out the board.
Not just that, but Steadfast Heart, I think maybe the least important of the BIS, but still relatively BIS for Kabuko. You have half of her redemption already, and you're just going to have to try and find a lot of cloaks specifically for the Dragon's Claw. So I wouldn't be surprised if Loescher, despite being able to close out the redemption with a tier, could just go for a cloak instead to be thinking about the bigger picture item economy. We saw the problems with not doing so yesterday with the game that we saw from one of the Hungarian players, I believe, with Wastesplit, playing that Shen game where he picked up a rod instead of a bow and then had no more bows, couldn't build the second Rage Blade, etc.
Well, one piece of the puzzle we haven't gone through yet is Estanishing from Spain has picked up one of my personal favorite augments, the Escort Quest. Incredibly high potential for payouts here. We can see so far he's won his first 2 rounds, 3 gold every time he keeps that dummy alive for the entire round through. I mean, we've seen people rocket economy-wise through a game if they can put the streak together and keep hold of it.
And for any newer viewers watching this and maybe seeing Estanishing find success with this augment and saying, oh, I'm always going to pick this, the stats are great for it. Caution, the stats are great for it because great players only pick it up if they have a guarantee they will be win streaking. Otherwise, they ignore it. So it's kind of a reinforcing statement when it comes to the stats for this augment specifically. And we're seeing why Estanishing picked it, right? 3 different upgrades. Has a Shojin slammed on the Ahri, a great DPS in stage 2. Has a Rek'Sai upgrade as well. Overall, a very good spot to pick this from to really snowball your early game.
And of course, you can spend all of your money to make sure you keep that streak going. Estanishing has gone up to level 5, so managing to beat down a pal who's taken it's going to be epic and is lose streaking for the early going. Looks like he might be building up towards a Cogmore reroll board. Looking at how people have been doing in the early going, though, Shining Star, managing to put together the streak along with Estanishing, so if they run into each other and Shining Star wins out there, that'll be huge for him. On the opposite end of things, Opal and Shinar keeping things nice and cool with their loss streaks.
Astonishing we saw with the Ari upgrade already. He's a player that played 4 games of Fated across day 1 and 2, so 33% of his games were into the Fated line, and he had very good results with it as well. Probably a cornerstone part of why he's qualified this day 3 for a second time. He also did the same in GSC2 for this kind of coach turned player who is finding so much success in the tail end of this Inkborn Fable set.
All right, well, Shining Star, yeah, we're calling out from before being the Lux, something of the Lux 1 trick. It looks like we're going to see something a little bit different here than what we were seeing before. So we've got an interesting item set up here, which we could very imagine we could see on an Aurelia later on. So far, so good. Has managed to get the upgraded Rex on the front line. Is very carefully maneuvering his trick shots around the back line to try and focus that damage and keep that streak going.
And his early cane is a little bit awkward for Shining Star. It is very strong, but your synergies are so tight currently on the board with the Story Weaver, with the attack speed of the Sivir. It's hard to maybe fit it. It's also very expensive. 4 gold, where he might be trying to hit the 10 gold mark by selling off the Sivir, the Kiana, and the Kabuko here if he wins this fight. But he is also trying to defend the win streak, so it's a tough decision here for Shining Star, and just barely going to win it, I think, and that is the case. So calculated for the Italian player and making gold.
Yeah, and of course, for any of you folks who aren't familiar with the Italian TFT scene, you know, they've really kept the same core of players for a very, very long time. Shining Star, of course, making a big impact with being one of the most cheerful TFT players you'll ever meet in life, but one of the ones who are newer to the scene. Really great to see him doing so well here, as both Shining Star and Estanishing have kept their win streaks intact. Estanishing providing a little bit more punch to his board by getting the Fated online as well.
A clutch unit to appear in a fight like this, where he's really trying to defend the 5 win streak, as you've mentioned. Now has the Fated stats online for the Ari and for the Thresh, with that link between those 2 units, and we'll see who he will be facing off against, if it will be an easy 5 win or not, facing off against what jungler who has a very strong augment, has a very strong comp, game plan, yes, but is still at the infancy of power for this Garen.
Yeah, and we can see the itemization isn't really there as of yet, and in fact, we're not even seeing that many Garens are coming through, apart from the initial 3 to get, which come through from the augment. So it seems like for Wet Jungler is going to be holding off on too big of a streak for a while. Sanish, of course, very happy to accept his donation of 3 gold. So the streak stays intact. We've got all 5 cash outs on the escort quest, and also Shining Star has kept his streak intact as well.
Dinar maybe taking a page out of Gluteus's book, not quite part of the G5 prep group, but I think he does have eyes. He can observe the success of Gluteus across the first 2 days and that first game on broadcast, and maybe saying, hey, I'm going to play this Lux comp as well. I can also make it work.
And I think it's with very good reason. Again, we saw the stats, even with being a relatively traffic composition, be very good indeed. But Opal, so with the it's going to be epic, we know we're locked into Mythic for the rest of the game. Something that did jump out to me, Panda, from before, is we did have a carousel with a Spatula on from before. Opal decided to not go for that one, even though presumably he's planning on going towards the Mythic vertical. I'm really curious to see kind of where he takes this comp longer term.
It's because he's playing Kog'Maw reroll, and Mythic Spatula is good, but more than that, you want to have BIS Kog'Maw, BIS Cho'Gath. We saw the tier the moment it popped off of one of those Krugs. In the air, Opal caught it and immediately slammed down to Kog'Maw, made the blue buff, knowing that that's one of the BIS must-have items for the Kog'Maw to do its thing. Also trying to hope for the Nashor's Tooth, only found the bow, not the belt just yet, but slammed the JG in the process.
All right, Loescher, of course, looking, oh my gosh, a heartbeat away from getting the 3-star Kabuko in, which would have made a pretty big difference here. Of course, every single unit that Kabuko kills will result in a gold being dropped. If this had been a 3-star, he could have quite easily cleaned up the board. For Loescher, that's going to be a little bit disappointing to potentially miss out on quite a lot of extra gold.
He's in a lose streak. He is playing Fortune, so not the worst case scenario. Kind of a win-win either way, I would say, and still makes 20 gold here as well to get a little bit of extra interest, a little bit of extra HP as well. The Garen is not quite there for What Jungler. As you mentioned, still quite a few copies away. We'll see how deep What Jungler actually roll down to try and find the Garen 3 this early on.
All right, Prismatics coming in as the second one. Last time round, of course, we kept things nice and cool on our but this time we are going to accelerate things dramatically. Shannara can see going for the 2-for-1. Hedge Fund coming in for Loescher. We do know that's the secret tech, of course, with Kabuko scaling with the amount of interest gold you have. Looking across the rest of the field, it looks like we are going to see some of the other players looking to pick up some raw combat power.
And Loescher, really the type of guy to cook for content, to try and make these crazy synergies between augments and comps and hero augments work out. So really, really fun combination there for Loescher. Someone who I still remember from that crazy Riven hero augment game in EMEA Finals that I never saw anyone else trying to go for. So not surprised he's found this combination for the Kabuko.
I mean, honestly, I really enjoy players who go their own path through there. It's the whole thing between, you know, the refiners who take existing comps and get the best out of them, and the innovators who find their own path and sometimes make it work, sometimes not. Opal, in this case, will be getting the work in, has used the Master Work upgrade to make his board considerably stronger. For Loescher, of course, the 3-star Kabuko is in place. The lost streak, as you noted before, is still a wanted quantity. And with the hedge fund as well, I mean, it feels like Loescher is going to be building up towards a pretty significant late game power, but actually goes for the cash out now rather than holding on to it for longer.
Understanding he's going to get stronger and stronger, he's close to hitting the peak after hitting the Kabuko 3 already, can level up, find a lot more bruisers once he gets the maximum benefit from the hedge fund in the first place, and then start win streaking most of stage 4. As long as he finds the right DPS carries, we saw from Tapless, I believe, in day 1, where you need to find that Irelia, you need to find the Hui, the Azir, to really start getting things done with Kabuko stalling for so long.
Yes, we've seen it from multiple different boards. You can only stall for so long before it becomes unuseful. Something we haven't actually discussed from Shining Star, if we see him pop up on the other side. He hasn't maintained his full win streak up until the halfway point of stage 3, but an augment he's brought in, which we don't see very often at all, Prize Fighter, getting rewarded with extra components for winning rounds. Not something we get to see nearly ever, but presumably it's paid out pretty well for Shining Star up until this point.
It's a very similar concept, I would say identical to Escort Quest. You only pick this when you have a guarantee that you will be win streaking, where you will be winning a lot of the fights to extract the, not even maximum, but the correct amount of value from a gold augment at 2-1. So similar game plan for Estanishing and Shining Star. We're in day 3 of a GSC. Players, I think, at this level are very good and accurate at identifying how strong their board is relative to a normal stage 2 board, and they correctly did so. Both players are at the top of the HP right now.
And of course, remember, we are in our final day of play here. All of our players hoping to grab hold of the last GSC title before we change to Tacticians Cups in the future sets. So far, Astonishing, managing to get just above Shining Star on the lead there. Shinar, of course, down the other end with Loescher. I'm kind of curious to see how Shinar does longer term. We've noted the 2-for-1 player, but Astonishing, gonna go for just raw punching power. We did see the correction on the boom from before, but still a very powerful augment to try and keep as many Escort Quest wins as possible.
It's a really strong setup into the strongest comp in the meta right now. The Faded Syndra, just the Faded line in general, but boom as well is fantastic. You have a gold lead, an HP lead. Astonishing has to be very, very happy. I would say if someone told him, hey, this is your spot stage 3, deal, he would say deal every single time.
I mean, it's working pretty darn well. I mean, the boom, you know, even while it's not quite as ludicrously strong as it was on the Kindred before, we can see it's working very, very well. She's doing a great job of carrying. And again, every time Astonishing gets the win, that's 3 more gold in. He's already been willing to spend aggressively. It looks like at this point, he's going to be more willing to accept. He's going to kind of take wins, take losses. He's building up a little bit of a streak that has actually kept money in the bank, whereas before he was spending it all to keep his streak going.
And for Chinar, on the flip side there, not looking good at all. His game actually reminds me of the very first game that Alanzq played in the EWC qualifiers with his team, for any super TFT nerds who know what game I'm talking about, where he was playing for this reroll line. He picked 2-for-1, but didn't have a lot of gold or HP or momentum to really make the best use of the augment. You don't get the immediate effect from it. It's more kind of a slow pitter-patter of gold as you buy units. And he had too little HP to make it work, but 8th in the process. Chinar, seemingly down that same line. 9 loss streak right now, ending stage 3.
Yeah, we would be hoping to see more of the 2 stars, the 3 stars coming through for our only Turkish player in the lobby, but that hasn't really happened. Said money is an issue. You compare him with Loescher, just above, currently sitting on 100 gold, and a lobby which has Wet Jungler as well, who's just hit the 3-star Garen and a 3-star Jax as well, but a lot less important. we were talking about the itemization not being quite there for the Garen, and Wet Jungler having to sack off a little bit of HP to make sure he got those items. The Dragon's Claw is in place at least, so we're a step closer to our ultimate
Not the dummy, not the dummy, no, Garen! No!
He got the dummy. Oh boy.
Oh, he got a whole lot more than the dummy. Cleans up 1v5, including one inanimate object, and a big, big win for Wet Jungler. Finally able to reverse the loss streak, save some HP now at 63.
All right, let's see what Shannara is up to. So we do see one of the uses for the 2-for-1. You can buy 3 cost units and then sell them for a little bit of extra gold in the bank. But I think Shannara has been focusing towards trying to get this Janna 3 online. We can see the Luxes just haven't been coming through at all. Taking a quick look at our secret view of the whole lobby, it doesn't look like other people are playing Lux in this lobby. I think Shannara may have just ended up being kind of unlucky to not be further along his path.
I think this explains the frustration on Shannara's face. Not just that, but also the, I would say, semi-bait, trying to, again, go for the Illaoi 3 as your main tank because it's just a little bit unrealistic. Most of the time, you're not going to be able to hit. You lose so much interest gold holding the Illaois in the first place. Amumu's a similar case, but I think he's a little bit less represented in just general comps all across the board in stage 4. So we'll see if Shannara can finally hit. If he's able to hit both the Illaoi 3 and the Janna 3, the tank and the DPS, I think he can stabilize.
We'll see if it comes true. Apal, let's see. So Apal has been doing pretty well, currently on a win streak up against Estanishing, who has dropped off a little bit. As we were talking about before, I don't think he's committing in fully to be able to go for another big streak with that escort quest. Happy enough to just take the occasional win and the occasional injection of gold, having been very successful before. In this case, I think he should be able to take out the Cogmore. I think, honestly, that would have gone the other way if the target dummy hadn't fallen. So Astonishing breaks through the streak of Apal. Looking on the right-hand side, we can see Loescher, our only player left then on... Oh, I was going to say only player left on the big lot streak. But in fact, nobody left on the big streak coming into 4-2.
And for Astonishing with the dummy, I think this is already starting to represent the power of escort quests. In the early game, the gold, you're escorting, the dummy, etc. Yes, but then in the late game, it's also an extra little bit of HP, an extra little bit of time that you can buy for your carry if the opponent's DPS locks onto the dummy first, and that's where you start positioning it higher up. Third row first, and then potentially in the second row or even the first row to take and soak up some damage.
Yeah, I mean, being able to soak up an entire spell is absolutely amazing. Wet Jungler, let's see. So let's go evaluate where we are here. We took a while to get these Garens lined. It took a while to get the Garen itemization as well. We potentially got a Bloodthirster brewing. We've actually managed to pick up a spare lesser duplicator. So looking okay on the Garen reroll side of things. From Alanzq, of course, last place in the first game. Really needs a big win here. Has gone for a Sniper Warden composition. How are you feeling about his chances of getting that big win in the lobby?
Well, remember we had the interview with Alan and Peepoglad at the top of the show. Peepoglad said, you know what, Ashe is being slept on, and maybe Alan took that seriously. Maybe he respects the tips that his Polish comrade's giving out to the rest of the players, playing for Ashe in this game, but for now, it's a 4-loss streak. It's not looking ideal for Alan, who's down to 44 HP.
Well, I suppose the good news is that Loescher is a little lower and Shannara is a lot lower, but I think we might be starting to see that change. We can see both of them on the bottom of the table picking up wins in the previous round, so I think the lobby is about to heat up. We did see a couple of extra augments coming in there we haven't commented on as of yet. Heavy hitters coming in for Apal, who is running the mythic reroll boards. So yeah, that's a huge upgrade for him.
Heavy hitters, top 10 combat augments, just combat augments in general for the Kog'Maw reroll comp. Really, really good, obviously, when you have the heavy hitter HP active, which is later. So as a 4-2 augment, fantastic as that extra next big power spike.
Konstantin is someone I don't think we've actually talked too much about this time. One of our very few players from Austria coming in and playing. This time with what looked like on first blush to be a Zyra board or a Zyra Ghostly board, but it looks like we're actually focusing slightly more on the Zoe side of things. And as we can see, it's actually working remarkably well, ripping through the board there, doing just absolute massive burst.
Great combat augments, Magic Wand, fantastic for these AP-based comps. Also, part of the bad news for Shannara, the fact that, Kohane is playing for Illaoi as a tank. We saw Alan also playing the Illaoi on his board for the Ashe comp. So this is one of the reasons why it is just a little bit unrealistic to go for the Illaoi 3, to depend on Illaoi 3 as your frontline upgrade. Because if you don't hit, your frontline melts a little bit too quickly, and you might be going 8th because of it. Support item coming through here, Counterfeit.
And we've got a couple of legendaries on the line here as well, so great news for anyone who does line. We can see our players, some of them ignoring some of these legendaries, trying to make sure they got the right items. Wet Jungler, okay. So for Shanar's side of things, that's the one I'm kind of most concerned about here, with the player being, you know, on the lowest HP. Picks up the Zeeks. We do know it's the Janna board, which would normally have together with a little bit more other DPS, but I think I'm really worried about what Shanar's going to be looking like a longer term. I think that was a decent enough pickup for him, but maybe not everything he was hoping for.
And there's the final BIS item for this Garen. The Sterax gauge is found for Wet Jungler. The belt was picked up in the carousel. The Eternal Flame onto the Zoe. We saw Alan also with an attack speed carry picking up the Zeeks for the Ashe. We saw Opal picking up the Chalice, the Q-Cone for the Kog'Maw. Some extra little bit of AP to crit off of, since the JG was built as the damage item on Kog'Maw for this game.
Yeah, man, that's going to be a real heavy-hitting Kog'Maw. We do know that the stats were a little bit worse in a day 2 than day 1 for the Kog'Maw side of things, but maybe, again, as we talked about before, more people trying it, perhaps less than optimal spots. The spot in this game seems to be very good indeed. Wet Jungler with the Garen, of course, up to full power, as you said, incredibly hard to put down. The Zyra doing a great job of providing the DPS spread across the board, softening up these targets for Garen to come in and eliminate.
And with so many AP comps, the D-Claw putting in the work, helping this Garen heal HP, but also have the extra resistance against all the AP damage. And looking at Loescher, the textbook game of Lucky Paws is here. Hedge Fund into Bruiser Emblem into Irelia on level 8 throughout stage 4. You're able to get your gold back up again, get more HP for Kabuko, hopefully go 9 and find Irelia 2 to close out this game. And everyone in this lobby who is looking at their board and saying, you know what, I think I'm strong enough, it's looking okay. I have bad news for you. Loescher is going to turn on his hero augment game plan. Wet Jungler with Garen as well. It's going to look really scary in stage 5.
Okay, I was dissing the Bruiser and Kabuko line from before, just from the stats from the previous days, but holy hell, 8 Bruiser, and the Bruiser Irelia, of course, getting extra bonus damage from the 8 Bruiser means she's going to be incredibly hard to put down. It's going to take a while for this board to kill anybody, but it seems like it's going to have a lot of inevitability there.
We see the perfect BIS for the Kabuko as well. We see the Ascension off of the Needles of the Big Gem, essentially kind of proccing, as we see there just in 1 second. And this is perfect for a comp that, you know, is prone to stalling out fights, is prone to trying to get as late as possible. We see the Rage Blade on the Irelia. So we see Loescher, he has a clear idea of what this comp wants, and he's trying to index into it as heavily as possible with all his different items and his augment pickups and everything else.
You can just see on the other side of there, Shinar rubbing his temples there. He had been putting together a decent-sized win streak, but of course, very little you can do against Loescher, who's now on a 4-win streak. No, sorry, a 5-win streak. Oh, my apologies. He's ripping up the table with the Bruiser compositions. I suppose at this point, we do start to need to think about how these other boards match up into those Bruisers, because Loescher's got a real head of steam.
And I think this game really highlights the idea between, hey, if I'm given an alternate game plan that can find success, I will try and take it. And we're seeing Kog'Maw reroll doing really well. We're seeing Loescher's Lucky Paw. We're seeing Wet Jungler hopefully turning things around in this stage 5 with the Garen hero augment as well. Now that everything has come together, we're seeing overall just players really understanding how to play these very unique paths to success.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, particularly with the Radiant Nash's Tooth there for Opal, just to help focus a little bit more of the damage. We're close to being able to get the Lilia online fully as a secondary carry as well, so things are looking pretty good. Opal, of course, you know, the Mythic already pretty much fully online. You notice, of course, the Cone being used on the front line for the time being, at least, is actually looks like Opal's got some more longer-term planning in mind. He's going to be duping with the Hui.
Exactly right. That's something that I think, you know, I can speak on as a Kog'Maw connoisseur, as someone that's played a whole lot of Kog'Maw reroll in this set. This is one of the key things. You hit your Cho'Gath, you hit your Kog'Maw 3, you haven't hit everything else, no problem. Push levels, find a way, hit your Caitlyn 3, hit your Malphite 3 later into the game with the Hui copy. It's only 1 turn per copy for 1 cost, so it's a really easy way to continue spiking your board in stage 5.
You know, it makes all the sense in the world. Looking at how things are developing though in the lobby overall, as mentioned before, Shinar was in a little bit of trouble, did manage to find a win in the previous round, but Alan will actually drop below him on the HP standings. So This Warden board, I mean, the backline is looking fantastic. The front line, maybe not quite there in the way he would have liked.
I would say just a standard comp, and this lobby is anything but standard. You have these massive Grim Reapers that are setting up these Exodia comps with hero augments, and it's going to be that much harder for the Ashe to put in work. Alan missing the Zeeks here on the Ashe as well with the last minute positioning, not ideal. We'll see if that'll be beneficial enough if he's able to swap the sides here and dodge the Syndra ult for as long as possible, but Estanishing has a very strong board. He picked up LDP counterfeit as his last augment, trying to maximize the burst, the AP, the damage from both the Syndra and the Kindred.
Well, it wasn't quite enough to punch through the board, and for Alan, that is going to be a stay of execution. Shinar is still fighting, but it looks like he might be struggling. We've got the 3 items. The shield comes in just in time, and both of our low HP players hold on by a thread. Now we have 4 players at the bottom on 15 HP or less.
Getting really, really scary here, especially when you have a Grim Reaper type player in the lobby where you're thinking, hey, Loescher is really, really strong. He hit one of those 1% games where these crazy augment synergies come through. If I face Loescher and I'm on 1 life, I could be in big trouble. That could be the end of it. So matchmaking, very, very relevant here, especially right before the carousel, which could be very impactful for so many of our players.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more room in that carousel if we see the eliminations coming through. Let's see. So, up against Estanishing in this round. Caution, it does feel like he's dropped off a little bit. We can see that the Zoe 3 is brewing, but it's not online quite as of yet. You mentioned before that the double backline carry from Estanishing just rips through the front line like it's not there at all. And I think our first elimination, but we might be seeing more.
That we might. Alan also taken down the Polish, or one of the Polish players, not doing so hot here with the takedown, and the Austrian player in Kofnet also going down. 6 players now remain. What jungler should be surviving here with a Garen locking onto the Jen, and that will be the case. Oh, Chinar also down.
Wow. We have ripped through our players hit there, and in terms of implications from them going forward, Kofnet came 5th last time into 8th, certainly not a great start, but for Alan in particular, that was a devastating result.
Oh, look at Estanishing.
To 7th place.
Racing for the Faded Emblem. So fortunate. We saw it from Salva yesterday. These Faded players who load into the Stage 5 carousel, they're already doing well, and then they get a Faded Emblem to hit 7 Faded when they go 9. It's just pretty crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, we know what this is going to end up looking like. Having the 7 Fated in the mix is absolutely amazing, but we're down to our top 5. Loescher has risen to the top of the heap. Him and Shining Star, the only players with money in the bank, and Shining Star's just spent his to go level 9. The rest of the lobby, they are down to, the cupboards are bare for nearly everybody else. It does feel like Loescher's got everything he needs to take the first.
I love the game plan from Estanishing as well. Not stuck on 6, trying to play for Kindred 3 with Baboom. Knows he wants to go 8 to find Syndra, and now using Hui to print the last 2 copies of that Kindred to find a next big power spike for Opal. Trying to stay alive, 25 HP, 2 lives. It seems like, can this Kog'Maw do enough with heavy hitters, with the crazy setup he has with the combat augments? Only a 2-item Cho'Gath, though, is the only, I think, weakness right now on this board.
Yeah, I mean, the story champion Garen, though, doesn't manage to punch through on the far side. He's been kept in place for the entire round, but there might not be enough single time damage. Yeah, he's scaling up throughout the round. Kog'Maw is only scaling up in terms of range. I think the Garen's got enough attack to punch through. 1, 2, he's looking for it. The Kog'Maw gets hit, and Opal disappointed.
And the Kog'Maw's like, come on, guys, I'm doing everything I can. I'm just injecting so much DPS. Can you guys do a little bit more, please?
Oh, well, at least Opal did get going to be epic cash out there, so a little bit more HP, a little bit more gold. I can start getting things fully into position here. Has the Golden Remover to mix things up. I think also, if I didn't miss my guess, found an upgrade to Nautilus in the previous round, so I think Opal's still got a decent shot here. His primary rival at the moment, Wet Jungler, they're both on basically identical HP, and a place in the top 4 is at stake.
I love this from Opal. He removes the items off of the Hui or the Caitlyn, lets the fight load in, sees, does my Caitlyn have a good snipe? I'll put the Shojin or the red buff on her, and if not, he can put it onto the Hui instead.
And it's going to be up against Loescher. It might actually be the player here, Opal, to break Loescher's streak. We know Loescher's still got 100 gold on the So he's got a lot more to give in this lobby, but Silas, unfortunately for Apal, penetrates through to the back line, deletes him, sweeps it away. I think Apal has got enough to survive the round. With Wet Jungler, I believe, losing as well, they are now still both up for execution.
That's where it hurts not having the Gunblade onto the Kag'Maw. You're going for the damage version, which I think is correct ever since, you know, some changes to the comp around the middle of the set. But it does mean that if you have this Silas kind of slowly tickling you, slowly taking you down, you don't have a way to Omnivamp to heal back up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it be incredibly powerful, but I'd have to imagine with the Garen in the lobby as well, the temptation just to have enough DPS to have a chance of bringing him down has got to be tempting. To come to the next PvE round, of course, we're looking to see who can squeeze out a little bit more power for the composition of Pal and Wet Jungler. They're still face-to-face with each other for that top 4 spot. Estanishing is building up ahead of Steam himself, though, in second place, and also having recovered his economy very well.
And I would say asymmetrical importance off of that of this last item coming through for most of our players here, because Estanishing still had an open slot on his Kindred. Obviously, we mentioned already Opal had an open slot on either the Caitlyn or the Cho'Gath. So some players are really getting a little bit more benefit from this item than others.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to be the consequences being here in Stage 6. The players will be at different stages. Wet Jungler, again, going to hold off on the last bit of itemization as comes in against the trick shot board we can see on the other side there. That's Shining Stars board that he switched to in the very late going. You can see the itemization is still very good on the right-hand side of the screen. Up against the Garen, I will see if it's enough DPS to actually take him down, because he is a tough nut to crack, but he is spec'd more for anti-magic damage.
That's right, and that's an AD comp he's facing. Wet Jungler taken down, could be a 5th, could be a 4th. Opal also taken down in the process, and it will be Wet Jungler in 5th, Opal in 4th, just barely sneaking in a top 4, getting those extra points in the placements for the standings. Shining Star, Estanishing, and Loescher left alive. 3 different countries represented, and 3 very different stories for these 3 players counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, we know Loescher as this incredibly well-established player in the scene, but we haven't get to talk too much about the Spanish scene, Estanishing. You know, coming into this one, you know, what should the good people know about Estanishing?
He's a great guy. He's a coach. He did a lot of work in helping a lot of the up-and-comers in Spain improve. I always asked him every set, Estanishing, I think you're very good at the game. I think you're very knowledgeable whenever I talk to you. Why are you not competing in GSCs? And his answer was always a bit, you know, wiffy-waffy, not really giving a clear reason why, not having enough time, etc. Now he's competing, and I'm still going to ask myself, why has he not been doing this for longer? He's a very, very good player. He can put up great results. He had his first ever GSC in GSC 2. He made it to day 3 there. He plays a second GSC. He makes it to day 3 again, and with the top 3 here in game 2.
All right, Shining Star losing out in that previous round, but barely. Means that he stays alive. Estanishing also losing out to Loescher, who does seem to have recovered more. It's kind of crazy to see Loescher in first place on a 12-round win streak with 90 gold unspent in the bank. I mean, sure, Kabuko is benefiting from that, but the fact that he's still got more to go, he's at level 10, he can still be buying up even more units to make this board somehow even stronger.
This is the mathematically correct way to play it out. You're getting stronger and stronger the more gold you hold. If you're continuing to win, you don't need to spend any of it. Try and min-max, try and get as strong as possible. Try and become the ultimate beast when it comes to the end of this stage 6. And for now, we'll see if Loescher can do it again. The Aurelia is upgraded to 2 stars. You're going to be doing that much more. Red buff, Rageblade, great itemization. Kabuko stalling, buying so much time. The AD-centric game plan from Shining Star, finally able to put in a lot of damage. It's just Kabuko that's alive. Can he heal and clap in time to win it? I don't think it's the case. Too much DPS for a single target, especially coming in.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Shining Star stays alive for another round. Do bear in mind that Estanishing and Loescher, they both got the high 20s HP left, so it's still a long road for Shining, but you know, his prize fight away is Shining Star taking the very much less traveled route through this game. Maybe he's got enough to fight for top 2, if not the top 1.
And Loescher is in a situation that seems fantastic, right? A lot of gold, a lot of HP, great game plan, but there's a lot of pressure here as well. When you have so much of an advantage, or at least it seems like it, you're now put against the ropes because you've lost a fight, and you have to answer the question of, how do I guarantee I win a game that I've had so much high rolls with the augment synergies, with just the game plan in general? I have to now clutch up and find the correct way to win this without giving anyone else a chance. And Irelia 3 might be the answer.
Yeah, I mean, you spent a lot of money as Loescher to get this point. We'll see if Shining Star, how he does against Estanishing here. Estanishing is up at level 10. Shining Star has got the combat caster for a little bit more beef, focusing the damage very heavily in the top right of your screen right now.
The Syndra.
The Syndra doesn't target the backliners, but the front line explodes very quickly. One more ult might be enough to do it. The Syndra gets dropped. The Xayah is not enough, and we're left here in any other circumstance. Shining Star. Wait, the Kale? No way!
Kale is an absolute beast, the true carry of the Trickshot comp. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's not the Teemo 3 with perfect items. It's not the Kai'Sa 2 with the Xayah 2. It's the Kale. We all know this.
That is ridiculous. I was certain a 3-item Thresh should be able to win out that fight, but hey, Shining Star holds on by his fingertips.
We're on 7.
Surely not.
Don't make it. Don't make it, Loescher, please.
All right. He's trying to build several different lines of the 3-star versions to make it very hard to deny. We can see the rest of our players, they got nothing left in the bank. They can't stop anything Loescher's trying to do.
And Loescher still has 2 lives, so if he loses this fight, then he can decide to try and sell off the Silas and the Galio and go for the crazy Irelia 3-win condition if he needs that in the end. Shining Star on the left, fighting for his life. Looks like he is going to be taking a win there. It looks like most of the DPS has been taken down, but the Irelia is still left alive. Will that be enough, or can the Teemo close up? I think it's not going to be the case. Teemo going to be taken down, Shining Star as well. It looks like Estanishing also taken down, and Loescher cements himself as the Lucky Paw Kabuko clapping king, celebrating his country as well. I think in preparation for tonight's Euro Cup game, but still, what a game, Peter, and what a 1% game as well. Finding the combination between Lucky Paws, the Bruiser emblem, and the hedge fund.
And I think it says it all there, the Loescher, who, another player who's very hard to get a reaction out of, breathing out on camera there and say, oh my gosh, I wasn't sure how that one was going to go. I think you're right there, without the big, knockout of the park finish, it was still up in the air, but great win there for our Dark representatives. Again, reigning it and defending it on the EMEA stage as regional champions 2 sets in a row. And of course, by the power of magic, we will have an interview, not live, but pre-tape with Loescher during the break. So hopefully we can infer some of the things that come to that first place. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Loescher. I'm 29 years old. I'm from Germany, currently living in Norway. Streaming and competing in TFT in my free time for quite some time now, and really psyched to be part of the next GSC again. Show some dominance. Hopefully have a good tournament. So the biggest thing about Inkborn Fables is the encounter mechanic, obviously. And I do think in isolation, this is a very good mechanic. It offers you to keep every game fresh, more decision making, so always like that. But obviously, you will always have growing pains. These certain interactions and certain encounters are obviously better or worse than others in certain situations. And having this all in sync, so it doesn't feel bad, is very challenging. And I do feel like this is a mechanic, kind of like the beginning of augments in set 6, where you kind of need 1 or 2 sets to calibrate it a bit, and then it's really good. But at the beginning now, we do have some balance issues, but hopefully we can resolve them in the next coming patches. It's already way better right now than it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, so I'm hopeful. Now, I want to give a shout out to my Twitch chat, who's always there shit talking with me, which is why I started streaming in the first place, to shit talk with people. And also all of the players preparing with me, most notably then Zaza and Ilya. But also Nomi, who is doing quite some casting on the side with me for some more German-focused event, and that's always really fun, and I really enjoy doing that. So I would just like to give the recognition for that here.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here, and after an amazing game, I'm just going to rave on about what a phenomenal play this was, because I stepped out to grab another coffee. I come back and I'm like, okay, what is Loescher doing, right? Kabuko doesn't have the best stats. You're like, nah, maybe this is going to be bad. Another player on the hero augment, and so on and so forth. And we're all just watching, watching in just tension, waiting for what he's going to cook up. Finds that Bruiser Crest there as third augment, and from there on it was just stonks and winning and absolute phenomenal gameplay. You guys wanted to say anything?
Yeah, they green screened out my German jersey. That's totally a real thing and not something I put over the image. I think it's great that we both predicted that it was going to be a German win. We were all on the same page. I'm actually happy to see, being honest for a second, happy to see Lucky Paws doing something. Given the stats yesterday, I was a little worried, but, having that hedge fund in this composition, the literal only composition where hedge fund gives direct combat power. It is the only one because you scale off that interest. So really heads up play from Loescher and a great game.
Yeah, also, speaking of heads up play here, we have Wet Jungler in picture right now. He had, with the encounter giving the infinite remover, he actually opted for, on a carousel, to grab hold of an Archangel stat to get more scaling onto this Garen, which eventually ended up meaning he ended up getting himself over the line to a 5th tier, despite a pretty rough start, even though he got that early story champion offered on to 1.
Yeah, and I mean, it is all about kind of being in the right mindset. Unfortunately for Wet Jungler, it didn't work out, even though he is wearing a jersey. I think he should just switch. Loescher showing us how to do it. Just be in tune with where you need to be, and it's all going to work out. At the end, they're even trying for just glory and fame, and to secure that final win for a 3-star legendary. Did have to sell that set in the end, but tried to make the Aurelia work. It just didn't come in time. The game was already over.
It's absolute heartbreak on my part. I really wanted to see the 3-star legendary, but unfortunately not in the cards today. But something that was in the cards that I absolutely did not expect was a Teemo reroll making it to top 3. Shining Star with that composition, taking it to 3rd place with an interesting line through the game, starting off with some generic AD items. Then suddenly we pan back over to his board and he's got a Teemo 3 with perfect items. Where did those come from? We don't know, but what we do know is that composition looked absolutely incredible by the time the game was over.
We actually do know, Matt, though.
Did it come from the entire game?
Yeah, the entire game. When you pick an augment that gives your opponents, you end up making funny items.
Yeah, that's true.
That makes sense.
We are currently still waiting on our standings for a little bit, as there are multiple lobbies going on at the same time. And I don't know if you can hear it, but unfortunately my washing machine is kind of going crazy right now. That's that weird sound in the back there. Sorry. But
it's showing its support for Germany. Let it be.
It's just excited as I am, honestly.
I'm excited too after that game. I'm looking forward to seeing what more we got. We've seen Kai'Sa before, and it's been up and down in performance. It's like, yay, she's there, and not really doing anything. But this time, we got to see her pop off. We got to see the Xayah as well, and how strong that composition can be. So, lots of fun so far on the day.
And there is more fun to come with more games to give, and we are going to be going in a quick break. We have an interview ready with Gluteus, another Dach player, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hello, my name is Gluteus. I'm from Germany and I'm currently playing for High Rollers. I've been enjoying set 11 so far, not necessarily because of encounters, but I just like the synergies and the unit. And even though the encounters usually influence your playstyle a lot, it's hard to say who's going to win the next GSC because There's so many good players, so we will see. I hopefully I will perform well again and make it to the finals. I mean, it's hard to say exactly one player. Let me guess. I don't know. Let's say Kubikson, because he's rank 1 right now. I mean, I did win in set 5, the regional final, but I guess this wasn't in the Rising Legends circuit. So for the Rising Legends tournaments, I think previous GC was my best performance, where I went 10th. I don't think he's that underrated, but I feel like a lot of people who recently joined TFT or played TFT don't really know about Salvi. So yeah, I would say Salvi, because since the beginning of TFT, he was always the top player, and just recently he found the big success. So yeah, so Salvi. Yeah, I also wanted to shout out my family and friends and all the people who supported me so far, the German community and high rollers, of course.
Welcome back to our caster desk here. After 2 games already happening, we are seeing some trends, Panda.
We're seeing trends of top players doing well with these off the beaten path comps, like that Kabuko Lucky Paws from Loescher, like Licornin, really, I think, cementing the power and strength of Lux reroll as a comp, a new comp for this patch, but one that is completely taking over the tournament.
It is, and it's not only Lux, it is Jenna, it can be Teemo, it can be Zyra. We were mentioning it's top of show as well. There's just so many outs you can play to, and it often can also fit into the Exalted, so that is something to look out for. We do have a very interesting lobby on our hands though, and I personally am really excited to see that Darkest is in this lobby, next to all of our Dach players, of course. Because Darkest has been a player that I've been just raving on and on about because they're so creative, and as Peter was alluding to, just a player that has come pretty close to winning the whole damn thing already. There might be a chance of doing it again. We're going to take a look at our standings here. Top 32, Alan, unfortunately not doing too well.
Brennan as well there. The Spanish player is a bit of a hiccup in that first game, but bouncing back a tiny bit for Dyson and Blacksap, both identical scores, an 8th and then a 4th for either player. Players, I think favorites like Enzo and tournamentn have to really bounce back from these first 2 results and try and climb up to that top 16, to that top 8. But then we see that new wave of Spanish players, Estanishing doing really well, Safo as well, and as you mentioned, Darkest, back-to-back wins, maybe a 3rd coming up in this next broadcasted lobby.
I like how you're just very scooting by Safo and Estanishing sitting in those top 8. Definitely a very good showing from our Spanish representatives as well. But of course, Licornin, if he can keep it going on that Lux trajectory, then the stars seem to align in the right direction, because thus far, he has a pretty insane rate on the Lux.
And both of the G5 players, the Turkish prep group, are doing really well. I think continuing to prove the power of prepping together with other top players, where you're all slowly elevating each other, learning from each other, and reaching new highs for themselves and for Turkey as a region without their star player gang really being a presence at all in this set 11 Inkborn Fables.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what this game has in store, because as we've been seeing in the couple last games yesterday and the day before that, there's always counters that might take turns in a little bit of a crazy direction. So we have to be on our toes to wait and see where we're actually headed with this lobby. Any encounter that you personally would like to see, Panda?
Like very specific question, Makes. Did you like read the script or something for this game 3? I'm starting to not like where this is going. I don't want Kane. I don't want Lilia and her randomness. And Yorick, I think once per tournament is enough, just to remind viewers that it exists and allow us to analyze the differences for a normal game. But I would like, as always, Makes, boring, low variance, and let the players do the proving of, you know, what high-level TFT should look like.
There are some people that argue Kane is a match of skill that proves what high-level TFT looks like. I'm not going to go there, personally speaking, but it's possible. We haven't seen Kane on the broadcast thus far yet, and you know, with our final game, our format, where we're cut down to players and the final game is just our top 8, I'm just trying to get it out of the way, to be honest with you, because we've had a final game of a Day 3 be Kane before, so maybe now is a good time.
I think it's still always more exciting as a Game 7, especially for players who have experience playing it and winning with it. As
I would say that.
At GSC1 with Lekoko taking that win there. But overall, I'm just really excited to see what the comps look like for this game, because already there's kind of the micro meta of the first day, how that adapts and changes players' game plans coming to day 2. And then I think everyone finding somewhere in the middle between, you know, the most played comps and still finding success with Faded, for example. We're seeing if there's only a singular Faded or Lux player, they're almost always in the top 4. We saw from Corn in game 1, we saw it from Estanishing this last game where no one else was on Faded. He was able to play that Kindred 3, that Syndra 3 or Syndra 2 rather, very easily into that top 2. So all in all, that's the key thing. And if we see hero augments, some players, I think it was Lukaku specifically, 25% of his games in day 1 and 2 were hero augment games, and he top 4'd all the times that he had the option to play them. We saw what jungler now as well. Obviously the lucky pause. So it's all about these. Oh, Salvi was in a bit of a prayer mode there. I think he knows he needs a lot of points to try and make EMEA Finals this time.
He's just focusing on himself, okay? Sometimes you need to just get in the right mindset, and Salvi knows this like few others. But we are going to be going into here. No Kane would have appeared first and foremost, but instead 3 portals. Ascending augments could be interesting, as well as that champion conference, giving you a little bit more, well, tempo, pizzazz, power in the late game, and it is going to be that ascending augments coming through. A quick note, maybe, I don't know if we've spoken about this on broadcast too much, Wet Jungler being a new signee for the Esports org Carmine Corp. Usually we've seen that with Canvas and Double 61. This time around, where Jungler is also going to represent them, even though that's a French org, he's kind of siding with them here.
A big, I think, plot twist for most of the diehard fans of TFT and EMEA. I think rather surprising that French players would team up with DACH players. It's usually French are very much keeping to themselves within their own prep groups and study groups. But in this case, with the point system and the qualification system, it made sense. And they formed, I would say, one of the biggest powerhouse teams of all time, with both of the KC cousins, Double 61, and Canvas joining Wet Jungler and Dark Hydra for what is sure to be a crazy tournament in August for the EWC.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to look forward to, but I'm also looking forward to it right now as we are looking across this lobby here. Of course, with Ascending Augments, we know exactly what we're getting. Is there anything players should look out for, in your opinion, with knowing what kind of tier augment you're getting?
You're not getting hero augments in stage 2, but you can get them in stage 3, and you can get the plus versions as well. So I would say indexing a little bit more into holding things like Yorick's, finding Yorick's 2, playing around Umbral, and maybe finding that Yorick hero augment with 3 extra copies of Yorick and make it very easy to hit Yorick 3. And it's one of the angles towards playing Yorick as a hero augment, finding success with it, in my opinion.
All right, interesting. We'll see if it does come true, if any of the plus hero augments show up. But first, we're gonna get our silvers here, and we are seeing a little bit of kind of direction for Salvi, at least already on the board. Did find a Kindred there as an option together with 2 Rek'Sai, so could be angling for that Syndra if the items and augments turn to be just right, and he's definitely thinking about it, as some players are also already locking in on the right side. A lot of pumping up. 2 players already picked it. Salvi has a chance to go there too.
I was gonna start singing a song, but I'm gonna do, give our viewers a solid and not do that. But I'm sure you can imagine with how much pumping up is being picked up, what song that would be, especially for a summer tournament like this one. But looking at the board here for Salvi, into Storyweavers, could be thinking about playing into Kai'Sa. Currently has great items for Teemo, and as I talked about in the first 2 days, I think Teemo is once again one of the key points of having a stable stage 2 and 3, itemizing Teemo with Morello and blue buff, and then finding the 80 items for Kai'Sa later in the game.
That's exactly the game plan, but we are seeing some more game plans on the opposite side of the board. Tartman coming through. We did highlight Tartman in the pre-show this morning as well. Already has that Morello and already has a lot of fated units available there as well. So players are angling for similar lines. I'm just want to say thank you for not singing that song. However, do you think our pumping up players are going to go down similar lines now?
Oh, I thought you were ask if they were gonna be singing the song while playing. They might.
No,
I think pumping up is
a very
it's a very generic augment. If a comp wants attack speed, in most cases things like snipers, for example, even I would say Jan and Lux to some degree, it can work out. It doesn't really lock you into one specific type of or one specific comp, more kind of a genre of comps in terms of backline carriers that want the extra attack speed, and that can scale into the late game, especially in terms of kind of rerolls hitting their spike later in stage 3, for example, and forecast game plans hitting their spike later in stage 4. A small pause here, but time for us, Makes, to really break down some of the players, some of the characters in this game number 3. One of those players is Lytic, number 1 in the standings, finishing off day 2. And continuing the trend of coaches suddenly popping off as players as well. Lytic is one of the big coaches for TFT and EMEA on Metafy, and he's really having a lot of success individually as a player as well.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's rather TFT specific, if you'll allow me that comment, because in TFT, if you're a coach, right, you're seeing so many scenarios and you're engaging with them on a level that is sometimes really hard if you're just playing. Stuff like a Yorick encounter, stuff like the Kayn encounter that just doesn't come by as often as you maybe would like for it to practice it. If you have a lot of kind of coachees, then you can try things through them and therefore study a little bit more variability in these approaches. Game has continued here, and on the opposite side we are seeing Sologesang, of course, a player we've been highlighting as well. Do you think Solo has it in him to finally take a GSC, like win the whole thing?
Before I answer, I'm going to nitpick a little bit. I think the word is students. I'm not sure if coachee
I'll take coachees.
Is accepted.
That's fine.
In the English dictionary, but I
a coach and a coachee. It's like employer and employee.
Not convinced. Yes,
No,
I see that. I see
I'm
where
sure.
it comes from, but I'm still not totally convinced on this. I love to be proven wrong. Maybe there's some English-speaking country that adopts this exact terminology. For Solo, I hope so. I think he's a player that has been around for so long. He's by far the number 1 on the ladder snapshots across this set, eclipsing everyone else. Has been super consistent on ladder, top 10 pretty much no matter what day you're looking when it comes to EU West server. And he is still missing that really, really big success. He's had some great runs in EMEA Finals. He's made it, to day 3s, but he hasn't won a tournament. And this is a player that's been around for so long. Everyone has considered him a favorite for sets and sets and sets. Can he finally win a tournament? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned it there in passing. 8 times in a row making it to day 3 is definitely a stat that is kind of insane if you think about it. And if there is any player I would expect from it, is probably Sologesang, but cannot cap on it, cannot find that top 1 finish at the end of a tournament. Similar story in the finals, like you said. So maybe, just maybe, it is finally time this time around. But we are going to be going into the carousel here. Players are starting to build out their win and loss streaks, and this allows us to have a little bit of a look across the comps here to maybe try and see what we're going for. Specifically that Kog'Maw, we're seeing it here on 3 boards, obviously more temporarily for now, but it has been, I think, a higher focus in this tournament for players to go for this Kog'Maw reroll angle.
Again, it's all about those alternate game plans. If you have a good start for it, extra item components, too much candy, these specific augments or portals that elevate certain comps to that next level, I think it's definitely a very viable game plan. Again, if you're asking me, a bit biased. I've been a big enjoyer of this reroll the entire set. And Solo seems to be actually indexing towards this comp. 3 loss streak, has specifically those units, is not leveling, has help is on the way. So a big thing with these competitions that want to lose early is trying to pair your augment and what it wants to do with your game plan, and Solo's doing just that.
He, I think, was lost tricking to try and get some priority on this carousel that just happened here for the blue buff. Had a tier already, and unfortunately the tier spawned on the opposite side and was yoinked from him. So no blue buff available for now, but could still get it from Krug, so I don't think the dream is gone just yet. But like you're saying, those items, those best in slot items for Kog'Maw, so relevant for this comp to actually get off of the ground. We'll see whether or not that will come to play for Sologesang once we actually go to the PvE round. Checking in with Wet Jungler on the opposite side here has built that Nashers already, so the AP line has been locked in.
Nasher, Shojin, 2 items you see slammed every single time in stage 2 for most of our competitors, because this is an AP-centric meta, and those are 2 items that go well on, 1 cost rerolls, 2 cost rerolls, 4 cost carries. I mean, really 5 costs even with Hui and Azir. Any champion in the game right now, except for Syndra really, and I guess Kindred to some extent, wants to use that Shojin Nasher combo.
Gonna be checking in with Salvi here again. Did have that very early Kindred start. Cannot play it for now, but is still holding on to it to maybe try and go that direction. However, the items are not very AP heavy. Had that extra sword there, no tiers to maybe build that Shojin like you're saying. We're just gonna move on through here and see what other players are up to. But all across the board, I think we can at least see a very heavy AP lean right now. We're also seeing our Exalted at the bottom there.
This is good news for anyone going AD. You're going to be it's relatively uncontested on things like the Kaisa. Peepoglad mentioned things like the Ashe, for example, from the right spots can still be very, very strong despite the nerf to sniper as a trait coming into this patch 14.12. Ceremonials has an IE and a bow slammed on Sivir, so that's potentially one player that is trying to play towards either maybe a vertical story weaver with Zoe Aurelia, or just the traditional Kaisa 4 trick shot line with Teemo as that early carry in stages 2 and 3. Here we are with Solo, 52 gold to work with, a massive roll down coming in soon, has a JG and has that singular tier for now.
Yeah, it really needs those items. We were mentioning it just 2 rounds ago, so we're going to be seeing what the payout is from the Krugs here. Gold is looking good, like you said. But if these items, for some reason, turn in another direction, I assume we're just not going to see that roll down at all, and he'll just going to scratch this idea. Gets a sword right off the get-go here, and that might be all she wrote.
Both are not ideal. The rod as well, after having already the JG, is not ideal. You want a bow or a belt. Doesn't find a tier. Actually, wait, no. There is a tier right there. It's rolling down his cheek as he sees these item components load in.
Get out, Panda. What the heck? Bill Rolls,
I wanted
though,
to say
has
it during
not
the stage 2 carousel,
abandoned
but
his game plan. Oh, interesting.
he has a chance still to find a few more extra components. You can itemize Caitlyn potentially. You can make Steadfast with the glove and the chain onto the Cho'Gath. It's not all lost here, but missing the tier and the bow and the belt, which are must-have items for the Kog'Maw with the Nashers, it makes it a little bit dicey. Maybe a 3-2, yeah, it could be a big grab bag with descending augment. So that's maybe what he's hoping for with the gold augments coming up.
We're going to be waiting and seeing where this path leads. For the players that's working out, Tartman on that Kindred already has the Morello, already has that blue buff, so very much locked into that direction for now, at least, depending on how many people are on it. We've seen people pivot in and out of this comp a bunch, so I'm not gonna lock myself into saying it just yet, but the spot definitely looks very, very good for Tartman here, and we are gonna get our augments. Come on in. Can he get something to help him out of this position?
Do we see big grab bag coming through? 3 extra components to try and close out some of these key items. That's the big question. Solo, I think, is already fully committed to the line of playing Kog'Maw reroll. He has so many copies of the Malphite, he has so many upgrades already. And it's, again, an alternate path he can take to not have to contest others on, the Syndra lines and the Lux reroll lines, etc.
Oh, I'm liking a lot of the augments that we're seeing on the right-hand side. With Jungler being able to find that boiling point makes Lux 2 on the back of it. Of course, is also going to get the Amumu. So nice little upgrade for this board here. A pair of Amumu already. 3-2 is in a great spot. Selvi gets that extra Story Weaver crest and therefore can go into the vertical Story Weavers. A comp we highlighted this morning does really, really well right now if you have the spot for it. And he just got it. Playing Silver Spoon early on allows him to get that early tempo, and now getting the unique angle in this lobby, at least no one else on that, is going to do really well, most likely.
It will be the green, blue, blue, and I have to hope there aren't many duelist players trying to fish for Irelia as well, especially when it comes to the stage 4 carousel, where you can sometimes get very lucky and find that kind of trait spike legendary if you are first or second pick. Salvi for now relatively healthy, so it will be hard if he keeps winning the rest of these fights.
I'm going to be looking at what else we got here. I think we maybe should check in with Darkest. You're on a 7 loss streak right now. Pretty substantial, I would say, but not a position where I'm too worried just yet. Picked up that Dryad emblem as well as pumping up, and we're seeing the comp right now is on 4 Dryad already to try and maybe flex in that Syndra later on is what I'm guessing.
The only problem with this, we saw it from, I think, Chuso in day 1 and Shinar in day 2, is this kind of game plan where you say, hey, my early game is not strong. I pick up scaling augments like pumping up. I'm going to scale into a very strong roll down in stage 4, 1, and maybe go on a 8, 9, 10 loss streak to get there. If you miss on that roll down at 4-1, your game is essentially over. We saw top players like Chuso not really being able to recover from low roll positions in that situation. We'll see the same will happen here from Darkest.
We're going to be seeing how Darkest does with the Teemo and bench definitely open to kind of going into that Exalted would work out with the Rek'Sai and something like the Aphelios in the backline there. If you can all make it work, does have that extra emblem to try and get a little bit of extra there. And Nico coming through and handing out some duplicators for our players.
Syndra, opposite side, Darkest able to take it, so gets a little bit of something for going down to 45 HP so quickly, being first pick on this stage 3 carousel.
And Zolo finally getting that second tier as well. The bleeding was worth it. The waiting was worth it. Gets that duplicator, gets a 3-cost unit as well as a tier. The blue buff is finally complete, and that will be the second item on the Kog'Maw. You can see it at the bottom there on our overview. Really, really good bailout after that augment choice being kind of disappointing for him.
Dark is rolling down on 7 already. I like this. I just said, some players we saw before from top competitors like Chuso and Shinar just deciding to wait until level 8 and just continue free falling. Darkest says, you know what? I want to stop some of the bleeding here. I think I can get a little bit stronger on 7 and then find the Syndra later on. So playing it a tiny bit more safe, finds the Aurelia in the process.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive pickup, 3-5. You're going to see Selvi take a double take at that and go, huh? That's my unit. What are you doing with it? It's just going to be here for this moment right now. But the Syndra as well allows him to actually allocate those items onto her and get that carry going early on to maybe try and do exactly as you said and stop that bleeding going on here. Looks to be working out this time around against Ceremonials. And that's a player we should maybe check in with because I'm seeing some fortune shenanigans.
It is going to most likely just be a small cash out, if any cash out at all, with the Fortune, and then going into the Kai'Sa line. We saw already the Teemo items being built and kind of the half Kai'Sa items being built as well. So another player hoping for a successful roll down on level 8 somewhere in stage 4. Cho'Gath 3 is big. Still not Kog'Maw 3 or anywhere close to it though.
Yeah, it has that extra Caitlyn, so 1 copy of the Cade, a lot invested into that earlier on. I think you were talking about this in the previous cast, Panda, saying that often you just want to go for levels and then you fit in that way on the Mythic and just print the extra copies. That only works though if you have the damage to get there. So really this Kog'Maw should be a high priority right now, but Sologesang is not looking too shabby on economy, so I think there's still a good chance for him to get it off of the ground. but obviously with stage 4 approaching, you should get it sooner than later.
The battle of the win streakers here, Lytic against Peepoglad, both Czech players checking into this game 3 and having a lot of success at the very start of it, but Lytic, I think, understandably going to lose this considering he has a scaling augment in pumping up. Surprised he has managed such a win streak up until now.
Gonna be seeing what comes from our Wolves right now, and Patty just streaking through here, looking really good and healthy, has a set already on bench, and playing around the Iamtlt line, a line we're usually only seeing when players get that early emblem, but it has been doing really fantastic looking at her stats thus far. So if there is a chance that you can still make it, that you can still get it together, having a Loon on the Exalted here as well could be a way to make it all work out.
And some great units to final level 7. The Ornn, he finds the Udyr now as well. The sets somehow, somewhere. So, I mean, really working out for Peepoglad and making really great use of the Thieves Gloves as well with his first augment. The crucial roll down for Solo. Has to find Kog'Maw 3 on this roll down. You have to roll, I would say, up to 20, maybe even 10 until you do find...
One more, can't fit it. Is this where you level and you just, okay, no, sells off to Lilia, finds that Malphite 3, and in we go. Here is that Kog'Maw, and now you're just going to be hoping to find your other units back up soon.
A little min-max there. He's close to hitting 3 different units, so might as well just roll until he hits at least 1 more naturally, and then can use the duplicate on the second one. And he also stopped on 29 gold, so really perfect spot to stop before using 8 gold to level to 6 on 4-2.
And this is kind of bad news for the players that are on fringes that haven't stabilized yet, because while Peepoglad at the very top is pressuring down, Sologesang is now going to start fighting his way up and punching upwards to those players. So if you're caught between the two, you're just going to get a bunch of extra losses that maybe you weren't too prepared for just yet. But we're very close to our prismatic augments. We have ascending augments as portal here, so everybody knows that that's what's going to happen. Question is, can they hit what they were looking for?
For what jungler playing around the Lux reroll has a boiling point, has to think, where can I get the most value in my prismatics? Looks like it will be tank items, and it makes a lot of sense. Only had the singular tank item on the Amumu, needed to find more frontline, and he gets it. Salvi, I have a feeling he's not going to be going for golden egg, unfortunately. Goes for the hedge fund, gets the gold injection, trying to find some extra resources to roll down for Irelia, and he finds her.
That is a massive pickup. You could barely see it in his face. He just, very focused, picks it up, says, yes, thank you very much. But Irelia seems to be showing up for everybody, and that could be a little bit disastrous later on for Salvi, who is on that vertical line. We're now having 3 players with Irelia 1 on board.
Why are there 5 Galio ceremonials? You still have a Kaisa 1, there's no Xayah, you have a Bard on your board. Sell these Gallios and please use this extra gold to roll because you're on 7 loss streak, 33 HP for ceremonials here.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. Has a couple of extra rolls available. We are going to be seeing how this board does. For now, it is going to work out against a Lux 1. But Tartman is in a similarly bad spot. Roll down so much gold here. Picking up that 3rd augment Baboom is something we've been talking about in the previous game as well. Does so well on Kindred, does so well on Syndra, but only if you can actually get the comp online, and there's a lot of competition on this line.
There certainly is. Darkest found that early Syndra in the stage 3 carousel. Picked up a Faded Emblem on this last augment pickup, so Darkest potentially going to become one of the strongest players on a 2 win streak right now. Ceremonials does pick up an artifact here, using up 25 of that gold. Was it worth it? Sniper's focus is fairly strong on the Kaisa, on the Teemo. Maybe
well, the thing is,
he might need tank items. That's a problem, though.
So ceremonials pick the Call to Chaos, and we are hearing from our production what that reward was, as we weren't on the board when it was picked, and it's those 40 rerolls, which is why you're seeing that kind of sparkly interface at the bottom. They persist, so they stay around. He can try to get some econ back, but the issue is now you spent all your gold on an artifact, so I'm not sure that that is going to be enough. I'm a little bit worried. Once again, we're seeing Solo come on through here as kind of the boogeyman 3 win streak. Can he get a 4th one on the back of this Kog'Maw reroll?
And considering the board, it looks like he was given 2 rerolls. He still has Kai'Sa 1, doesn't have a single copy of Xayah yet either. I mean, the Galio upgrade is great, but you're still far away from the key upgrade you need to have on level 8. And look at the Cho'Gath soloing your board here. The triple item now, Cho'Gath becoming an absolute menace here for Solo. And Solo with the hedge fund, able to now start trying to get to level 8, level 9, fit in Hui, get the vertical mythic online.
Oh wow, 3 spatulas in this carousel here could be very, very interesting for players that still have open components to maybe make something with it. Tartman says, yes, thank you very much. Don't have a component, but I'll take it regardless. Raptors will be coming, and then I can maybe try to cook in some way, in some form.
Darkest, how many emblems do you want? Yes, is the answer. Has a Dryad emblem, has a Faded emblem, another emblem soon to be had once this spatula is converted into a full item, once a component comes through. But I don't blame him. Has a triple item Syndra already, has at least that Shojin on the Kindred, can now just look at the vertical traits. 7 Faded already online here for Darkest.
That's massive. And we are seeing ceremonials try to roll down and get those Kai'Sa upgrades in, but it is looking very dire. Heading on over to Litik, you were talking about this, looking at the Exalted as well. The Sniper Ashline can work into this really well. He's on 2 out of 3 Exalted as well. Only issues that we're not really having a strong front line and back line just yet. The Nautilus one is looking a little bit weakishly, as well as the Ash one, but it could be enough against boards like Darkest, who are also not fully upgraded just yet. One thing to note, the entire lobby is pretty much broke.
And no, it's not surprising at all. Every single player is starting to either spike or try and hit their spike at 4-2. The re-rollers are coming online. Wedge Jungler has hit the Lux 3. We see, of course, Solo. We saw the roll down. He hit the Kog'Maw 3. All the 4-cost players are rolling down on 4-2 heavily and trying to find their upgraded 2-stars. So once that lobby tempo increases, it increases in a big, big way. And whoever's not really hitting is going to be left behind.
We're now going to get extra items here from Alun. Just come on by, giving us some upgrades for the players. Big choices to be made. We are seeing some upgrades come on through. Salvi, we've been talking about this board earlier on, is on that Story Weaver line. Finding a Lee Sin too to get a little bit more oomph into this team. Question is, can he fit it? Answer is yes, he can. Goes on in there.
A triple item, the Alawi there is a frontline with the stone play. I have to imagine that will be the case. Up against this Kai'Sa board, still no Kai'Sa 2 for Ceremonials, and Ceremonials, his time is running out. 24 HP now for him, 22 for Tardaman. Salvi still a little bit healthier than the rest, but very close to the bottom end. Around 10 HP separating 8th place and 4th place in this lobby, and Salvi gets run over here by the Kai'Sa player.
That was a lot of damage all at once that maybe you weren't really ready for just yet. I'm seeing a lot of the duplicators on the bench as well. Petit here even has another golden one available. Every player in this lobby is going to make it to the Raptors, so at least that will work out. And Petit now also starting to lose a couple of rounds, but with 65 HP, you still have so much to fall back on. I'm almost a little bit surprised that he went all the way down to 0 gold.
Litik will see where he wants to go with his gold. 50 gold to work with. Maximum interest being met there for the Czech player. Still seeing on Ash 1. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't rolled more heavily, but I guess he just assumed, hey, I'm still winning fights. Even with just the Ash 1, I'm in a strong enough position with my early game. I have a lot of HP still to work with. Why not play for the win? Why not greed it out, try and go 9 potentially, or try and roll after hitting a lot more interest thresholds throughout the late stage 4?
I really like this from Litik because he knows he's not contested on the Ash. No one else is really looking for it. You have your Kog'Maw rerollers, your Faded players, your Story Weaver, but no one is really on that Sniper Warden angle. And we are seeing 6 Umbral come alive here for Petit as well, which should be a big upgrade point for this board. Litik, like you said, still up there, 60 gold. I think he'll start to roll until he actually levels up to fit that Exalted in.
For Darkest as well, Syndra 2 now finally found up against Kai'Sa 2, also finally found. So every player that needed it has found their key upgrades. Now we'll see how these boards, how these compositions match up. Syndra already half health, the chip damage coming in from the trick shots, a little bit too much to handle. It seems like the Ornn Is he able to last long enough? It looks like it is, but Kai'Sa comes through with her last ult, Inspiring Epitaph, helping add a little bit tankiness to the comp for Ceremonials.
Huge part for that board from Darkest there, not having that front line, sitting on an Ornn 1, having that Thresh not be a tank as you would like it, and you're looking at the other Faded player board and you're like, yeah, this is what I wanted. 3 item Ornn 2, so big, so strong, and also enabled by that extra Baboom. So I'm not so sure about Darkest being able to kind of claw their way out of this position. We were talking about the board early on saying, okay, will require a little bit of cooking, but so much health lost so early, and then finding yourself in a contest is going to hurt. Now, players like Wet Jungler who are getting these upgrades are also going to be in your match pool, and it might just be all too little too late. Salvi on the right-hand side, Darkest on the left-hand side, both players fighting for survival to try and make it into the next round, to try and maybe reach that carousel, find some extra upgrades. Positioning on the left-hand side looks good. The Syndra is well protected and fighting her way through the board. For Salvi, however, salvation has come too late. No Aurelia 2 and no other ways to cap out this board, unfortunately.
And unfortunate matchmaking hits Lytic right after he stops greeting. He hits his next big power spike, goes 9, rolls, finds the Ashe 2, and he's hit him overall at that peak form that Lytic was aiming for by sacking most of his stage 4.
Darkest, 4 HP, won the previous round, but really looking for those upgrades. Is not even sitting on 2 Ornns, just sitting on 1 to try and get this front line going in some way.
Not ideal for Ceremonials, missing the key 5 cost. Still a 4 win streak, but he has to start thinking of ways to make this board stronger as he faces off against players who are hitting this next big power spike. Well, Jungler is 1 off of Diana 3, just hit the Janna 3 recently to pair with the Lux. So some of these boards are getting very scary very quickly.
I think for Ceremonials, the big hit is having that Teemo 3. It's kind of like an undercover spy, really hitting some of those units out there, helping to get that damage served to the rest of the lobby. But we'll see how well it can do in the later stages here. Darkest fighting once more for survival. Syndra has gone down, and it's Kindred against 2 golden units there from Wet Jungler. Execution will follow. 7th place for Darkest.
The tournament as well in a single life. Solo taken down, not dead just yet though. 6th place for Solo in the current standings, and Tardaman on 11 HP. Both of the Faded players looking a little bit grim for them in this game number 3. Another Faded emblem.
Hardman looking at that Faded emblem and saying, don't mind if I do, has priority here and goes for it straight away, of course. The way could have been interesting for Sologesang, but goes for the Shojin instead to try and actually itemize the one he has and get that extra damage out there already. Is on 7 Mythic, but doesn't seem to have a way out.
Lilia 2 has been found. I've talked about it kind of in a different way to the start of the set. Lilia has a lot more importance in this Kog'Maw club in terms of adding that extra DPS carry, especially with Caitlyn having no items here, items being on Hui for now.
Looking through the lobby, Lytic now also rolled down, found that Ashe 2, so more damage should be coming out from the top there as players are starting to be with the back against the wall. Tartman here and Sologesang. Oh, we're getting double Tartman, but I promise you left side is Sologesang. At least his board is there, even if his camera is not. Both of these players are trying to stay in the game, trying to make this positioning come alive. The Lux on the left side just absolutely annihilates the Kog'Maw carry there. Can the Hui and the Lilia clutch it out?
It's a close fight otherwise. It's Cho'Gath trying to solo the Lily on the opposite side. It looks like it might just barely do it, but not quite. If Solo had moved the Kog'Maw one more spot to the right, dodging the double hit from Lux onto both Caitlyn and Kog'Maw, that could have changed the outcome of the fight completely. So unfortunate for the German player.
Yeah, that was really rough. I did see the idea of kind of like splitting them up left and right to try and get at least one of the backlines going, and it did come down to the wire. Unfortunately, not working out entirely. Tartman, though, hanging in there, finds 6 Faded for now, but will go on to the 7 on the back of this emblem back up. and has a good, strong front line going. Goes up against Wet Jungler, though. We've seen what this board can do. Fully upgraded in the backline. Even has that Lilia with the Thieves' Gloves. She's rolled some questionable things, but she's there as well, participating in this fight. Can that Syndra survive and avoid that Lux? The answer is yes. She takes them both down. With this great positioning, tournamentn stays in.
That's it, ideal positioning. You have the Syndra on the same side as Lux getting targeted last, ideally. And you also have the Kindred potentially dancing around, maybe making the Lux miss 1 or 2 ults, which could be all that matters in the race for DPS in these late game fights.
Break coming up. 5 players in the game still. 2 of them on their last life. Wet Jungler could tank 1 more hit. 18 HP should be good enough. But he's now also looking at maybe finding that last very important upgrade of the front line to try and buy that Lux and the Janna some more time.
In a very close game in this game 3, we saw last game Loescher so far ahead in terms of economy, in terms of HP, in terms of just general projection for the strength of his board. In this case, it is very, very close here. 2 players on 1 life, 3 players on 2 lives. Anything can still happen here. Even Peepoglad does not look that scary when it comes to his board. It's strong, yes, but it isn't overwhelming for most of our competitors.
Last upgrades being found did roll down, but no Diana 3 to come alive. Mumu's out of the question to fully upgrade, so it will have to do with this front line. Like we said, 18 should be enough depending on how the matchmaking goes, but Peepoglad is now back up on that win streak. Only player that still has capital to really go somewhere is Litik. Ceremonial sitting on 50 gold with 1 loss in on 13 HP is almost a little bit too comfortable for my liking, but we'll see how the matchup goes out between tournamentn and him right here, right now. Kai'Sa is still alive, but so is the enemy backline, and they will absolutely shred him. 50 gold saved for next game.
Really big for tournamentn, the last second positioning, moving Syndra to the opposite side, dodging any shenanigans with Sylas trying to breach into the backline early into the fight, and then Sylas was bursted down halfway through the fight, cleaned up a lot of that DPS that isn't just the Kai'Sa and the Teemo, and again, the front line lasting for so long, the Ornn able to print out so many extra items.
Wet Jungler donkey rolling here, trying to find that Diana 3 is not going to come online for now. 2 losses in, 0 gold to work with, and it's all going to come down to whether or not he can beat Peepoglad. We're going to get a view of this board on the right-hand side there, and on the left-hand side, we're also getting tournamentn going up against Litik. 2 of our Czech players putting the lobby, you thought right, in check here, as the top 4 are being determined. tournamentn getting knocked out on left-hand side. Can Wet Jungler avoid the same fate? Looks to be like the answer should be yes here. The Alun will go down, and that will be his way into our top 4.
The relatively close one with the Alun positioning, trying to maybe target the Lux somewhere a little bit earlier than usual, having that second Hex Alun, but not quite in the way that Peepoglad would have liked. And now it is a case, 2 players on 1 life, only Litik really on 2 lives this late into stage 6. And love to see the Ashe doing well. Peepoglad, I think he mentioned in top of show, from the right spots, Ashe can be very, very strong. And we saw Litik with pumping up, one of the stronger augments for playing this Ashe line.
Not only just that, but I think we might even have Exalted on the board, if I'm seeing correctly. That's why we're playing Alun. So lots and lots of extra shenanigans coming into play for this line to do well right here, right now, as well as most of the other players in this lobby really prioritizing AP, opening up your items in the carousel, but it is going to come down to who can survive. Left-hand side, Wet Jungler once again trying to get that positioning on the Lux just right, and the answer is that it's going to be just that. We'll take down the final front line and move on to our encountered carousel for our top 2 players. Peepoglad, though, getting eliminated here in 3rd place.
Nothing too crazy for either player. The Umbro player has been taken down. Porcelain is big for Wet Jungler. Litik, the bodyguard, defending against that pickup from Wet Jungler. Great job, Litik. You did a security on point for this carousel. And Litik laughing, knowing he that maybe was a turning point in winning these next few fights. One key thing though is Ashe right now makes in the corner. Lux shoots at the corner. So positioning going to be so relevant for Litik to try and dodge that Lux ult for as long as possible.
Yeah, we'll see some shenanigans, I'm sure of it. Of course, you're also trying to kind of keep that buff from the Senna onto the Ashe, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of juggling happening right now. As you can see, just the triple threat, you know? You move it to the left, you move it to the right, and then you move it back to the left, get your enemy confused. But is it going to work out in your favor? Because Wet Jungler used to true and tested, just don't move at all. And that way, we might see the Lux get that target on really soon. Aphelios and Senna already down. Lux now getting that ult, but everything else has already collapsed. And it is going to be the final win here for Lytic.
And Lytic needed it. He was first place in the standings yesterday. He dominated the field, a lot of confidence as well, but starting things off today, only 6 points in 2 games. Not how you want to start off a day 3 if you're trying to make it to that game 6, make it to that game 7, maybe even win the whole thing, become the second Czech player to do so. So a really big win for Lytic here.
It absolutely is. It's great to see. Unfortunately, both of the Czech players in the same lobby, they were a bit fatigued with the third place. I think can still be very proud. We have an interview ready with Theunbornyordle, and then after that, our analyst task is going to tell you more about it, so stay tuned.
I am Theunbornyordle. I'm 24 years old. I am from Tunisia. I play for CST Esports, and this set is going to be mine. So I started playing TFT in set 1. I am actually the first MENA player to ever achieve a challenger. I was playing since the beta, and I really loved the game at launch, and I still love it till now, but sometimes I have to take breaks, but I'll keep riding this game till I achieve something one day, hopefully. Yeah, I feel like TRCs are so good for the game. It actually helps community to be united and be strengthened over time, like together. I think France is so much strong now because they actually are all together. They form teams. They play 4v4 together. They are so united. So I want to achieve worlds one day. I need to work more hard for that goal to make it real, because I am sure that I can achieve it. But for now, let's hope I make some good results in the next GSCs. First of all, I am going to shout out my family, which are supporting me in everything I do. Also, I'll go to shout out the Tunisian community, our Discord in particular, and all my friends that support me, and I have much respect for.
Well, everyone, welcome back. Lux on stream has an average placement of 2. So, bit of an interesting start. kind of what we expected, and I think a similar story for the bottom of the table. You know, we saw Darkest going for that Fated Dryad, looked like they had a pretty good line on it, and then Tardaman swoops in from behind with a 2-star Ornn, and suddenly Darkest is out in 7th.
No, wait, I want to kind of race this with you, because I can't recall seeing the Dryad emblem working terribly well. In the games that I've seen at least, but from what you're seeing, is it the pick there that was the problem, or was there something else from Darkest that was causing trouble?
I mean, it's just a situation of the fact that you put yourself in such a deep hole by going for the pumping up, right? Like, it was such a big scaling position that you kind of had to rug up with. And like, he didn't necessarily find his way out, as you were talking about, Matt. He was too consistent on the line, didn't find the needed upgrades. Because if you look to the side of Todman, right, again, he also made great use of a Dryad Emblem to kind of flex out his board, remove some of the worst units on the board instead here. But the real kicker here at the top of the standings is going to be that Ash board from Alanzq.
And it was an interesting one as well. This is something that we've been kind of keeping in mind and showed up in our interview top of show, where this composition, even if it's weaker than it once was when it completely dominated the meta, is still strong enough. And when it's an uncontested line, it's all the more strong. So Lytic was able to pull that out, find the line early on, and uncontested ran his way through the game with some great play and an exalted pickup as well.
Yeah, someone else was uncontested.
Impressive. Well, with Wet Jungler being in second place with the Lux board, I was certain that that any build that relied on a mobile backline carry would really suffer, Weta.
Yeah, and I think it's like, again, talking about uncontested, Wet Jungler being able to pull out his second Lux reroll game of the entire tournament. But also, like, he played 3 reroll games in the first 2 days. Now we've seen him play 2 reroll games on stream already, which I think is super interesting. As you were talking about, Peter, there was the fight with Sologesang this game, right, with the Cockmore, whereas they were also talking about on the desk, where if you move the unit one more step to the right there, then like you don't get caught on. That's the thing, like that positioning mini game coming out of the locks here is such a big deal, and it's such a big threat to those backline carries, and Alanzq was on top of that.
And I think this is kind of a key into why we're seeing so much less Lilia in this meta, because she benefits from being in the same position that Lux is really good at hitting. So little bit of interplay there as well.
All right, gentlemen, let's take a look at our table. These are all 32 of our players playing here in day number 3. You can see we're getting to the halfway point of the day, and I think we saw in that previous game needed that big win to come through, but we can see, as expected from what we saw before, we've got some Turkish players up at the very top of the table, even taking the 7th in the last one. Darkest is still in a very good position.
And I think this looks like the best that Shining Star has been doing in a day 3. We've been following him for a while, ever since being introduced to us in the first Super Brawl, and this is an incredibly strong start across the board for our top 3. Darkest, despite going 7th in the last game, first, and a 7th averages out to getting a 3rd 3 times. So they're still doing quite all right at the top of the leaderboards there in 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what comes from that longer term. As I say, we saw on the scoreboard there, there's still a lot of different countries and things knocking through here. Of course, we've got to keep in front of mind, this will be the last time we'll have a Golden Spatula Cup before it changes to Tacticians Cup in a future season. So I think there's a lot of pride, a lot of prestige for the person who's able to take that final cup.
Yeah, and someone like Dabudibudai right at the top of the standings have been consistently at towards the top of the standings both on day 1 and on day 2. So super excited to see that they are keeping up that form going into this final day of this GSC.
With that, we'll head over back to our casters. Makes and Impetuous Panda take us into game number 4.
Thank you so much, guys, and we're so excited for our next lobby because there is a player in there, Panda, that we haven't seen on stream just yet, but we have talked about him in the pre-show. I'm talking about Bliss, and hopefully we can bless him in this next game to do a little bit better. Bliss and Alan both on a trajectory where they need higher finishes to make it through here.
Well, I'm also very excited about this lobby, but nothing personal, Bliss. It's not about you. It's about the Spanish frauds being joined together in one lobby for game 4. Dalesom and Safo are both here. Megs, you had your triple Doch lobby in game 3. Let me take this one, all right? Let me get my 2 Spanish guys online. And Alan,
you're
Yanni,
getting
still.
it. you're getting it. Safo in the first 2 games getting a 2nd place. In that 3rd one, though, finding an 8th knocked him down a fair bit. He was in the 2nd place overall after game number 2. And Dalazom trying to claw his way up. So both of these players are in kind of opposite trends as we look upon our first 3 games, but they were chatting earlier in day 1 saying that, oh, you know, the Spanish scene is not as good, trying to maybe counter jinx themselves, as we are going to be looking at our portal choices here. Will Alan go there? Will he try to one guy this lobby?
I think the people, they know what they want. They want just 3 champions, something low variance, a little bit of extra gold to work with to move up with those economy thresholds to get to level 8, to have more gold at that point for the core cost. All the players seem to be vibing. They're happy with their decisions. For Alan, though, we have to mention he went from an 8th to a 7th to a 1st. We said he needed to find a big result in game 3. He did find it. We'll see if that momentum can carry over in this extremely stacked lobby. The 2 current best players in the EMEA, according to different judges and power rankings, Kubrikson and Double, once again together in this game 3.
And a big part in this games is not only just finding those high finishes, but maybe already playing for what the rest of our tournament has in store. Because after round 5, we're going to be eliminating the lower half of the players. Then after round 6, we play 1 more round with just the top 8. So you really need to find those high finishes, not just the top 4, to make those cutoffs here in the next couple of games. Points are not reset, so anything matters right now for the very final finishes, for the very final Golden Spatula Cup qualifier points that then decide who moves into finals. There's a lot on the line, and we are going in with our Exalteds here. We have Bart in the Exalted choice. You're shaking your head no. My heart is saying yes, though. There's a chance. There's a chance for one player to doom his game in a crucial part of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. I'm just saying what we saw on broadcast yesterday. Mujiwara picked it up without Wit's End. It did not look nice at all. Thankfully, had a bit of a point gap to fall back on to have a buffer there. But what is a little bit more traditional is that Kabuko Lucky Pause. There's an option for it with Dalazom. He has the Kabuko 2 already. Can he hit the gold augment? Can he hit that specific hero augment? Nope. It's going to be Prismatics. And pumping up Prismatic version is, in my opinion, one of the key indicators to play for Ashe if you're comfortable with it. I think it's one of the ways that you can really elevate that comp to the next level. Honestly, I really enjoy watching Dalazom because he looks a little bit like he's annoyed by anything that happens, but then you talk to him in an interview and he's just all smiles. So funny and a really charming person. So it's really cool to see that kind of difference. But our augments are coming through. Double in front of a very hard decision here. Is gonna go, well, I didn't see it. We moved away. Pumping up here for Jannar. Story Weaver for now, but he could be playing potentially, Blue Kale for now. So maybe playing towards Vertical Story Weaver. Interesting. He double did give up the Bramble. Yeah, the Bramble Radiant Rosethorn Bramble Vest. Something like that. Yeah, the Radiant Thorn. So we'll go here, look at it. Massive tank unit on the Alawi early on. Bliss trying to maybe run a little bit of that Cornan power, get a Lux early on, try to go for that. Not sure if it's going to work out, but we're getting a fair share of different augments in this game here. How are you feeling about March of Progress? It's obviously reroll centric, and there are very strong rerolls right now in the current meta, especially rerolls that want to reroll on both 6 and 7. And I think Lux Janna completely fits that mold, right? Where you have both the Janna and the Lux at 2 costs, and you have things like Diana, Amumu, Alawi at 3 costs. For now, Kubrikson gonna stay in his lane with level up Fortune, trapping the poor Kabuko, who's done no wrong, but he's just gonna be trapped at the start of the fight. Yeah, you gotta guarantee that you're weaker than the other player, which is going to be Alan coming through, and he's like, yep, my technique worked. Everything is collapsing onto my front line. Teemo gonna go down, and now it's a 2v1. No way Kabuko survives it, or does he? Look at his face. He's like, huh? Kubrikson stopped laughing. He got a little bit worried at the end. He's like, hold up.
Did I just make a fool of myself?
It would have been funny if he laughed first and then been like, "Oh, I won this," but no.
If Kubi
it
had
worked out.
any kind of combat augments, that would have been a very different story. But level up, obviously, you get absolutely no power on your board, so that's I think what turned the tide there for Kubi. He's still
And it was a
laughing. Kubiksen's in a great mood.
loss. It's just
He's like, I qualified through
this is
ladder.
working.
I'm playing this tournament for fun, and I'm still doing well.
It's good practice. You cannot blame them. All right, hopping on over to Bliss. This is the board that we're expecting to turn out into that Lux reroll we've been seeing earlier on. But maybe a player we haven't talked about as much just yet. On the opposite side here, as if we had known it from the start, is going to be Mamen. And Bliss even last second selling everything here, making sure he absolutely loses this round against Mamen, who's more than happy to take this win.
And we're seeing just from the augment pickup, so many players happy to lose streak, happy to kind of lean into scaling much later into the game with pumping up on two of our players. We have, of course, the level up from Kubiksen as well, who's happy to use up to kind of gain a lot more gold and then use that old later on. And all of a sudden, completed item on the carousel. A lot of big 3 costs here as well. A Mumu, the Zoe, the Lowy even.
The completed items, though, not necessarily what you want to see in a full AP meta for the most part. We've barely seen any of the Reaper compositions all throughout today's broadcast. Have been seeing more of them yesterday, and it will be a BT that gets left open here on the Alawi. Nobody wants to go there. Checking in with Double. We did see this board earlier on the back of this Alawi being able to get that win streak going there, but is still, I would say, very flexible in where this is going to be headed.
Triple tank item in Lowy is very scary though in stage 2, especially the radiant item as well. The Spatula, to me, would indicate somewhere down the faded line if he finds the right AP components on this Krugs carousel or Krugs PvE round at the very end of stage 2, especially if no other players are contesting it. But I think there's at least one player with Faded Emblem. Yeah, that's Alesom as his pickup. So that's obviously a clear angle towards playing Syndra.
Yeah, you might not want to go down this route, but I trust upon Double 61 to see that and maybe cook up another theory on where to go. Now, I will say Bliss only still running 1 unit on his boards. Last time we checked in, 4 losses in and bleeding profusely at the bottom of the leaderboard, trying to avoid Kubiksen, trying to avoid Chinar winning one of these rounds. So that is going to be a big factor in this last matchup. And you can even see that we've been pivoting out of the Lux and we found something else, Panna.
It's this. He's just playing the weakest board possible, and he knows that Bard sucks. So that's why he's putting Bard on his board. Don't get baited, Makes. It's a classic play from Bliss, trying to guarantee the 4 loss streak against the Fortune player. 3 players on 4 loss streak. That's the name of the game in this stage 2. Who can maintain and elevate their loss streak into 5 loss and get that extra juicy gold economy?
Going to be really important. Kubiksen staying true to boxing in that Kabuko. Safo says, don't mind if I do. Handshakes across the board. This matchup was very good for both of these players. Bliss able to keep that loss streak going, and it seems like all 3 of them are able to move on through.
That to me means that there's a few players getting some very fraudulent win streaks in this stage 2, and it's actually a very important skill in TFT to know when your win streak is fraudulent, because if not, you index too heavily into, oh, I'll keep winning, and then you'll lose every fight in stage 3 because your board actually sucked.
To me, it indexed that her matchmaking might have been a little bit sussy, as we do have 3 players on that 5 loss streak going into Krugs now, but that also means they can now finally build up real boards, and my spying eye is seeing something on Bliss's board that maybe we have to show. I'm not sure if I'm seeing correctly there. It's a Syndra in 2-7 already on board here.
And he was playing towards Modzho progress, so curious to see what Bliss wants to do. If it's a temporary thing, if he wants to also move into the faded line and kind of mess with other players. He does find a Thresher in this shop as well, finds the Amumu, can just buy out the shop, finds to a Felios. He is rolling now, he has Modzho progress, so the forecast game plan is a little bit awkward to play alongside March.
We'll see where this one is headed, or if we're maybe just looking for something like that Lux, like that Janna, to actually get it online. But for now, I think this looks good, and Zoe reroll has insane stats.
I like it. I like this version going. I mean, we'll see what the 3-2 augment is. Could be an Arcanist +1, plays for 6 Arcanists, has Alaois, has a Mumus, and has the early Syndra just to shore up the traits and not really index too much on Syndra as the main carry, instead going to Zoe eventually.
Only thing I dislike is that usually with the Zoe, you know, we've been talking about the Princess and the Frog. Did have a copy of a Tahm Kench, did sell that one, so a little bit of a pain point there. Maybe not what we're going to see. Maybe we are going to go into Arcanist instead. But for now, is trying to survive here, trying to find those wins, is unable to do so. And double 61 moving on with that 100 HP win streak.
Silver augments now to calm things down. A few players have, I think, key indicators to what they'll be playing for. Mamen finally playing that Reaper comp, something you haven't seen on broadcast yet, despite it being the second most played comp across days 1 and 2 in terms of all comps played by our competitors in this tournament. We also have Alan, a player that I talked to, and he said, the only way I play Ashe is if I have pumping up Prismatic at 2-1, and that's the case here. Alan has already built a Rageblade and an IE, so a clear indicator he's playing for Ashe as the comp could try and emulate the success that we saw from Lytic in that game 3.
Okay, looking at Bliss here, found a second Syndra. We are going to be remaking this one, going back to Lux. There's a lot happening on this board. Every time we look, it seems like it's a new arrangement of what we're actually going to be going for. On the opposite side, though, Dalisum found that direction very early on, says, don't mind if I do. I'll take that win streak. I'll take that Tiny Titans. I'll be the boogeyman in this lobby. And if I start losing now, I don't even mind it. I'll just make economy and then come back even stronger if that is going to be the case. And that's a great spot to be in. Has that Kindred on board already. I think Dalisum is very comfortable here.
I love the Kayn added in. Alan played it a lot with Luxjana. I think in general, Kayn at this point in time, if you find in stage 3 with a TG, for example, just so much work in terms of the DPS he's able to put out when he locks in with a single target damage and the spin to win.
I don't know how you're feeling, but every time I look at this board, I get a little bit dizzy. Now, I think we have our direction clear cut now, but I thought this 2 times before already, so we'll see where it goes. Safo, though, sneaking by also on a 5 win streak, and you can see the reason for that right here, right now. Has that duplicator from the Aug, hasn't used it just yet. You can see where the road is maybe headed.
Vertical Story Weaver, maybe the reason why Bliss went back to Luxjana saying, hey, there's someone playing for a 3-star Zoe, potentially with Vertical Story Weaver. I'm going to try and go back to my original game plan, but as you mentioned, Bliss, for the spot he's in, he has so little gold. He still has a Lux and a Janna 1, it looked like. I think every time we saw Klikornin playing this comp, he was like on 6 copies of each unit with the same amount of gold in this stage, in stage 3.
Yeah, I won't compare him to Klikornin, because Klikornin seems to have, I don't know, Mortok on speed dial or something. Every time he plays Lux, he has Boiling Point. Or Caretaker's Ally. I don't think that's how it works, but we'll see. If Bliss can maybe turn it around, did find a win here. And I will say this lobby overall is pretty damn rich. Goes into the carousel here. There's an Ashe up for grabs. Could be interesting for Alan's. Gets freed up now. Does he go for it? Has that Rageblade? And he says, yes. Here I go. My forecast is ready.
For this game 4, looking at the HP totals for now, everything kind of by the book, no surprises there. The strongest country in TFT, Spain, of course, leading the pack with 2 win streakers, 130 HP for Dalisum, 97 HP for Safo.
Okay, for a second I was confused because I was staring at my men's board and I saw 3 Kazakhs too. And I was like, how is that possible? But it is the Trickster's class that baited me, and we are checking in with Kui, who now found a tome of the cash out here.
Insta-sell the moment he sees that 5 cost load in. Level 8 very early in 3-5 thanks to the level up. And is missing the Kaisa. Unfortunately, the Xayah, though, going to do so much here.
One big unit, and on the opposite side, you're seeing the board we alluded to. This is going to be the Ashe board once he can actually replace that Senna. Once that Ashe 2 is strong enough to do some lifting for now, Senna will be the main carry still in that backline to try and get some extra damage out. But you're seeing it here. The trick shots have a lot to offer, not enough to beat the Ashe though.
All good for now, can still roll gold, find the Kai'Sa, and now can pop the tome now that he has a tailored round through with enough traits activated to try and find some of those big hits.
Well, first he's gonna find Kabuko, even though nobody found those lucky paws. You're invited to a dance party, and I can see Team France doesn't want any part in it. They say, we're not gonna celebrate. Very important to catch these orbs, and some players just did.
And Alan didn't. Every time I talk to Alan, I ask him, do you know the trick with Kabuko? Like, yeah, I catch it every time. Every time I see him playing, he never catches it. I think he's just lying to me blatantly every time. I'm not sure.
Oh man, that's like the most Alan thing to say, for what it's worth. But looking at Kubi here right now, still looking for that Kai'Sa to maybe come on through, but she doesn't want to appear. Are we going to pop that tome and see what
Whisper.
it brings?
Still no tome pop.
Interesting. Holds on to it? No, here we go.
I love Dragon Lord here. The same way I don't really like Dragon Lord 3, I think it's not a big enough upgrade most of the time. Dragon Lord, in this case where you don't have a slot to fit it alongside Xayah, is so big in this trick shot comp in terms of elevating Xayah, who is now your main carry because you haven't found Kai'Sa, and also just that board wipes effect after those 8 seconds are up.
Double on the other side has now started to win-lose, and is not going to be too happy about this one. Checking in with Bliss, 12 gold right now. And Kubikson has stopped the bleeding, is in a decent position, still without Kai'Sa, but has that Xayah, like we mentioned, as a carry. So I'm not too worried about his 32 HP. Bliss, however, 44. There needs to be some more cooking to turn this board into a good one.
He's level 7 thanks to March of Progress. He is getting economy from the prismatic augment, but all in all, does not look like the scary version of Luxana that we expect to see at this stage. You know, coming into stage 4, the 4-cost game plan players are going to start hitting their power spikes, rolling down heavily on 4-2 to find their 2-star upgrades. And Mamen as well, a player who is finally playing this Reaper line. It seems like he might index into Yone 3 instead of playing for the Kayn as a main carry. I'd love to see it. We haven't, I think, seen it yet on broadcast. With Yone 3 being the star of the show.
Could also still remake it and just slam those items on to a Kayn potentially, but we'll be looking out for it. He says, nobody else is on this line. I might as well do so. Has that Kindred too, which is so important. We were talking about this yesterday, that in a meta where lots of players are looking for the Faded, it is really hard to play Reaper because you need that Kindred to also get some oomph on your board. Has it already, doesn't need to worry about that too much. Of course, Kindred 3 would be the cherry on top of the icing, but that's probably not going to be in store with Dalasum on the line. Now Safo on the opposite side still hasn't found that Zoe 2, but looks like the Story Weavers will be strong enough to deal with Double's board.
Double seems to also be angling Ashe. So for the first time in a long time, we're seeing 2 Ashe players in a singular lobby. Alanzq has to hope he finds the 2-star version of Ashe quickly before Double rolls, because he will be rolling a lot of his gold here on level 8. And that might be the case there. Trying to bias out some 4 costs. Find an Aurelia as well. Can slot that in for now.
Okay, for a second, I thought we might be going down the Ink Shadow line. It's something we've seen yesterday briefly, and he did have the choice there. Goes for Haunted instead to buff up the Ghostlies here, and I'm curious on how this board is going to shake out for Double 61. Does find a Kai'Sa now.
Where did this come from? Kubikton's like, hello, please, can you not take my units?
Kubi still doesn't have her, right? Wow.
And there we see Alan does find the Ashe 2, Double finds his Kai'Sa as well, so a lot of big upgrades coming through. Thankfully for Alan, no Ashe is found on this roll down for Double.
Man, that's some hard cooking we're seeing from Double here. Has 6 Ghostly online, has the Kai'Sa as carry, like you said, was on a potential contest with Alan. Says, well, Kubi has Xayah, he doesn't need the Kai'Sa anyway, I'll just take it. and goes with it here. Hopping on over to Alan, going up against Bliss. You're once again seeing the situation of the non-Lux reroll. It's a Lux one. It's a Jenna 2 with 2 copies in the back there. Is getting closer to the Amumu, so that could be a saving grace.
And Alan forced to pick up Pandora's because the components were just terrible, had not enough tank components, had the Last Whisper on the bench, but already had one slammed onto the Aphelios there. Bliss rolling down, but again, this continues to look very, very grim. The window of time where he's on level 7 is narrowing because March of Procus is again marching him forward to level 8, and then the odds of finding Janet 3 or Lux 3 are even lower. So Bliss's game, I'm sorry for all the Dach fans, is not looking great.
Yeah, it's a rough spot. However, Kubi also down there still. We're seeing the board on the opposite side finally has found 2 Kaisas. I'm counting 1 on the bench, 1 on the board, which means we're getting closer to getting her actually leveled up, and has also found the Teemo 3, which I'm a huge fan of. Every single time I see this board and I see someone going for Teemo 3, I'm like, yes, you get it.
Is Carousel coming up? Very, very important. Kubi is first pick. Is there a Zaya? Is there a Kaisa to try and shore up his DPS problems, to try and continue this 3-win streak, the 4-win streak rather, and make it a 5 or 6 for these last 2 fights in stage 4? There's a Hui, there's a Set, there's an Ashe for double maybe, but no trick shots to be found.
Bliss thinking about what to go for here, goes for the tier eventually. And I think that Ashe might just be left over this time around. We don't really have any players on that Kog'Maw. Alan says, don't mind if I take the legendary regardless. Not too crazy in terms of turnaround. Alan with a lot of components available.
It's actually big for Kubikson because Double will most likely sell off his Kaisa 2 to just play this Ashe 1 because of the Rage Blade and the itemization in general and what he was going for. So that might make it a little bit more likely for Kubi to hit his own Kaisa upgrade. Dalesom we're seeing still so healthy, makes 110 HP thanks to the Tiny Titans, but still a win streak, still looking strong, and both Spanish players are really popping off. Alan as well. All my homies, let's be honest. Am I the caster blessed this time?
Maybe you are. It seems to be working out, at least for now. Like you're saying, the Dhalsim spot was so good. Feinstead faded early on, right? Signals to everybody else, you're going to be contested. If you try to click this Syndra, then finds the Tiny Titans on the back of a win streak. It's just so healthy. Only issue is you need to work with what you're given, which is why some of the items on his board don't look like what we normally see in the Syndra Kindred composition, but I think it can still work out for him with the Raptors, with some extra items being on the bench here. We'll see where he lands eventually. Is level 8 with gold to give, and for the first time in stage 4-5 drops under 100 HP.
And the scary thing with Alan is he's only getting stronger. Prismatic pumping up means that as the game moves forward and forward into stage 5 and 6 and 7, maybe, Alan is only going to become more and more of a threat. So this 6-win streak is already sending a big message to every other competitor, especially those who are nearing that 1 life threshold. Bliss, Chinar, and maybe even Double on a 5-loss streak now makes.
And I mean, the fact that you now have Double and Alan both on that Ashe Warden kind of line is disastrous to players like Bliss, who are so close to that Amumu 3. Now you have 2 other players who are also looking for Amumu as a carry in the front line, and that is just not going to be very easy for you to hit. That was the one unit he was close to, and now it's getting even worse. But speaking of, Kubikson comes around, has just found that Kaisa 2, like you were saying, since Double sold off his one, is now really, really strong and getting closer and closer to finding that Zaya as well.
And Double, I don't think he really did anything wrong in this game. We saw how much gold he had to roll in 4-2, just missed. Didn't find a single copy of Ashe until, late stage 4, then found one on the carousel, sure, but still doesn't have the upgrade. And this is a line that, in theory, should be uncontested, right? There should be only 1 player playing it per lobby. In this case, there's 2, and Double, seeing Prismatic pumping up from Alan, should have maybe tried to find an alternate game plan.
Yeah, and I think it might have even been there for a second, kind of calling back to that Ink Shadow Crest that was an option when he had that Senna carry, when he had that extra Shen. Arguably a little bit late maybe, but I think that could have been a saving grace. We've seen that come through well enough to at least save you into the top 4, and now Bliss down to 7 HP, back against the wall, as we are having a small pause. Come on in here. we'll get that figured out as soon as possible. That allows us, though, to see what is coming in here. There's lots and lots of upgrades being hit on the right-hand side.
Ornn 2 for Safo is really, really big. Still no Zoe 3 unfortunately for Safo, and he is still on level 7. So I think a clear indicator he is rolling on 7 for Zoe 3 instead of trying to go 8 to find Irelia. So playing around mostly just Zoe in the AP line for now with Story Weavers. For Mamen, he is on Kayn 2, so didn't try and go for Yone 3 in the end. I think the correct play, I do at some point in this tournament want to watch Yone doing his thing like back in the day, but unfortunately not this game.
Honestly, in my brain, there's only one Yone that can ever exist, and it's going to be the one from Kevin Parker, just absolutely smashing it at the TVO. But we'll see if we get it in this tournament eventually. I like the Reaper comp approach from Mamen, kind of seeing all of these sniper, trick shot. You know, if somebody's on Fortune, you know where they're headed most of the time as well. The Lux from the Bliss. And just saying, nope, I won't have any of it. Bliss now, though, has found that Jenna 3 just now. Is it going to be enough going up against Chinar?
Chinar also scaling with pumping up. He picked up in stage 2 in the Prismatic Augment round. The Lux stunning this Lily a tiny bit there, but she has no real damage to take down the Lilia. Lilia sidestep as well, almost dodges the Lux ult altogether. Janna now taken down to 1/4 of her health. Can the Janna clutch it up by herself? I think the answer is going to be no. The Lilia orb comes through, and unfortunately for Bliss, this game is not it. The March of Progress play into the reroll line did not work out.
Not the only player that gets knocked out here. Double 61 taking a 7th place. We've been talking about that angle, just not really being able to turn this comp into a fully fleshed out one. Sitting on that Ashe 1, not strong enough, as Sivir makes us speedy.
Alan did take a loss. The win streak has been cut short for now. I wonder if he faced off against the other Polish player, Kubikson, trying to get revenge for that initial 1v1 in stage 2 that Kubikson managed to win, or lose rather, but win in the terms of the fortune. And unfortunately didn't work out. Alan takes the loss there, and now Kubikson 7 win streak. And this is a play we've seen so often throughout this tournament. Fortune cash out, extra resources, finding Xayah, finding Kai'Sa, and hitting one of the strongest comps in the game when you have all this extra stuff to work with.
And we are looking at Safo's board here. You're seeing why he's healthy and happy up there. Zoe 3 has come online. We are on a little bit of a ride of that Zoe as well. It's not the Kench one. Instead, we're running some Wardens, we're running some Behemoths, just a little bit of everything. And it seems to be working out for now. Question is, can it hold true against some of the more capped out comps like Alan, sitting on a double off the Nautilus, not fully upgraded just yet, but has the Udyr in place as well to maybe shook up that backline.
Udyr taken down, can't do too much in terms of disruption onto the Blue Kale, onto the Zyra, onto the Zoe. The Zyra also has the Zhonya's to buy some extra bit of time, but the Ashe is scaling. He's onto the Zoe already. Zoe taken down. The 1v1 should be in Ashe's favor, but the Zhonya's buys enough time for Zyra. A timid fist bump there from Safo up into the air.
You take every win you can get, and speaking of, Chinar would really like one of these right now. 2 copies of Nautilus, has 2 copies of Morgana, and then there's a Wukong too, just sitting in that second line saying like, yeah, okay, you found me, but how are we going to do this together?
The matchmaking is scary for Chinar here, considering Kubikson and Safo, both win-streaking players, are in his matchmaking pool. Alan, who's 2 lost, but very, very strong as well, but he faces off against Mamen. Can this Sylas sneak into the backline and deal with the Lilia? Can the Kayn Reaper his way into that backline as well? For now, Kayn stuck in the middle, moving to the backline, but not towards the Lilia. Lilia has enough time, but it doesn't really matter. She's already surrounded, taken down. Chinar as well, 6th place for him.
Yeah, that was a mean wrap from that Reaper comp. Not really anything he could have done to outposition that one, I'm afraid. Both sides of the backline just immediately under attack as we are getting closer to our top 4. Alan, 18 HP, Mamen on 20, and Kubikson, despite being on fire, is also not too far off of that cutoff. So we'll see how players can do. Reaper emblem in this carousel open. Mamen does not want it.
Alishom left with a whole ton of emblems and a red buff. Goes for the Invoker emblem in the end. Safo could have picked up the Story-Over emblem. Not interested in going too vertical into Story-Over. Just going to play for the 3 right now. Alishom, big upgrade on the Ornn. Both for the Ornn survivability, but also for the chance to print so many extra items for the Thresh potentially to buy even more time for Syndra to scale.
All right, I really like this from Alishom. I know I've been saying, but I'll say it again. The fact that he was able to save so much HP early on and just kind of now, flutter down into the range of HP where the other players are is just absolutely great, and will be allowing him to also find stuff like that as year 2 probably, even holding one of the extra Syndra saying, okay, if I get some more copies, I might consider it. Goes up against Alan though, and there's one mean Udyr making his way towards that Syndra. She defends herself with the power of butterflies. I don't think it's going to be good enough to save the entire game, but at least kill some more of these units off.
And again, Alan continues to scale more and more with the pumping up. In the end there, the Syndra survived just barely, but then was targeted once again by the Ashe, taken down in the process. The Azir not really able to do much, only killed off the Nautilus after he had casted.
One more round before Drake, one more round before players can get potential further upgrades. Taking stock, Alan on 2 gold, Alishom on 10, Kubi 15, Sabo 25, and then my man on 20 HP, sitting pretty healthy on his economy at least to try and make something happen here. Alan fighting off against a ghost copy here. I don't think this should be worrisome, but maybe if that Kayn can find the Ashe early on, it could be trouble.
Yone as well, the Gunblade is going to be really big in this matchup. The Omnivamp healing the Ashe, making sure she's healthy, but again, Fear the Reaper is the name of the game. Men's comp seems to be really working out. Kindred, I'm sure she'll be able to clean up. The dummy buys some extra little bit of time. Udyr's chasing though. Kindred, run! And she does kill Udyr in time. Alan now down to 7 HP despite looking really strong throughout most of his stage 5.
I just saw a Kindred 2 deal with Udyr 2, so I'm not really sure what to say about that. That was insane.
It's a 3-item Kindred.
Yeah, it's a 3-item Udyr too.
Or Reaper. Udyr, you would think he's a, he can't really 1v5, 1v6. He's more of a disruptive unit, and he just kind of doesn't do enough, in my opinion, in terms of like the DPS in those late stages of the fight.
It's true. He's just there to get some utility stuns out. But good news for my men, can now go level 9, has been holding a gold for exactly that to try and add one more unit onto this board, try and get it all together.
Maybe Wukong,
Here he is.
And get a second item onto the Yone, potentially. Or just, get an item on Galio. Buy some more time. Yone is tickling, but not really the start of the show in that comp just yet. For Alan, though, on his last life, facing off against Safo. We saw how this matchup ended up last time. The Zyra winning that 1v1.
Yes, but for Alan, you just got that Nautilus 2 upgrade, which might help in providing that extra utility, knocking up the enemies. You really need those casts to go through, and the Udyr will try to do the rest of it. Buy that Ashe all the time she needs, and that's exactly how it's going to happen. Even that Sonias cannot save you now, and Alan going to be really happy about this win here. 3 players on their last life. Safo on 11, Alan on 7, and my men now on 3, trying to scoot their way into the top 4.
Kubi, I think he's been smiling the entire game, and I don't blame him. It worked out with Fortune in the early game. He's on his comfort comp. Kubi was even, told off by a few Polish players like the Loescher, saying that he was a one-trick, that he was only playing Kai'Sa, that all his success on ladder, including his rank 1 push, was all down to him one-tricking Kai'Sa. But hey, if it works and you know all the little details to make it work out, you're going to be happy. My man is not happy about the matchup here, facing up against the 12 win streak player in Kubikson.
Yeah, he was really hoping for the cards to shake out differently, but he will watch as his board tries to do something against the trick shots. Is not going to succeed at that. Frustrated faces coming in on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, Alan is beating Alishom, stays in here. Question is, where did Safo land? And I think he also got his game win. So this is our top 4. with Alan scooting in there.
So it makes I think the scriptwriters are being a little bit too obvious, right?
Yeah, I agree.
In my opinion. I mean, my 2 countries represented in the top 4. All my homies are here. Come on, scriptwriters. You have to at least sneak in someone that I'm not very close with, because it's a little bit too evident for our viewers that this is all just a script that we're following.
I mean, our production is admitting to it right now. We'll maybe change the script. Maybe this was not the right game for you to cast. We should have gotten that cane that I was talking about earlier, but we will be watching as Alan goes up against Kubixen's board. Does he have anything to put up against the trick shots? The answer is no. His board crumbles. Udyr will try his best to maybe defend
Safo's
honor,
well, though.
but there's nothing to give. Minus HP will come into play, and Alan will take 4th place with Safo taking 3rd. And Dalisum, he's just still here, you know? 2nd place, he's been bleeding. Doesn't matter. He's gotten into the top 2.
And for Alan, it has to really sting, because I think 3 of these pivotal losses in this game have all come by the hand of Kubixen, who just won again and again and again, kind of almost making fun of his Polish compatriot, beating him when it matters most.
Love to see this board. Right-hand side, the fated composition as we know it. I don't really know what you could even add here besides that kindred tree to try and get it a little bit stronger, but this board is really the most it can be in the current situation, besides the Syndra items, of course. But Kubixen on the other side found everything and more. The Xayah early on, it looked a little bit dire with the Kai'Sa being part of double sports, sold it. Then Kubi was able to get her online, and we'll see the matchup go on right here, right now. Backline, frontline, it's gone for Dalisum. One more round to try and make anything happen, but I'm not really sure what you could.
Kubi just hit too much of a spike here. I mean, he has Unified on all of his units. He has a Teemo 3, which is just that little cherry on top in terms of making this one of the hardest comps to beat when it's capped out like this. You have the Dragonlord emblem just for no good reason. Just add in Dragonlord as a flex trait that can buff your entire team as well. I mean, you know, maybe just missing 1 item on Galio, but other than that, it's a very scary board to mess here. And it's understandably a 15 win streak for Kubixen.
It is, but last second positioning, he'll try nonetheless. Dalisum trying to get that set onto the side of that Xayah, of that Teemo, to maybe jump in there and add a little bit of some disruption to that backline. Doesn't matter though, they explode. The Azir, so clutch last second, and it will be a loss for Kubixen. That 15 win streak has just been broken by excellent positioning from Dalisum.
I have not seen a better Azir ult in all of my time casting and watching set 11 Inkborn Fables. Just blue eyes, white dragons, the entire board there with a perfect angle to sweep in and kill the Xayah as well. My goodness. I don't think that could be replicated. Dalisum got a little bit fortunate. We'll see what other tricks he has up his sleeves for what could be the last fight.
Kubixen is really like, okay, that just happened.
Like, you earned that win, right? Please. That fight was crazy.
Zero's like, get back, I got this.
He's like the seagull meme, you know, that pulls back the neck and then just launches the beam.
Exactly. All right. A little bit of extra gold coming in from that Herald, as well as item choices. We'll see what players can go for. Dalisum rolling down all the way, trying to find some upgrades, trying to make anything happen here. Did even sell off some of his units to get a little bit of a rearrangement going. Last second choices, the positioning. Don't forget the positioning as we are moving in. Eyes on that set and the Azir, and whether or not they can clutch it out one more time. Azir will be in the backline under attack from the Udyr, but Zed, first laser beam was a little bit fraudulent, but it doesn't seem to matter. The second one will not come out. Ornn and Syndra, can the Ornn win it? He can. Oh my goodness, we are witnessing history.
Dalisum coming back-to-back fights, somehow winning them both despite Kubixen's board looking so strong. The set did a lot, didn't do quite enough. The Teemo smashdown didn't come through in the end, but Ornn is just so tanky in this setup with the Fated Emblem as well onto the Azir. He's doing so much.
And the fact that Dalasum, right until that round began, was still busy with his items, rolling some stuff, and then last second position, just one unit, and somehow still made it work out is so impressive. One more time, this will be our final matchup between Kubikson and Dalasum here. Can Dalasum win this game despite all expectancies? And it seems like he can. This Azir is a beast, and Dalasum will take it for Spain. There he goes, first place in game number 4.
You know, if no one's going to clap for me, I'll clap for myself. What Dalasum is saying, a deserved win, 3 wins back-to-back, 3 fights back-to-back, where he looked like he had the weaker board with the faded line. Kubikson had a 15 win streak coming into those last 3 fights, but Dalasum with the right positioning, the swap of those emblems onto Silas at the end as well, the set putting in so much work, the Azir beams coming in clutch. What a final fight there to win it all.
I don't even know what else to say about that. We'll hear from another Spanish legend. We have an interview with Estanishing ready for you guys. And then our analyst desk is hopefully going to break down exactly how that Azir, how that set just clutched these games out. Stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Stanis. My nick in game is Estanishing. I'm a 30-year-old from Spain and I coach TFT. I think TRCs are a huge part of the TFT community. Helps us a lot bring people together, especially to meet friends, to meet people with similar interests in the game. And I've done a lot of relationships, a lot of friends that I value a lot nowadays from just playing, just coaching people that want to do well on those TRCs. So I think it's really nice that they are there, and I hope that Spain keeps developing them in the future. I think an underrated player right now might be Alanzq. Alanzq is well respected amongst some of the top players, but he might be slept on by some others. He's really putting in the work and he could do really well this set. I would like to shout out so many people, but I don't have the time for it, so I'll just shout out Lesafort, my brother, who appeared sometimes in GSC, who competed a lot of years and who poured a lot into this game. Recently he retired and just went his way to other stuff in his life. He has a really full life and I'm happy for him. He will be sorely missed. We will keep being friends and brothers outside of the game, so shout out to him.
And we're back after arguably the most insane turnaround that we've seen all day in those last 3 rounds. Dalasum was looking a little strong, and then suddenly very, very strong, able to take down that trick shot board. But I do want to start from the bottom of the table a little bit. We had the same scenario happening to 3 players as my cat walks across the screen. We had Shinar down there at the bottom, as well as Bliss and Double, all 3 of whom were trying to pivot through these compositions, finding themselves contested and having to pivot again. And each consecutive time, they were losing board strength. They were losing board power. So just ultimately a feedback loop that resulted in their bottom placements. But the top of the table, lots to talk about there.
Yeah, Dalasan picking up the Fated Emblem from right from the beginning. I think it was a really good statement of intent to say to everybody else, stay out of my way. But I think everyone was very impressed by how effective the Fated Emblem ended up being on that Azir. The raw punch you had there was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I think that was like the big one, like that big fight where everything just kind of turns around. The Azir just completely annihilates an entire backline. But for me, the shining place he was obviously looking at Quebec's way of like kind of juggling around the variety of options he had on the back of that Fortune cache, right? Got that Tome of Trades we were talking about, got that because the Dragon Lord emblem was able to kind of bolt up that board level 10. Was more or less fully capped out, but this Fated Cinder line is just absolutely ridiculous right now.
Yeah, and really good placement there by Dalasan. I mean, the ultimate difference maker became that Azir positioning, the ability to go across that back row. The unfortunate reality of the trick shot board is you kind of have to have all your carries all the way in the back in a line. And turns out Azir's ult real good at sending things in a line and does a ton of damage at once. So really heads up positioning there from Dalasan. And there were also a couple things that were interesting to note. Momen's board for a while looked like it was going to be able to rip through the other ranged carry boards in the game, but ended up just falling a little bit short in that 5th place when it ran up against Quebec's Ghost.
Yeah, I was really hoping we would see the Reaper do more to kind of keep the lobby honest, but I think ultimately Quebec's was such a big force of nature in that lobby. I think a big part of why he was able to rip through so many boards was just finding the way to get the Team 03 online and to make him such a strong carry for so much of the game that it just gave him great utility against pretty much everybody he was playing against.
Yeah, now also, like, again, this is going to be some pretty standout performances from these players, right? Because we are going to be going in towards our quote-unquote final game before we start cutting our players down to 16 and into 8 players, and that's going to be a big one. There was something like Dalasan here, right? We are kind of guessing that 22 points around there will be like the cutoff point, right? So for something like Dalasan, getting that 21 point off of the back of that win will be an absolutely huge confidence booster.
Yeah, and let's take a look at where everyone stands right now. Remember that the first cutoff is going to be half. So you're looking at the people on the edge. Lytic and Patik both playing incredibly well today. We've seen Alanzq. A lot of names that we've seen today, right on the cusp of turning into that top 16.
Oh boy, who's just above the line? Okay. So we're seeing some of our Polish friends making it through there, with Darkest actually starting to drop down considerably, having a couple of rough games. Wet Jungler, though, riding high up the very top, with Shining Star still managing to maintain position. I think we're seeing quite a good Spanish presence towards the top finishes as well.
Yeah, a lot of players that we haven't seen reach the, top level of a Golden Spatula Cup as well. You know, Clicorn, we mentioned this earlier, but has been a presence in Rising Legends, but has not looked this scary ever before. So seeing that he's been able to maintain that presence, and yes, off the back of the same composition, but damn if I don't admit, he plays it real well.
Yeah, also, again, as we were talking so much about, this is a player that was an absolute menace on the Turkish ladder last set, and now is kind of, as I'm talking about, made a transition over to EU West, now has really stepped up his game and has become an absolute menace here. Could be a fantastic way to cap off the regular season for him by taking home this victory.
And we'll be heading to a break really quick before we head back to game number 5. Hopefully you'll enjoy this interview with Alanzq, and we'll be right back.
I'm Alanzq. The name Origins is just my second name. In the past, I had to just change my name because it was kind of weird, and I changed it into Alan, which is my second name normally. I'm a competitive player since I'm 13. Started from MOBA games, moved to the black card games, Auto Battlers. After I wasn't that good at the MOBA games at that time anymore. And yeah, moved between TFT and lore generally. After some time, after the Auto Battlers era started. And yeah, now I landed back to the TFT and I'm playing since set 9.0. Oh, I love them. I was at Vegas, I'm going for Cactus. Like, I absolutely love the opportunity to meet the players, like connect the faces with the nicks from the ladder and hang out with them and play against them live. Again, it's a great opportunity to also grow the game, and like you can see the audience is really enjoying those live events and watching them. So I think it's a great thing to do, those LANs. Oh, I am always confident. Doesn't mean that's you have to just make sure you are not overconfident because it hurts on the competition. But I think I'm in the right mindset after this many years of like. It takes years to get to this mindset where you are. I think where you are not too cocky and you know your place and you're just going in with being self-aware if you are prepared or not. Yeah, I'd like to shout out my community, Team Liquid, which I'm part of, and everybody that will be playing and partaking in GSC, and whole the crew that will be organizing and covering the event.
Welcome back, everybody, to Golden Spatula Cup number 3, and you're going to hear us say the word final quite a bit over the next few hours. Right now, final game before the cutoff, next game, final game before the final lobby, and then it'll be the final lobby. If you can't keep that straight, don't worry, I can't either. That's why I'm joined by two of my wonderful co-casters, Counterfeit and Weta. You guys ready? You excited for the final?
Yes, I think there's only so many finals that I can cope with, but fortunately we've got exactly the right amount of finals before we're finally finalized. In our lobby coming up, we've got a lot of players who are hoping that they get to see at least one more final before their final is done.
Yeah, right, and I think again, even then to do that in the final GSC, right, let's get the final in there on the stack, I guess, but we do have our lobby ready for you guys. You can see we're going to be jumping into Lobby 4 here in this 5th round of the day. Opal, Clickhonen, Peepoglad, Dabudibudai, Inso, Todman, Lekoko, and Korshev will be our players here, and a pretty general consensus that we want to open up with a golden prelude, it seems like.
Yeah, and you see all those names laid end to end in order of their points. Clickhonen and Opal, all but guaranteed. We think the cutoff is around 22.5, and they're both coming in with 22. So unless they somehow get 9th place, they're into the next round for sure.
There's a lot of other players in the lobby who are not. Peepoglad being the front runner from the players who are not yet qualified, who could conceivably not make it through. Of course, there'll be a cut after this round. There'll also be a cut after next round as well. So even our players who have already got a guaranteed spot next round still need good finishes.
All right, Peepoglad, it's a sign from above. It's time. Princess and a Frog, ready to go. Let's just send it absolutely now.
It's finally going to happen. He's keeping both of them. The opportunity's there. Oh no, they're both benched.
You know, in this time, we're going to get a storied champion here, 2-1 with the Golden Prelude, and then we're going to play it from that spot, right? And we have Zoe as that backline damage dealer that will help support the front line here, right? Peepoglad, one of the players that to make towards the next stage, as you're talking about, right, will need to get a semi-decent placement here. But for him, the most important part as well is to get a high enough placement that he will be in contention to making that final top 8 cutoff here. So you do see a couple of early pairs coming out across the board.
Ooh. Yeah, there's a fair amount of Garens knocking around. I think our players hoping that this may turn into a storied champion and therefore a pretty solid early path through. Just as a note on our players coming in, of course, we can see the most plus regions in this lobby will be our French players hoping to make it through to the next round. I still hope
It's important to note,
right.
If you're looking at the side of the screen there, you may notice there are 3 particular units there for Corned. It's the Zoe, it's the Teemo, it's the Kabuko. It is a 2-1 fortune pickup.
The Kago instantly going on to this Pausing Crest, right? Very clear sense of direction here. And
With lucky
as
pause. Sorry, Wida.
We are gaming right now, and it's worth noting, right, Kirsch going into this game with 14 points. So if we end up on the lower end of the cutoff here, that could end up being a good thing for him, but still just playing for those qualifier points, playing for the highest possible placement here. Totman also with the ethereal blades being an option. The issue, though, no bow, no rod here, so we'll have none of the items ready to go that has been ever so important for the Shen.
We've at least seen people going for the more selfish healing option with the BT, so there's the BF sword for that. He does opt to go for it, a Shen in the shop for him as well, but he will need that bow, like you're saying.
It's very rare we've seen the ethereal blades fall down, but it has been exactly as you guys are saying. When the items aren't fully there against a slammer from Peepoglad, I'd imagine that Tartman's wanting to play this early game relatively weak to get that carousel priority and trying to fix the itemization as soon as possible.
Yeah, and again, good loss here, right? Again, not overly over the top here. Would have liked to kill off the Aura to start this loss streak, but getting on towards this early setup here has the Yorick, has the Shen as well, right, with a pair now. So it's going to be super exciting to follow how this will progress, and those items ever so important.
All right. Well, we knew someone had to do it, guys. It will be Lakoko angling towards that Lux composition with the 2-1 Porcelain Crest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even if we didn't have the crest, we knew that somebody was probably going to go for Lux in this lobby. I do want to point out, though, that in terms of like other augments that have been picked up, Dabadi and Enzo have both picked up what doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. And we know that Tartman as well is wanting to get some losses in for the early itemization, so we might see some of our players brawling to try and lose as much as possible early on.
We do see Peepoglad was on the Ari before now, has moved those items over to the Lux, and also has found himself a Janna, right? So there's no Loescher here for Lakoko. He's going to have to play contested most likely.
I'm kind of curious. They're coming into the last round for the cutoff. They're headed towards a cliff, both of them. Surely one of them peels off. Surely they don't both risk getting knocked out here.
Oh boy. I'm really fascinated to see what kind of the mindset is coming in. From, as you said, for our players, this is the first real, direct inflection point of saying, if you play this one game well, this is your tournament future secured or thrown away. And whether you make that decision to contest or not could be everything.
But also, interesting enough here, clicking and just sitting on 2 Jannas on the bench, just holding on to them, right, could be a nice little addition to the board at some point. Right now, though, that will not be the case here. So, interesting spot to be in here. Is also on a very early level 5, right, out ahead before the carousel hit, just really trying to lay the hurt on the lobby.
And this is off the back of Exalted as well. Like, it's so rare that we see one follow into a composition so well, but this is a real composition. Like, these 5 units we have seen played before as part of a full composition. So you don't need to compromise here as much as you do in most Exalted spots. So interesting angle here coming in from Klikorn, and maybe finally a way to get him off that Lux.
I also like how we're like shifting around to figure out what the players in the lobby are on, then we just see the opponents, like Peepoglad's opponent every single time. We've just seen this board 3 rounds in a row. We've been
we can't escape him.
I've been walking around here. So an interesting thing to note here, though, is the fact that we do know Kochid is currently on that Fortune, but Enzo is on a straight-up open fort, as you can see right below yourself on the bottom of your screens right now, which has taken a hold off of that Fortune ticker, but also Dabu Dibu Dabu Dai also on the Fortune here. So a lot of action for the loss streak going on at this moment in time.
Well, we know that this can't work out for everybody involved in the lobby, and again, with it being such high stakes, having that potential win condition cut off is going to be absolutely devastating. We're keeping our eye out for our players who are able to pivot. We certainly saw this in the previous lobby. Everybody's trying to weaken their board, trying to stay in this most profitable line.
Well, at the very least, we know that Enzo's going to win. Right? Because the Fortune players, if they want their reward for losing, cannot go down to 0 units, it turns out. So Enzo's going to be able to at least keep his streak. The question really becomes who of the Fortune players will be able to keep theirs. And it looks like Kojnid didn't even have a lose streak before last round. So really, Dabadi is the one with the most precarious position out of the 3.
Oh, Lisa, I wanted to bring this up here because we've just seen something really interesting develop there, which is that, of course, we've seen it before when we've had Fortune emblems in play, people bringing out the Fortune emblem to try and make sure that they don't win. I think what we might be seeing in this lobby is our Fortune players bringing out their Fortune where they think they're going into opponents that they can't possibly lose against.
Yeah, and you can see right now, I was going to touch the exact same thing, right? The fact that Dabu right now here kind of lost his flips to a certain extent is going to be a little bit unfortunate, but we will see these components come through. First of all, the component from the what doesn't kill you, and then also the double items here from the cane for now. And again, for something like Dabu, when he's taking this loss, which you're alluding to right now, this is going to be a relatively bad encounter for him on a personal level, but also with the fact that he's going to take a little bit extra damage most likely in these fights. Like, maintaining here will be a little bit more difficult.
Into this AD line early on for Dabadi. And Enzo, a single Fortune unit in, and has that Tristana in the shop. So maybe we'll try and angle towards that Fortune in stage 3, but it is much more dangerous at that point. So that is yet to be seen.
Kojnid locking the Lucky Paws Kabuko in jail to try and make sure the loss streak remains in place. It's such an interesting combination with what could be a potentially very powerful early augment in the Lucky Paws. We're trying to keep Fortune going in a very hostile lobby to having loss streaks in place.
It's kind of the best of both worlds, isn't it? Because, like, if you're going to lose, you're going to lose by your Kabuko getting every single kill on the board and getting you, in this case, 3 gold. So, like, yes, you've lost your streak, or maintained it and got a bunch of gold anyways. Like, there was no way for Kojnid to come out of this one and be like, oh, man, that completely sucks. Just mostly at worst.
That was ever so close to the Kabuko lining up the animation, right? Those small, fine margins are what really matters. If you do see Topman picking up that Shen 2, right? So going on his way towards finding that cash out, or the cash out, finding that Shen 3 person, right? And that's the thing about this lobby right now. When you have these multiple players on Fortune, you have one of them being a hero augment player, but also have the hero augment of Topman with the Shen, we know has a high cap. This entire lobby can end up being incredibly high capped the later you go into the game, because there's going to be so much extra power in the game.
And I think for our players, Lakoko and Kakorn, of course, they get to take advantage of this lobby being so loss streak focused, so both maintain a full win streak coming out of stage 2. So even if they aren't running Fortune themselves, they are still benefiting largely from its existence en masse in the lobby.
And Kakorn, that incorrigible little scamp, has decided to go for Lux reroll nonetheless. So we have three players contesting that?
Thereabouts, it seems like we do have one of them being in the picture right now, Peepoglad, in a pretty solid setup here. Lakoko leaning in towards something else for the moment. It seems like still has the freedom to go in towards something like an Ash line should he want to go down that route. The component is not quite there just yet for it, but it is something that will potentially be kept open here. Opal also going to be on an AP line of some sorts with that blue buff and the red buff slammed here onto the Ari.
Yeah, of course, we've got these bonus items for a little while longer. It does look like Coco's streak might be coming to a close here. It's going to be very tight. You can see that Ari does doing some great work, but no, Coco's still strong enough, and Klikornen also maintaining his win streak as well, which means the rest of the lobby, they're having their streaks broken, while the top of the lobby keeps raking in the cash.
It's also worth noting Coco went to level 6 very early on here on free 1, trying to get ahead of the curve, trying to utilize some of the power, and he had so much extra money lying around that he's still able to go level 6, stay above 30, and still start farming those natural interest increments.
As we have our Soulhook coming in, Matt, I can't help but notice that we passed by quite quickly. Of course, we've got the doesn't kill you players in the lobby. I believe Enzo having around 70 gold in the bank coming into stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, he went for that open fort earlier on, and while it wasn't augmented by the fortune, at least at first, we now have like a great streak for him going, tons of econ to work with, and since we saw him last, since we saw him get that full loss streak into stage 3, he did in fact put on that fortune we were questioning about earlier. So taking the extra risk, taking the extra damage in favor of hopefully having a much bigger cash out as we go even later.
Very important thing here. Opal clicked the recombobulator. I would very much like to see what has happened on that board here from our French friend here. We do see that he has found himself a Silas and a Galio. That is going to be the front line sorted for the long while.
Wow.
Yeah, not too bad.
That's a lot of bruises.
Oh, this is actually... It's interesting. He had an RE2 on bench, I suppose, before he recombobulated, so he still has an AP carry to work with.
Yeah, I mean, like that's not like the power spike between a like 2-star one cost and a 2-star 2 cost, not necessarily worth the risk when the RE itself is such a such a powerful user of the items that you currently have in place here. But also, most of the time, recombobulators come from places of desperation, and we do see that like Opal, not necessarily in the greatest of spots here, will get that Malphite down from the heavens to help out just a little bit, activating the heavenly 2-star Time Kenshin in the mix as well. So a bunch of nice little upgrades here to potentially turn around the loss streak.
Klikornen, though, this is a 5 exalted board. I was kind of clowning on him earlier for going to the Lux again, but he's gone even a level above. He's managed to get 5 exalted in.
Yeah, I was not expecting that at all with the changes to Exalted 5, making it more rewarding. The fact he's kept a win streak going while managing to get into Exalted 5 gives him a huge late game potential.
Yeah, this is absolutely disgusting. Great setup from Klikornen. Really heads up play too, recognizing the spot. He's like, okay, I have a lot of experience with the Janna, with the Lux. Both of them are exalted. I could probably just fit the rest of them in.
Yeah, some quick notes here about the board that Dabu is actually playing right now. He's kind of trying to not really make great use of exiles for now, just trying to see if he can get like a little bit of value in the front line, and then the backlines will easily fall apart here. But does take another loss, and just overall here, just excited to see like when these players on the 40 lines will make the decision to kind of cash out, because they are going to be in some pretty rough spots. But there's a Kaiser on the carousel here, potential Galio pair as well. Kirchner grabbing that one.
I think you're right that the Kaiser is going to be hugely high priority for the players able to scoop in, and it's going to be Enzo who does that. Who, interestingly enough, I noticed before that we had, of course, Kochnet with the Lucky Paws board coming together, but Enzo's actually got a 3-star Kaboko right now.
Wait, how did that? It's from the encounter. We're good.
It's encounter, Peter. It's encounter.
Oh, it is. I got paid. I thought Enzo had just grouped it.
No, but Enzo will be cashing out here, and it could just be a situation of him trying to play for these incremental cash outs here. Enzo finding himself a 2-star Kaiser side that I really well, he is spoiled for choice when it comes to carries of the AD items here. Again, a quick thing to note as well, getting the Morello onto the Aurelia, one of the best items where she's such an efficient spreader of the anti-heal. This spot for Enzo could potentially turn around and be incredibly profitable.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe he was able to get that pull. Like, gets out of the fortune, gets out of the loss streak, comes out now 2-star Kai'Sa with great items, no less, and Aurelia with Morello, and now he's just going to be able to turn it into even more tempo.
Yeah, this is absolutely nuts. As you guys were noting before, Enzo, one of the players in the middle of the field in this lobby, needs a good finish coming up here. Ideally, pretty much everyone in this lobby is really fishing for that first place. But for Enzo and for the players below him, they really need a good finish. This is the time, if any, for Enzo's fortune to come to favor him.
Also, it's worth noting here, right? We got a quick brief look at Todman's board state, right? He has gone and made the decision that he wants to just like slam the beats. He doesn't want to greed out like we saw from some players yesterday. He's like, you know what? I don't have any bows. I can't really be greedy here. Try to slam some sort of survivability, and also his second augment will provide him with 2 copies of Shen over the time. And meanwhile, another interesting thing going on this board.
Yeah, and Dabba-dee-dabba-die on a direct collision course with the other trick shot player who we just saw, Enzo picking up that Kaisa too. So this could go well still. Got the fortune cash out in hand, so that could turn things around, even represent a pivot if you get a good enough unit from it. But potentially also going to be a real rough game to navigate from this point onward.
I guess at least with the Fortune 5, you're getting a little bit of hit points back, and I think, again, it's not as hostile as it was before in terms of managing to keep a loss streak going. So Dabba-dee-dabba-die, he keeps his loss streak going. Remember, he's still at the what doesn't kill you makes you stronger for a little bit more. Question is, will he push his luck? No, he's not quite that greedy.
All right, build your own board of some kind here. 3 forecasts here that kind of go on the same boards, but not really, right? Would have liked to see a Kaiser, for example, come in instead of the Lilia here, but will slot in the Nautilus. Great utility unit. Same thing goes for the Ornn. Goes back down to 3 Fortune here. Assume this is going to be a transitionary phase where we're just playing it because those are the best units that we have available to us right now. But our items are kind of ending up giving us AP vibes here. I will say it's not really looking like Kaisa or Saya main carry situation here.
Like, if only he had... He just rolled over a Syndra too!
We are committed. We want to see Kaisa. We want to see Saya. We are locked in. We do not want to see anything else right now. It seems to be the call from Sabu.
Rabadon's on bench!
This hurts my soul.
I see why it's happening. It's like not worth holding the extra gold, losing the econ, whatever. But it hurts my absolute soul to the absolute barest amount. If only that last Whisper hadn't been slammed, this would be a completely different game.
I was just taking a look through the comps being played. As far as I can tell, nobody is on Fated Dryad at the moment. I mean, there is the Dryad emblem creepy through there. Maybe that will change from a Pal's side of things. But up until this point, at least, that seemed like a great route to go.
I mean, the thing is that you do have someone like Opal who has been very clearly leaning, right? It's not quite there just yet, but he's very clearly leaning in towards that line at the moment, which means that we've seen what happens when you're playing this Syndra composition contested. Most of the time, one player will go heavily 8th, the other player will go in towards the top 4-ish position most of the time. Very high cap. And for someone like Dabu right now who needs a 6th or a 5th to just like guarantee the next cutoff, taking that risk might not be worth it right now.
What Glucorn's options are. So far, both his augments, best friends, entirely board strings, so he's going to go for the econ with the balanced budget. Try and augment what he has already on board.
Having the Dryad emblem creepy in there for our pals, so yep, definitely get that fully confirmed. That's the direction we're going. She said, well, the items definitely leading us that way. 6 Dryad, very much a possibility here for a pal. That's, or even with the more backline, or even with just some backline items, it will still be a very beefy board.
Good units get that tankiness on as well. You've got the Silas, you've got the Thresh, incredible frontliners. Silas, of course, being a bruiser on top of it, so those stacks are going to do him well.
Yeah, also, it's kind of worth noting that on the side of Todman, because I was kind of touching this, right, he's still struggling, like, holding on to as much gold as possible, but has been really heavily rolling. Still no bows, nothing found on the wolves here, and that is kind of the thing you fall with when you are playing this comp. One of the reasons why we're talking about yesterday, that when you click this augment, it's almost always an auto pick, especially if you have the bows, you have the Rup. If you have neither of them, it is a very tricky spot to get to and fully capitalize on.
I will say that we have seen, it is such a powerful ball that we've even seen some late game turnarounds work. I mean, Totman's got the 2 needlessly large rods on a bench here. If we can pick up a bow in this upcoming carousel, it feels like still a salvageable situation. We're quite close to Shen 3 as well.
Yeah, we have it right here available now to us. The secondary augment here really helping us making these like extension of the board here. Now we have 3 freestyle upgrades, still stock level 6, and with the lack of the Rage Blade, we will struggle to kind of chew through these bigger units, but meanwhile Kirsty has found his way in towards a ribbon free.
All right, well, we've seen it twice now in 3 days, so that's pretty cool. Kajin going for a unique composition here, and that's going to be bad news for Tardaman. Those 2 3-stars really ripping through his board, and like you mentioned, Wida, we really need the Rage Blade on the Shen. We're not there yet. We're at 26 HP. If there's no bow on this carousel, Tardaman just dies.
All right, let me pitch something to you guys. Do we just frontline the Shen? And rather than using the Gwynsues to get him to cast frequently, just get him punched in the face instead?
Not really. You don't have,
At
you
the
don't have
current state, maybe, but now he's got a bow. So we're goodish.
Okay.
He got the real weapon now, you know, he got to jack his armory.
That's right.
Yeah, that's kind of coming through that, but like, that's kind of like the old school tank Dragonman Zakama vibes, you know, put her in the front line, tank everything up. Yeah, now, but I think, again, the issue is you don't have any other damage dealers in the situation. If you frontline to Shen, he is going to die at some point relatively quickly, so you will get even less uptime. Yes, you might get fewer casts from the ability, but you need the damage to be kept up and pushed through here. Meanwhile, we see Enzo finally kitting out this very early Kaiser 2 that he found, has moved the Morello over to the Saya, however.
He's got the golden remover if he needs to move that Morello's later on, but again, you know, this is Enzo Map who managed to reap an enormous amount of gold from the early going. You can see he's still got nearly 60 gold left in the bank, even after putting his board together.
Yeah, an incredible position there for him. Now, Lococo's board still sticking on this Lux line. Just sticking with the lower cost units, though. Potentially not gonna get that 3-star Lux at all this game, I'm gonna be honest, but the 4 porcelain is gonna help quite a bit with the tempo at very least. Make that Lux 2 go as long as you can, and running into Klikornin's board, who I believe is still running that 5 Exalted, it's gonna be an easy win. So Lococo has the board strength for the time being, he has the tempo, but I'm worried as we go later into stage 5.
Also, it's worth noting an interesting position as well here about Enzo's spot in particular, is the fact he's currently set on 5 copies of Kaiser. Right? You're talking about how he was set at 60 gold. He has a different win con here by finding it out to the Kaiser free. Right now, it doesn't seem like it's contested in the lobby from like what I've been able to kind of look in our little overlay, right? So really interesting position to see whether or not he will be forced to pull the trigger sooner rather than later. Would have loved to win out this stage, then make the decision, do a push 9, do a roll down, but now that position might be made for him depending on the outcome of this upcoming fight.
I think Dabba Dee Dabba Die might... Yes, I think he's got just the 1 Kaiser coming in, so I don't know if a 3-star Kaiser is going to be possible while Dabba Dee Dabba Die is alive at least, but at least what Enzo's doing right now is certainly making sure that the other Kaiser player is going to really struggle to get his board online.
As we see, Tardaman with the brand new Rage Blade is doing quite a bit more for the team with the Ascension Augment as well. So this is a great combo for this Shen composition. But look how many carries are alive in the backline. Look how little health Shen has. And as I struggle with speaking English, the only language I've ever known my entire life, we see that the Shen is just absolutely ripping away at Enzo's board. And this is what you guys were talking about, what we all were talking about, how this Shen board, even if you hit it so late in the game, it still has just so much power behind it.
It's worth noting as well on Tartman's Shen board, which we'll come back to a little while down the line, he has got the Ascension as well. So if that Shen survives through the round, he hits like an absolute truck. For Enzo down on lower HP, in fact, we can see across the lobby, we've got a big separation window between our top and our bottom half just because of how much loss streaking we had in the early going.
Yeah, it was a very messy early game, right? Again, 3 players angling towards a fortune. And those like have kind of made it out of the way there now, but it was really an awkward spot. We have some contests going around left and center here, but now Enzo roll down has come through at Wounds level 9, trying to find a way to spike out here. Will add the Ink Shadow for a little bit of extra damage on towards the Saya here. Get the frontline item rocking and rolling. Move the Gunblade over with the remover. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Still 3 copies away though from the Kaiser, which will be the biggest spike here. But as you're talking about, guys, the lobby really dicey right now.
Gordon has gone down from the 5 Exalted down to 4. Feels like he's found a strong enough board. He is on level 9, but he has 3 loss streak going for him. Still plenty of HP, but this is him trying to turn it around with those legendaries he's been able to find.
Yeah, and of course, as we've been talking about, there was a lot of contests towards the Lux and Janna side of things, too much of a contest to be realistic. I did wonder if maybe we would see a player trying to go more towards the vertical side of things. And we've got a Lysandra in place with Kukorn, and he's at level 9, so while he may not be able to hit the 3-star versions of the compositions, he can still find ways to make the porcelain useful.
I mean, there's also the interesting fact here that he's 1 copy of Janna away, right, which will probably come around at some point with that Lesser Champion duplicator being in the mix here. Decides to opt for the boot, does not want anything to do with what's going on here. A copy, a pair even of Aurelia being presented here for Click-On. Just trying to make the most use of this board. It is a little bit it's starting to become slightly busy, right? Again, this double best friends. There's so much value kind of locked behind those. You gotta keep them in mind here. Will plug in the Mythic here with the way. Try to get that last copy needed off the Janna here in 2 rounds. Very solid outlay.
Do you ever just get rid of the Janna? Like, you're so close to Janna 3, but if you get a Hui 2 and you're not hitting Janna, I guess it depends on how long it takes him. Like, how desperate he gets for the Janna 3.
Oh, I'm with you there, Matt, as well. I think there's a certain point which, you ideally would have hit the 3-stars a lot earlier on into the game. But for Paolo, this round is falling to pieces. He gets annihilated. Tarman as well. 2 French players out in our first 2 places. Wow, that went bad in a hurry.
Yeah, was
still over the cutoff, though, for Opal at the very least. Came in here with the highest points, got 2 points there, 24. That's over where we think the cutoff is going to be. So.
Yeah, also interesting thing about, again, we talked about how Opal ended up picking the Recombobulator very often. It's not desperation, a spot that's not necessarily fully clear on where it wants to go, and wasn't able to kind of take that momentum and rock with it, ending up in some. As you're talking about, job done now, all eyes on Peepoglad here. Has found his way in towards one of these Invoker Mythic boards. We've seen struggle so much, and again, has everything epic already, but still lacks that Nautilus 2 for the front line. Trying to just pray for a second it will be enough to keep him over the line here.
Well, apparently the news hasn't... Well, no, wait. I'll retract my statement there. We can see that from the other on the other side for Dabadee, you've got some pretty good lineup here against it. You've got the Teemo 3 in the corner absorbing the Lilia shots. The Kaiser does get taken out relatively early on, but Teemo is working his way through. And with the Udyr respawning just in time, people, I think, are barely going to survive this one.
Yeah, also interesting enough here, like we kind of see the multiple facets of the trickshot compositions going on in this game. We see someone really relying on that Teemo 3 as their main carry. We've seen the players with Enzo really find that early. Kaiser 2 just kind of showcasing there's enough flexibility, even though it is super contested.
You see a Mythic Emblem available on the carousel. See, if anyone picks it up, it is an option for that Invoker board, but looks like nobody wants it, nor does anyone want the Dryad emblem, so pretty traditional pickups there.
And a nice, this is a good chance to recheck in on our remaining players. Thank you very much, production, for the reminder. Lakoko and Kochnid, they need top 1s in this lobby. Enzo needs a top 3. Guys, how likely do you think they are to see Coco and Kochnid get across the line and into that first place they need?
I mean, Koga's probably in the best spot right now, right? Composition fully online, win streaking, 80 gold, trying to hold on, go level 9. Kochnid for a couple of rounds ago was looking in a good spot, right? Had the win streak going, but does seem like the wins has been taking out the Kabuki sales.
Yeah, we see Enzo here. Why his composition has been so strong. The Xayah 2 has finally been hit. No Teemo 3, no problem. He's got a 2-star 5 cost to make up for the lost damage.
And we can see in this case, as we saw from our rounds before, or from our games before, the positioning now put in the center for the big carries, avoiding a lot of the DPS of the Lilia, and this trickshot bot absolutely tears through. That's a huge sigh of relief with HP so low in the lobby.
Peepoglad not so lucky. Will end up with 23 points at the end of this, so also over the projected cutoff. But not where you want to be if you're trying to make the next cutoff after that.
Set 2 here is a big deal for the front line here. Again, the additional HP that Set is squatting with the Kabuko grants a lot of extra AD, right? So there's a little bit of extra nice little synergy in the mix there. So even though the Set doesn't have any traits online at the moment, it does get some value from the way this board is constructed.
And I didn't want to say anything before because I got baited by the 3 stars before, but Kojnid has done an Enzo and brought out the 3-star Riven carry with the Radiant Gloves as well. We saw how well she worked with pretty much anything that makes her punch fast. The Lich Bane and Infinity Force this round means that she should be a pretty big menace as well.
Enzo and Kojnid both in the danger zone on the left side. You can see Enzo's board still pretty healthy in the back line there as the front line goes down. Right side, Kojnid's doing just fine. Back over to Enzo. Kaisa getting one more ultimate out, takes down the Lux. But both of the players will do just fine.
I thought for a second someone fired a crystal arrow across the
Oh no, I was wrong. Oh, I was right. We're good. I was like, that is not going to die. And it won't, but it's Kojnid's Kabuko, so we're all fine.
Still 5 people in the mix here as we are going to be going in towards stage 6. Dabu has kind of turned around his spot with the pickup of that Teemo free now. Means that we are going to be seeing him on a win streak. Lekoko as well as a nice HP buffer to really start working in towards the later stage of the game to try to get that top 1, trying to get himself over the hump into that top 16 cutoff. Got me just to kind of follow where this will go. Kirsty and Kikonen still with their backs against the wall. Same thing goes for Enzo. Even though he's on a 4 win streak right now, 1 loss was some poor matchmaking, and that could be gone in a blink.
Oh boy.
Level 9 now for pretty much everyone in the lobby. Yep, exactly everyone now that Coco has leveled. So we're hitting the end game pretty quick, folks.
And Coco, of course, being one of those players who can potentially go through and try and match Sasa as in this last chance to be a 2-time GSC champion. There's only ever been one of those Sasa. But Coco, I mean, you said, he's looking real good in this lobby. He's got more HP than at least a couple, if not more, than the players below him.
Now back over to Klikornin's board. We have this set stacking up, but most importantly, the Janna 3, the Lissandra 2, giving him so much gold, so much damage. So we see over on the left, Kojnid, the former Fortune player, doing his best to make it through the Kabuko, still surviving through everything. Enzo's board is strong, but it doesn't look to be strong enough. One more ultimate out from the Xayah will not be enough to finish it off. And there we'll go with Kojnid polishing off Enzo's board, and Klikornin likewise surviving.
Wow.
Enzo needed a top 3 to be into contention, right? So his home run here will end with that final. And we're talking about, I was mentioning it, like 1 bad piece of matchmaking and all that would have been out the window here now. Klikornin finding himself a Wukong 2 will be a nice little addition, but I'm just see whether or not this will be enough here. The double best friends, there's no items in the Wukong, so it's not going to be a threat independently. So much relies on this combination of Janna as well as Lissandra.
All right, we'll see if the Bruisers can get the job done here against Klikornin. I've been admiring what's been going on with this Lissandra on the far right-hand side. She's been doing work, but unfortunately, we can see Kabuko, one of the few units who can absorb a lot of that aggro. Will spend a lot of the round being stunned, though, meaning Ribbon's going to have to do more work than she would have to otherwise. The set working its way through as Lissandra falls. We're left with the Brawl in the center, and it's just the 2 Bruisers left standing.
Ribbon's going down, and so is Kabuko. He's got tons of health, but not quite enough. As Klikornin takes the win and knocks Kojnid out not only of this round, but of the tournament.
Leaving us with a top 3 here. Dabu on an absolute tear right now. A player that has had immaculate day 1, immaculate day 2 this weekend, right? But it was looking to he might be struggling a little bit. Had a 6th place going into this game after a decent start to the day. But now it seems like he's able to rectify himself, even though we had a little bit of some questions about some of the stuff he was doing. He's been able to navigate this spot out perfectly well. Has done this to perfection. Trying to get the full value out of the exiles. Will skip on the bottom right corner. Going against Klikornin's board here. This could be a top 2 secured.
We do know, Matt, this is going to be such an important game for Klikornin, particularly if you can end highly. We'll be talking about trying to get across the line into the final 8, but the points do not reset between rounds. So the more you have, the better your chance of winning the entire competition.
For WD, who does need points a little bit more than Klikornin. This loss is going to sting, but he's still got 3 HP to work with.
Meanwhile, Lococo winning off screen here means that Dabu is more than likely looking at a 3rd place finish here. This carousel trying to find anything that will help. A little bit of extra front line being the option of Dabu here, choosing to go with that Protector's Vow.
Oh boy. And Coco needs a top 1 coming out of this lobby. It's just, you can just feel the moment building here. He seems to have everything he needs. He's up to level 10. He's in a good spot, but he's going to need to get through these next couple of rounds, or potentially even just 1 round before it's all done.
I love the Umbral pickup here from Klikornin as well, just to get the execute on that set.
Yeah, very often glossed over the fact that Set is actually an Umbral unit as well. I feel like that's one of the least remembered qualities about him as a unit, just to add to the long list here. But it will be Klikornin going up against the Ghost copy here. Lococo fighting the real deal on the right side of the screen.
You look on the left, you're going to see that Umbral Lissandra with so much mana to spare. She's just ripping through unit after unit on the right-hand side. Coco's board still staying up. Silas into the backline. On the left, Lissandra about to go down. Lux gets a kill. It's down to Janet and Lissandra.
Whoa.
And for Lococo, his board's falling as well. Lococo survives. Klikornin does not.
That does put Coco into top 2, but it opens up the question. They both got 1 life remaining. For Coco, 2nd place is not good enough.
Yeah, no unit upgrades here will be found. Both of the players have exceeded all of their gold resources right now. It's all going to come down to the positioning. We just saw how the fight panned out just before. Whether or not Lococo can make any adaptations, that is going to be the real big deal for him. Nothing but a first matters, and even then it might not matter. Final fight lined up here. Time to see how this one will pan out.
Going into the start, we have a very beefy Galio in the front line there for Dabadi, letting those trick shots start firing away in the backline for Lococo. Lux doing her best to get into that backline, getting those stuns down, but you see the Kaisa in the middle away from Lux's ultimate, so the trick shots are just ripping through Lococo's board, and that will be all she wrote. Lux has 1 ult left in the tank, and Lococo has no health. Dabadi takes the next round of Golden Spatula Cup 3.
And with that 1 round, Coco's dream of the 2 times GSC title dies. Dabadi completely implacable, completely no expression at all, as 1 more player falls before him.
Absolutely incredible scenes here, right? And again, the continued story of Dabadi, right? Like, again, continues to just absolutely stomp, showcase great form here, puts himself in a great position going into the next 2 games to decide the title of GSC free winner.
Yeah, coming into that round kind of in the middling amounts of points, because we pointed out, you know, Klikornin was up there, Apau was up there, but WD was sitting at that 19-point mark, not quite at that cutoff. Needed a good finish, but getting a first gives you that extra edge, takes off a little bit of the pressure that every single player is going to be under in the penultimate round of Golden Spatula Cup number 3. So we're going to head right on to a break. Analyst Desk will break it down, and then we'll see you at the next cutoff.
Hello, my name is Iamtlt. I'm from France and I'm 26 years old and I play TFT since the beginning of the game, set 1. The first time I played TFT was in set 1. Actually, a friend of mine told me about it. I never played League of Legends, but a friend that played League told me about TFT and I tried it and I love it right away. I think I'm gonna win. I need the win to get to the EMEA Finals, so I'm gonna predict myself. I don't want to curse myself, but I'm feeling good in the meta. I won the tier League of France, so I'm gonna predict myself. I love to win, so each time I play a game, whatever it is, I wanna be like one of the best. So yeah, it doesn't matter what game I play. I always want to be on top. So yeah, that's why I compete in TFT. Well, I talk a lot with I have a training group, like a well-known French players. We help each other to train for the meta. We review games. We also scrim sometime, and yeah, so we prepare together, and each tournament we hope that one of us will win. Yeah, so I give a shout out to first of all my team, Loescher and Esports. I thank them for supporting me through my TFT journey, and also I shout out the French community to always be there in chat, Twitch chat, supporting all French players, and also shout out to my training group. I hope one of us will win the GC.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here after this crazy game, and we are at the point, Panda, where some of our players unfortunately are getting eliminated. But before we head into our standings, talk about what was going on in that game, notably Dabudi taking that first place.
And I think it all comes down to that I'm blue buff Dabudi because Teemo3 really popping off, and I think it's the real difference maker. Enzo, very similar game plan, both players on what doesn't kill you as their first augment. Again, indicating that loose streaking into Kai'Sa with Fortune or an augment like this really works out. Enzo, Teemo 1, no items, whereas Dabudi had Teemo 3 with BIS, and I think it's just a real great adaptation to one, Teemo's current strength in trick shots, but also how many 2-cost reroll there is. It makes it that much easier to hit Teemo 3 almost by accident without ever rolling on 6, and I think that's the real difference maker for what Dabudi could set up for this game.
Honestly, I will say during that game, I kind of felt it, right? He was rolling down, he sees 3 Syndras in one shop, Rabadons and blue buff as items are open, and he says, nah, I don't want to go there. I know Opal is on the line. I have a different vision. Goes to show he was absolutely right, taking this entire thing to his favor here. I do also want to shout out Lococo, who is giving Clickcornin maybe a little bit of a rough time here in this game. Both of these players on that Lux reroll. We've been memeing a little bit, saying Clickcornin somehow has a way to play this Lux reroll comp that other players don't seem to find. In some magic fashion, even though his board didn't look the part, he was able to cap it out on an Umbral emblem, on finding that Lysandra in it, playing around really weird augments that you don't see too often with this Lux composition. And then Lococo was kind of just that improved version, finding the Porcelain emblem and then being able to work around that, of course, both of them taking a second and a third place here.
Less than improved, I would say different. I think Lococo correctly, navigated this game in terms of not being the type of player to say, I'm just going to roll it down, contest you on the same exact units, and go 7th or 8th. I think he's able to play for the line and then adapt and play and say, hey, I'll play for the 4 cost instead. I'll play for Morgana as an item carrier. I'll play for, pushing levels instead and still finding success with that. So I think Lococo just doing Lococo things. I think that's the experience of a player that's been around for so long in TFT.
Of course, and of course, our GSC winner as well. Already qualified to finals, not once, not twice, but 3 ways. Doesn't need to worry, but we are going to be looking at our standings here. All of these players, unfortunately, not making it. 22 points being that cutoff point. Dallas and Loescher coming close, but the tiebreaker not breaking their way. It seems like we're going to be looking at our top 16 to see who made it through, and it is Litic, who we were talking to yesterday, the only player in 22 points to make it. However, Panda, there's another cutoff point after the next game, so players really need to run for it.
And it's so close here as well. The point difference between, all these different placements is not that high. One great result in the next game could jump you forward so many positions.
Honestly, I'm just still staring at these games. There's a lot of games in our top placements that we don't see too often. Mujiwara having a real shot at taking this one from Mena, which would be amazing to see. But of course, also players like Clickcorn and Turkey has been waiting for so long to finally put in a GSC win, and could be happening if the Lux chances hit right. We'll see. 2 more games to go. 1 more cutoff for players to make. And our casters are ready to take you through this experience. Here they are, Niberia, Wida, and Counterfeit.
Thank you so much, Megs. I just slammed the unmute button. We're ready to roll. We're back in the penultimate game of the tournament. Let's set the scene. We just cut down our players from 32 to 16. And the next lobby we're going to see, the lowest anyone can place and still make it to the final game is 5th.
Oh boy, yeah, it's wild to be at this point in the tournament. 3 days of play leading up to this point. Of course, countless hours of even just qualifying to play in this event at all, and then it's coming down to this point where your fate may not even be in your hands.
No, I think that is the biggest thing, right? Again, some of these players just absolutely scraped by into the top 16. But in reality, some of these players will need to win the entire event to even have a chance of making it to the Rising Legends Finals happening in a couple of weeks, right? So for them, there's just an extra game off TFT that may or may not really have a big impact, but it can have a big impact for the other players in the lobby. As you're talking about, cutoff expected around that 34-point cutoff. Still, very, very cutthroat game we're about to witness.
And you bring up a good point, Wida. We've been talking so much about who's going to take home the title, but that's not all that's at play here. That's not all that can be won. We've got our Golden Spatula Cup points coming in. So some of those players who are just about to reach that threshold, even not making it, but getting a little bit better of a placement, might bump them up to that bottom spot and get them to the EMEA Finals.
Oh yeah, the qualifier points, absolutely brutal to try and get through that play. There's only 14 spaces total, and we've got a lot more than 14 people who are looking to try and get in that way. As I said, every single placement is going to matter in this game. We have players who can't make it into the final 8, but will still be playing for placement themselves, because of course they want to be able to grab as many qualifier points as possible. So it's possible one of those may end up even finishing highly and taking away the positions some of our players in this lobby need to get to final 8 at all.
It's always interesting to look at the metagaming that happens, because at any Golden Spatula Cup, pick one, doesn't matter which set, doesn't matter which Golden Spatula Cup, you have at least one player who's doing a watch party of another player who's still in the tournament and they aren't. And they're just sitting there like, okay, if this player gets this placement and the other player gets this placement, I'm back in it, baby. We're in it. We're in the finals. So I guarantee there's at least 7 of those going on right now. So a lot more than the 16 players' chances at the Rising Legends Finals at stake here.
Yeah, I've been in that position before myself as a player in a different game where I was watching the last qualifier to ensure that I wasn't bypassed on qualifier points to qualify for the equivalent of a world championship, right? So I definitely know that feeling. It's going to be absolutely crazy with those players, because they're just watching that with their hearts in their throats, knowing that they don't have any impact or any influence on their own qualification from this point onwards. What they did wasn't necessarily going to be enough to get there. So having your life in other people's hands is always a bit of a dicey situation to be in.
And we certainly know from GSC1, all the work you put up until this point, because we haven't got any points resets happening this round or next round as well. You can be in the best position, as we'll see, where our players will be in this upcoming lobby, and still have it all fall apart. Darkus, of course, was our example for that in GSC1, that it's never going to be a guarantee whatever happens.
And going back to the last game to kind of drive the point home, you might be like, oh darn, Lococo didn't make it. That's tragic. He qualified 3 other ways. He already won a GSC. Like, he's good. So you are going to have players who, yes, they're still trying to play their best, but ultimately they aren't under the same pressures. Lococo, yes, maybe you want to be up there with Sasa, the only other 2-time GSC winner. That's awesome. Congratulations. But you are not fighting for your life in the same way someone else is who's coming in with no Golden Spatula Cup points.
No, but he would be fighting for a different prize, right? Again, those additional qualifier points would have been great to get one of those free spots that will be determined for the Tactician's crown by those championship points. But we do have our lobby here. Muji, Kubixen, Dabidi, Estanishing, Shining Star, Palpatine, and Peepoglad are all in the mix here. And again, Matt, if we do basic math, anyone from Shining Star and up has a chance of making it.
That's right. So the others not going to be able to make it through on the win, but like we said, Spatula Cup points on the line, qualifying on the line, and there are some new faces here. Mujiwara is not new to Rising Legends, but new to this placement. Like, we are not used to seeing Mujiwara here in the second to last game of the tournament. Ditto for Shining Star. I've been a Shining Star stan for 3 years now, but very rarely does he make it to day 3, let alone getting all the way up to top 16. So for a lot of these players, it's a brand new experience. Estanishing coming out from coaching. We have no idea what's going to happen, and that's going to make a fantastic game.
All right, let's see. How spicy are our players feeling here? Champion Delivery feels like it's going to throw the most variance into the mix. Of course, everyone loves artifacts. Pot of Gold would have the least impact in the early going. Our players pretty evenly split between.
How many of us would forget this Pot of Gold, by the way, guys, if it gets chosen?
All of us, including the players. Yes.
All right, guys. no portal here. We forgot this. It's definitely not going to be rotating in the top right of the screen, and we're totally not going to be surprised when gold comes raining down at 5-1, 6-1 even, right?
Yes.
So
we will for sure remember.
There we go. 120 gold. I think by the time we get to stage 6-1, of course, we don't know how many players are going to be left. I guess it's going to depend on how aggressive the lobby is.
Just watching again for these early game plays, because you'll get some players like last game where they're just gifted fortune at the start or gifted a meta composition. Kha'Zix 2, not really the center point of many meta compositions, but Peepoglad has the option.
I mean, that's kind of what we was talking about at the early part of the game show earlier on, right, Matt? Where we didn't really know how to itemize Kha'Zix. It's not really a priority these days. Even with Reaper coming into the mix, there are just much better item holders, right? And so kind of carry those items onwards. Again, Duelist, generally speaking, a little bit better. Even with Kha'Zix being exalted here, might not be a priority, will eventually be picked up. So a nice little split going on with Peepoglad here, keeping himself open to a potential story champion pickup.
And we've got
on the Faded as well.
I was just going to point out that I know something we were looking out for in the early game was to see if any of our players have gotten early access to Fortune. Mujiwara has managed to find an early Teemo, so might be able to get sneaking in something lucky.
Well, on Estanishing's boards, we've got a baby duelist composition coming in, as well as a Kiana and Malphite on the bench to complete that quartet with a heavenly bonus. So we'll see where he goes with this.
It is going to be the gold augments here, Peter, so we will potentially see the pickups of some of these hero augments come through.
Oh, we know how powerful it can be. Ink Shadow Crest. Not many people's favorite. We have got Learning to Spell in place already. It looks like some more players are staking claims.
Unified Resistance is probably one of the strongest augments for just general combat power, so it's a good pickup there for Estanishing. Fatigue! Sniper Crest, I think, is the best performing crest for the last like 6 patches. So, not going to opt for it. Doesn't want to take the Ashe route.
No, again, we've seen like the Ashe route be kind of dicey. It's really dependent on like not being consistent. We've seen that happening all before. The extra sniper from the Sniper Crest also doesn't really do a whole lot with the current setup for the composition. So, I think it's finally the one I was looking at was going to be that extended duo, right? On any other patch of this set, instant pickup, slam the Titans, slam the Starix Gate you had available to you on your bench, play for any assorted duelist composition you could find, and just take it from there. But with the duelist kind of falling down in popularity and power, that is not going to be the pickup.
Well, something I want to bring to the forefront of our discussion here is we have got what we saw being used by Shining in a previous lobby, Prize Fighter, in place for Dabadee. Again, I think it's the first, over today, it's the first couple of times we've been seeing it. Does get the first win in, and remember, every 3 rounds he wins, he'll be getting a free component.
Lots of tempo coming from that. Very much will win more augment, so if he stops winning, real bad. I know that's the high-level analysis you guys come to the stream for.
It's
but
still correct, though.
Yeah, because you have to look at how bad relative events are for players. Like, if Muji loses from here, he's not on a streak. It's not great, but he's not dependent on keeping going. He is sitting on the Lux composition, though. So I'm kind of curious what's going on across the field. We have 2 other people who've picked up the Lux in Shining Star and Kubikson. But no indication as to whether they're committed yet.
Also worth noting here, with the Epoch coming through here from Mujiwara, he will be looking towards a faster level 8 game plan, gets a huge influx of EXP as well as rolls at the start of each stage. So that's something to keep in mind here, that he'll be able to really make great use of the additional resources here. And again, if he's alive at 6-1, he's going to be able to capitalize on the gold from the pot of gold much more aggressive than anyone else with the addition of the Epoch.
That's a really good point. And again, we keep that front of mind as to our players. Also, it does mean that there's a lot at stake for our players who are going to be lost streaking through the lobby, especially if they get hammered early on. At least in this lobby, we don't have, the what doesn't kill you that we've seen before, encouraging our players to play really aggressively for losses, or even fortune for the same reason.
Now Estanishing on that duelist route still, able to find 4 if he wants to put them in. Exalted on the board for the time being. A little bit of damage, but mostly for the rewards.
Sneak that one in. So, one of the things I was looking for, because of course we've seen learn spell a fair amount, is whether or not Kubikson was able to grab hold of some early units that can scale with that. We've got the Teemo and the Lux in the mix, hopefully getting kills in to start that scaling.
Yeah, that's a big deal, right? Getting those kills will be very difficult here with Estanishing going for that early level 5 in combination with that Exalted you guys are pointing out, right? So a very, very rough spot in that regard here for Kubikson if he can't at least start killing some units on his loss streak.
Meanwhile, here on Peepoglad board, we can see the giga slamming that's been occurring in order to keep that win streak going.
Mujiwara's level 5 board, though, getting taken down by Peepoglad level 4 board. Not ideal here. Obviously, a lot of extra of that EXP comes through from the Epoch, but that little bit of extra power that the Augment gives you at the start of stage 2 really kind of falling to the wayside here for Mujiwara as his win streak has been broken.
I think having the buried treasures in the mix as well is really interesting. We haven't notable in this lobby. We're seeing a lot of focus towards items and components. Dabadee with, of course, the prize fights we mentioned before, Opal and Shining Star both going for the salvage bin. And of course, Peepoglad with the buried treasures. So we've got the potential to have a lot, of strong early boards, especially with this flying around.
Or Heavenly on the board here for Peepoglad, plus the Cho'Gath. So, all right, here's the thing.
Yep.
He was offered extended duel, right? and he didn't take it. Cool. Valid.
This is the extended duel we have at home.
Yeah, this is like aggressive. These are Lee Sin coded items. And yes, they could go onto a Kayn. I know. But I'm seeing Lee Sin in my mind's eye. And I'm seeing the items put on Kiana, and now I'm seeing it even more.
Matt, there's a big thing that you're kind of missing here. We wouldn't have these items if we didn't have buried treasures.
True.
You have no control over which components comes out of the bird choices either way, right? It could have been a super heavy AP lean as well, right? Like you can't really be that revisionist of the way that Peepoglad chosen to kind of approach this game, right? I think that's a little bit of a too much backseat gaming approach with the full overview from the casting perspective. He has been able to kind of build together a win streak after that initial loss on 2-1 here, which will be nice. Again, I like the way that he's just kind of being aware of how he's supposed to kind of min-max this board around. Meanwhile, you do see Quebecsson fully committing to the reroll line by opening the fort.
And to be clear, Wida, I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's really funny. Just to have, because we've seen this all day in often more serious spots where you're like angling for one thing and then having to like hard pivot early stage 3. We've seen people dedicate to these comps so heavily and then be like, oh, oops, never mind, hold on, and just trying to like steer through the rest of the game. But luckily, Peepoglad setting himself up pretty well, solid line through the mid and late game.
Well, if we were talking at all about people who whether or not we'd be seeing anybody losing a lot of HP early on, Quebecsson and Shining Star are both doing that. What we were talking about before, similar to what we might see from a Dryad board, we'd hope to be seeing Quebecsson getting in these early kills, but each of these rounds, Weezer, he's just getting completely run over, and I think barely stacking Learn to Spell at all.
Yeah, but it's worth noting, though, that any player that you've kind of spoken to around this tournament has mentioned just how powerful of a player Quebecsson is, how good he is in the game, how locked in he is in this patch here. He is by far one of the players that I feel the most comfortable in being able to navigate his way out of a spot like this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
On before the storm here, Dabadi and Quebecsson, the only two players on full streaks in either direction. And their game plan pretty set. We'll see what Quebecsson goes for. Has 80 components at the moment. But plenty of options
It's a little
available.
bit unfortunate. Maybe we'll get something. Nope. All right. Well, it might delay the inevitable turnaround. Hopefully. All right. I mean, we've got something slightly workable here for Quebecsson.
I mean, there are options here, right? As you're talking about these are workable items. You know, this could be a Nash's too. Then you have the sword for the spear shot, and then you could just cap the glove either for an offensive item or for the likes of a JG, right? The options are still here, and that's one of the things to keep in mind, that the itemization is relatively flexible around a lot of these AP reroll lines. Meanwhile, Dabadi continue to cash in on the pressure he's been able to apply so far, going for that early level 6 we've seen so many times today on free 1. If you have that 30 gold cutoff, and you can see here, it would be able for Dabadi to make this cutoff if he wants to. Again, prize fighter components, we love it.
Gosh, so much extra power as long as Dabadi keeps on pouring the money in. I'm kind of impressed or surprised to see Dabadi not spending more aggressively to guarantee the streaks, but apparently he's not that worried about keeping the win streak going against the current opponents he's facing.
Well, and also just like solid knowledge of how strong the board is. Like this, he's got the Fated, he's got the Kindred 2, the Ari 2. He feels like he's sitting pretty.
No other real player in the lobby would kind of be going towards that level 6 outside of Mujiwara at that point in the time, right? Muji was not in the strongest position already. We kind of saw him take some losses during stage 2, scout around, and even maybe Muji wasn't even in this matchup pool, right? As long as Muji was in the matchup pool, that would be out there. But we are going to see these prismatics come through here at the second phase.
All right, this should start narrowing in our players. We have seen a fair amount of crossover in what people have been picking up early on. I've got some masterwork upgrade kicking in as well. Do you see, of course, as we might expect, the AP focus couple of different players, knowing that's, of course, going to be a large part of what we're doing in this lobby?
A bit of an interesting line opening itself up here to Dabadi, right? Because he has the ability to kind of go for the Kindred free as a solid win condition. With the remover here as well also coming into the mix now, can just stack these items comfortably onto the Kindred, which means they will not have to remake at any point in time, unless you want to do that, to move those items over to the likes of a Syndra in the late game.
Yeah, board going pretty well for him as we run into the team on the other side, who is having quite the animation fun time for him.
Oh my gosh, it's Blighting Jewel Timo. We've been waiting for this guy all the time long. He's also got the Toxin tattoo as well. we've seen Teemos work well before, but I believe this should be the ultimate form of the Teemo.
Magic resist is just fake, right, Matt?
Yeah. I actually don't subscribe to the idea of magic resist, so I will never build Ionic Spark. It's great, trust me.
You must really love playing Rammus then.
Ink Shadow popping up again. I'm curious what to see what the 5th tattoo, Ink Shadow 5 tattoo is, given that that determines so much how useful the Ink Shadow vertical can be.
It's all about getting there and then having that, as you're talking about, right? Again, because you need to get to the point where you can get 7 Ink Shadow in viably, right? And that means you need to have some very solid early tattoos here. Now, the good one here, obviously for the Senna, a really strong one, means she will be dishing out a solid amount of damage, but, well, Duelist might not be on top anymore, but Kiana 2 with a Titan's Vow is still a very powerful unit.
Yeah, what an absolute monster. Again, one of those great item carriers, or even potentially full carriers as a 3-star is hit. Take a quick look on the far side. I can't help but have my eye drawn towards the bottom of the table. Kubikson with a massive loss streak in place, but has dipped below 50 HP. Shining Star barely ahead.
As we kind of see here, the way Kubikson kind of sorted out his items, right, has gone with the Nashor's Tooth plus that Godbreaker coming into the mix here, right? So opting to get the tier in here now, try to get towards either the Spear of Shutting. We know he has an open sword, could even greed for a blue buff, but it's very clear that he's locked in towards this Lux line.
We've seen many try and fail before. We'll have to see how this one goes.
Oh boy. Yeah, Kubikson's spending quite a lot of gold to try and bring his board online. Apal, again, one of our players on Patik and the Peepoglad who can't get into the next round of play, that can improve their position. I guess maybe that's one of the reasons why Apal is more willing to play a little bit more away from the meta. We know that the Ink Shadow board can be threatening, and again, for our players like Shining Star, Estanishing, and Dabudai, who need to top out this lobby, Apal being a big presence is a big problem.
Another thing we haven't really spoken about the setup here, Matt, right, is the fact he started off by picking up the salvage bin, so any item made here from Opal is not final.
Yeah, lots of flexibility coming from that. Could go AD, could go AP. Nashor's Tooth exists to kill all those bows, so we'll see. As Shining Star really rocking that Lux composition, strong items on the Amumu to start it off, and early Annie, plus the Lux 2. Really strong here in Stage 3. As we hit Stage 4, he's going to need those upgrades.
It's fascinating that Shining Star and Kubikson are actually fighting each other over the same units, and are both at the bottom of the table right now. See how it works out longer term, but while we are here, gentlemen, why don't we relax a little bit with some fishing?
We can also hear the
gaming happens once more.
People just pinging the players that are just not moving here. And actually really interesting, right, in terms of the prospects of Kubikson's spot in that final lobby. They have a bit of becoming a 2-time GSC champion, because to make it into the last lobby, he's in a spot where he pretty much needs a 7th to be in there, 5th to be secure. But right now, he's kind of thinking about Trace while also being contested on the line by the guy right above him.
We'll see how this goes. Single component. Didn't do enough fishing for Tom Kench. A couple players being like, I don't want to give you guys anything.
Oh boy, I want to see more of what Peepoglad is put here, though. These are the items that Teemo players dream of. Unfortunately, there aren't a ton of Teemos as of yet in the mix, but I'm just so fascinated to see how this works, because, when you were talking about magic resist being fake, this will strip away, the Blighting Jewel will strip away the magic resist, and then also start this Teemo casting like crazy once they're down to 0.
Yeah, you can say, just like look at it go. It's just hilarious to watch, man. Like it is absolutely incredible. Just look at this it's just an Exodia composition already. Imagine if this and when this Teemo gets to a 3-star potentially, so much damage is being spread out across the board.
Absolutely disgusting. And in case any of our viewers have epilepsy, you may want to look away when that board is on screen.
Oh, that took a chunk out of Mujiwara heading into the PvE round. He's still on top in terms of HP, but I mean, we've seen this from our lobbies before, where we've had one person really hit that they're going to be a big disruptive force going forward to try and make sure that nobody else can keep hold of a win streak.
Back on Patik's board, carrying that 5 Heavenly. Curious if we're going to go the full commit into Duelist after all, or maybe try something like the old Heavenly Kane composition, a little bit of a run back.
Doesn't necessarily have access to the emblem at this moment in time, right? So I think that this could just be a fast 8 spot here too for Estanishing, and then roll down for something like the Lee Sin here. Obviously, that's a difference, but we have 2 players kind of anchoring around the same type of items, same type of spot to start off the game.
Keeping an eye out for the upgrades coming in. As Shining Star, of course, we do note again, Kabixen and Shining Star fighting over the Lux reroll towards the bottom end. They may end up both giving up on hitting the 3-star because of it being so difficult. And it's also taken a lot of money out of both of their pockets, contesting with each other to try and make sure they hit first.
Now, Lux 3-star here for Shining Star, and we've seen this throughout the weekend. The key to the Lux composition is not necessarily getting it the best, but getting it first. And Shining Star happens to be doing both in this lobby. Not fully contested on the line. We can see the Zyra across the board from Modzho, but he's leveled up to 8. He is not competing in the same arena.
No, again, now it's going to be gold augments. The tempo brought right back down. A lot of combat power available in the gold augments here. We see Patik picking up the augments kind of centered around the Edge of Knights here. So that is going to be an absolutely amazing maybe with the not today. Will provide him a lot of value. You already have one of those slant, if I recall correctly. Meanwhile, Kabixen trying to kind of bolster that front line with the Spirit Wardens coming into the mix. And Will Modzho going for the Combat Caster with that Zyra spot you were talking about before. Made great use of those rolls with the Epoch to get there. So, very interesting spot to kind of follow so far from me now. Shining Star as well. Gonna have to play that Lux positioning minigame that we've come to know and love all over the weekend.
Yeah, it's quite curious to see him putting it more towards the center there to maybe try and split the difference. Notable as well that he's currently salvaged his porcelain emblem and doesn't have that in play.
The other side of the board, we see someone who was attempting that Lux, perhaps, and is now going to have to give up good items for something like a Lilia pivot later on, has the Sage in the backline, so options still available. Shining Star, despite hitting this Lux 3, though, has lost the last 2 rounds.
So it's worth noting here for Kabixen, this is the learning the spell, so a huge influx and overflow of this AP. Now you can see this Lux 2 just putting in a ton of work. The issue though, these 2 melee units are approaching Lux from either side, so cannot get that double lockdown we've seen so many times be so important for these Lux units when it comes to getting those kills in those 1v2 situations.
Mujiwara coming here representing Egypt, and of course Mena. Looking like the board's coming together still relatively well. He's got a small win streak and one of the very few players in the lobby who's got a good amount of money in the bank. Kabixen in the other at the opposite end. So while his streak hasn't been fantastic, Matt, it's looking like he's got most of the items that he needs.
Yeah, Mujiwara sitting in a good spot. That Unleashed Arcana, I was a little bit suspicious of, but it looks like it's turning out absolutely fantastically for him. Tons of components to play with on the bench, and a ton of damage coming in from this Zyra, from the Zoe supporting her, as you can see, just starting to rip through that back line even before the front line goes down.
Ooh,
it's just not enough. Right, like you can kind of see the pieces with that and imagine like how scary this spot would be if that was a Lux free, right? And that's going to be what is going to keep Kabixen up tonight if he's not going to be able to kind of savor this game a little bit, because look at the back half of the lobby right now. Patik 26, Shining Star 23, and Kabixen 14. And there is that unique incentive this game to get people out of the lobby as fast as possible with that pot of gold looming at 6-1.
And I think now is as good a time as any to bring back up some of the kind of win conditions for our players here, because they are different from pretty much every single person in the lobby. Kabixen is the most immediately relevant as a player on the lowest HP. From our admins, we did get word that he needs a 7th place to feel pretty safe, but 5th to be secure. Matt, it's looking like Kabixen might not even get that 7th.
Yeah, it's brutal. He was sitting on 50 gold, trying to roll it down, spend it down as best he can to try and get some kind of stability, but it looks like only able to find a Janna 2 off the back of it. This composition is stronger than you would expect from normal 2-stars because of learning Dispel, but it's not going to be able to compete in the same way that either 3-star would.
Looks like duelists have arrived in a more serious way. We've still got the Kiana holding the items for the time being on Estanishing side of things. We can see that we've got a lot of burst here from Mujiwara's board. The kind of burst that, our single melee carries just really don't like to have to deal with.
It's a very powerful board here, right? Mujiwara making great use of that epoch to just absolutely steamroll, get great use out of the win streaks now, going to build even more economy while sitting at that 57 gold mark. And we know how creative and how broad Mujiwara's view of the game is. So when you get to level 9 and start kind of creating those legendary cooks here, he will be able to create a board that is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Rixon here, sitting ugly instead of sitting pretty. Only has 2-star carries, has the Morgana pair, but really nothing else, and a barely upgraded frontline to go with it.
Oh boy, Kvixen. Petik is still below HP as well, but we are against the murder board from Peepoglad. You can see has barely taken any damage, and if you can't burst through this board very quickly, Teemo will blight everything you've ever loved and start infinite casting.
It is worth noting that for Peepoglad, he has kind of assembled one of the only boards that can really kind of achieve his vision for this game, right? He needs to get a first place, and even then needs some of the numbers to go his way to even have a chance of making it in towards that top 8 lobby. One of those things would be Kvixen going out in 8th place here now that has been confirmed. A rough one for sure for the young Pole. One of the players that people tout as one of the pre-tournament favorites going into this event. Has had an amazing season on the ladder so far, and I'm sure we'll see him have an absolute big chance of revenge once we get towards our Rising Legends finals. Meanwhile, Petik here also struggling a little bit, was on a 7-loss streak for a while.
Now with that fully upgraded Silas, with all those items on it, is going to have a very strong front line at the moment, and with that 4 Reaper, going to get the damage out from the Kayn, who currently has no items. Still items on the Lee Sin on the bench, probably just trying to decide what feels like the better line at the moment.
Yeah, it's got some tough choices here, because, without hitting the 2-stars, we've got the Kayn there, but going to have to start making some cells to try and fish for something. There's at least we've got the Yone to have something, but Petik in trouble. Petik is one of those players from the Czech Republic and who is in the bottom 3 tournament points in this lobby. He cannot make it any further. But up against Mujiwara, I don't know if this is good enough soon enough.
I see Muji now has made
doing a lot of work here.
It definitely will be, right? We also seen Mujiwara make his transition now, has gone over towards level 9, has picked up that Lilia 2, found a way to kind of start printing those upgrades, has enough HP in the bank to kind of work out and kind of like sack a little bit. And as we were talking about, Matt, that not today doing a ton of work here, neglecting a lot of the burst coming out from the Lilia.
The weakness of Silas in a lot of these compositions, yes, he's that super strong frontliner, but eventually they start focusing him down, and then he's not able to get onto the back line. So the end of the night, really giving a ton of value, giving him attack speed during the round, but then also having the Edge of Night to kind of sneak around the front line.
All right, checking with Peepo, and the 3-star Teemo has arrived. The Doomsday Clock has chimed. I mean, Peepo, is currently riding high at the top of the lobby. He's the only one with money in the bank. He's the only one with the win streak. I just wonder if it's possible for anybody else to win this lobby now.
That is going to be the big question, right? Mujiwara definitely has an incredibly high cap as well, but Peepoglad has assembled one of the Exodia combinations in the game of TFT, can now start building out towards a more traditional 4-trick-shot board here, with the Saya being the secondary carry.
He's leaning back in his chair. He knows he's done everything he needs to. Just watching that Teemo rip through the entire board, just kind of casually.
And on paper as well, right? Petik in a pretty interesting spot because of the fact that Edge of Night actually shreds all negative effects when you drop below, but just not enough for Team to start reapplying the second you shred them.
Shiny Star, though, gets a win against Mujiwara as well. I thought we were on course for Modzho to win the lobby and put himself into a fantastic position to win the entire event, but he is starting to slip now. Shiny Star and Fatigue, they're on a single life each. As and if they get eliminated, that will make Modzho's position much, much better, but not if they hold on.
Looking at some options here. Holding on to this Xayah Rakan. Rakan is a very strong unit. Into the later game compositions, you get more of a clump, you get more of a shield, but not willing to replace anything currently on the board with it, and has no gold to do anything else, and running into Peepoglad's board.
Yeah, again, that's just something I kind of like keep an eye out for Mujiwara, right? Again, he was 1 point away of taking home a GSC victory all the way back in the last Golden Spatula Cup, the Dragonlance, right? That win would have secured him a spot at the Rising Legends Finals. They didn't end up losing a like 3rd or 4th tiebreaker. It was absolutely incredible scenes for him. So it's like how many things had to go quote unquote wrong for him to not make it there, and now he has a chance to come in, rectify that, really bring his name back to the forefront of the TFT players' minds.
Yeah, this has definitely been the GSC of at least attempted redemption for multiple different players. We do have the Ink Shadow creeping in here again. There's a Dryad Spatula gets picked up. Of course, we still want to consider, we've got Dabadi, who we probably need to check in on, because he's been creeping away quietly with a Kindred Dryad board that has at least been holding on so far. The prize fighter we saw from much earlier on meant that he's got massively more items than a lot of, I think, probably everybody else in the lobby has.
Very non-standard compositions coming out here.
Yeah, right. I was about to say that Ink Shadow emblem being picked up here, Pyopal, means that we will be able to see the 7 Ink Shadow be brought into the mix here right now. So that's going to be super interesting to see how that will pan out. Dabadi finds the last few upgrades with the Syndra 2, with the Ari 2 to really help support this Kindred in her battle for victory.
All right, Mujiwara going up against Peepoglad's board. We'll see if he can take down this terrible Teemo. So far, not looking like it. Out comes the ultimate from the Lilia once more. Teemo finally will die to that ultimate from Hui, but too little, too late, as Peepoglad takes another round.
Not even close.
Could not be more relaxed about how things are going right now.
That is definitely his reaction, but then another component coming through here will be able to make himself an even shroud. Not the ideal situation, but keep in mind, guys, that at the start of stage 6-1, we will see an influx of 120 gold be split to all across these 4 players, right? So someone like Mujiwara, right, he has that epoch, will be able to make great use of that with the free reroll. So on average, you will see more upgrades than the rest of the lobby. That is something we've got to keep in mind.
And I think that's contributed to our players being much more willing to spend aggressively, of course, trying to stay alive in a very aggressive lobby. Peepoglad continues to be the epitome of relaxation, just watching Teemo rip everybody to pieces. I did wonder if maybe the Teemo board map will be able to, do something to stop this. Sorry, the Lux boards will be able to do something to stop the Teemo from working, but ultimately didn't work out. And with what we've got left in the field, I just don't think anything can stop Teemo at all.
Neither does Peepoglad.
I'm waiting for him just go AFK at this point.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back with a drink, just be like, how's my board been doing?
Matt, on Rising Legends, we normally have people that play 2-cost reroll comps come back with a slice of pizza. That's a deep cut, right? That's a deep cut right there. Very deep cut for the people, but well, we've had some fun Warwick hero arguments over the years. Brewer got to play one of the games once, just left for a bit, came back, grabbed pizza, was still chilling. Very much the same vibes going on here, but actions will be required from every other player in the lobby right now, even also for the likes of people. I want to find that Kaiser too.
There we go. Pot of gold arrives that everybody shares. We're shared 4 ways. I think that a lot of so Dabadi or Pal, they've already hit a lot of their reroll targets, as is the case for Peepoglad. A lot of 2-cost reroll in the lobby, as you said. I don't know if we're going to be seeing anything which is being bought up with this extra gold swing against Peepoglad, though.
Unlikely at this point. I think if you could get the Azir 2 for Dabadi and get some kind of damage on it, we might be able to see what we did earlier on, where it just wipes out the backline. But Azir 2 already taken by Mujiwara, as we can see that in the backline of his board. Just wiping through. That front line still alive for Dabadee versus the Lilia, who is able to get some damage down, but just not enough to burst down the carries. They're going to do their best to stay alive. Luckily for Lilia, she has more ults to give. Here comes the big one. Syndra survives, though. She's got a Gunblade, so this is getting dangerous. Kindred's still alive beside her. There goes the Gunblade ult. Down goes Mujiwara's board.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the opposite side of the field here, we see that Peepoglad's win streak hasn't been kept up here. And again, Mujiwara going all the way to level 10 off the back of that epoch there with the influx of gold. So had a high cap potentially there, but still lacking that Annie 2 here, selling off, trying to find some upgrades. But right now, they're not quite arriving just yet.
Got the extra Azirs hanging out, I guess could be expanded as well. We've got 4 Invoker, the 3 Altruists in place. We're relying very heavily on our Hui damage to punch through, and our Silas in the center. We'll see against the Ghost version of the board. I wonder if without any kind of form of healing, if there's any way to survive just the raw DPS of the Teemo. We do have Lilia getting the hit onto the back, though, and the deletion actually happens.
There it is. Teemo is down. Raid boss taken care of. And the board's going to do just fine here for Mujiwara. So gods can die, and that does imply that Teemo is a deity, but I don't think any of us are shocked at this point.
Yeah, Ubel is slightly bonked here for a second, right? So Opal has been dead for this round, just came out here. That's why we saw the Ghost fight come around now with the additional frontline upgrade for the Annie. Now will be a nice little bonus here for Mujiwara, who's just trying to claim as many points as possible to put himself in the best position he can going to that final game here. Peepoglad, though, wants to keep a victory here, to keep the hopes of him making it to the final lobby alive.
Oh boy. No, I will have to say, I believe Peepoglad is one of the players who can't make it through because just coming into this one too low down, but he can certainly keep points away from everybody else. Mujiwara getting our front runner, hoping it fought to win the entire tournament here. 1 point could be the difference between winning or losing. It certainly has been in other GSCs. Mujiwara has got the upgrades here on board, but I think this time around it's going to get a little too spicy. The Kindred surviving a really long time. Oh, shot from Lilia as the shields drop down. Mujiwara gonna get frustrated again.
The Kindred there just surviving as a final unit, so a close one, a rough one. This carousel, anything that will stand out is going to be the biggest thing to talk about here. Dabadee might even be able to pick up an additional component at some point. You see Muji holding on to an open rod at the moment, it seems like.
So if anyone in the audience is wondering why Combat Caster's stats are so good, I will refer you back to the previous fight, because that Kindred kept not dying by like 20 health due to the shield that she was getting every auto. So that is why it does so much in those compositions with those low mana costs.
I don't want to kind of to bring up Dabadee here as one of our players, as Peepoglad does find the 2-star Kaiser upgrade. Dabadee in this event is really looking for a top 4, and has managed to do that, and has got some of the best tiebreakers in the tournament. Remember from before, Dabadee put on a dominating performance before to get to this point. He's still very much a person in contention of taking the entire event alongside Mujiwara.
Needs to survive long enough in the bottom left corner against that horrifying Teemo, who is cornered now, and Syndra and Kindred will try and rip through the front line, but they're going a little bit slow. The Udyr staying up for the time being. Syndra gets an additional ultimate off. It's down to the Teemo. Teemo gets the win. He takes down Dabadee, and Peepoglad takes down both of his opponents and ends the tournament with a first place. Maybe out, but not forgotten.
What a game, though.
Victory dance, at least. Yeah. I think that's a form of prize.
Peepoglad cosplay, right? I mean, again, just a crazy awareness of these potential these combinations that just open up at very niche spots in a game like TFT, where just like the craziest combinations can happen, especially with the new artifacts here. Fantastic game played coming out of Peepoglad here.
Yeah, incredible. And we've still got one game to go, folks. There was another cutoff, and we'll see who makes it with the analyst desk just after this interview with Modzho.
I'm Modzho, a TFT player from Lithuania. I'm 22 years old. I play TFT for fun. My thoughts on the set are pretty positive. I have not played set 10. I skipped it, so I came back to set 11 like halfway through after GSC 2, basically. So it's good, it's fun, it's pretty flex in my opinion. Meta kind of stale, but it feels really fun and like good for competitive. There's much potential in my opinion. No, honestly I don't prepare at all. Like of course I watch other streamers, look at the stats a bit. Like just try to play the game as much as possible to understand the meta, to play stronger boards and figure it out on myself basically. My main goal is to like get to day 3 at least this time. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'll try. Like the fastest and the easiest, the best way to rank up in ladder is just to spam games as much as possible. Then you start understanding the units, the meta, just watch some tutorials. The Froden on YouTube makes a lot of useful content for new players, so the best way is this way. Okay, so shout out to Lithuanian TFT community, my homies. We prep all the time together. We joke around, play the game together. Yeah, so shout out to them. And I'm hoping Ultraliga will let at least 1 or 2 of Lithuanian players to their tournament sometime.
You know, in this game, we saw a lot of 2-cost rerolling, but not in a way that you'd expect it, Panda.
That's right. We saw pretty much every single 2-cost rerolled. We saw Senna, we saw Kindred, we saw Teemo. I think there was some kind of emergency meeting at the start of the game. Everyone's like, hey, Kubiksen's doing really well. Let's all roll 2-costs and make it easier for all of us to hit. I was like, yeah, let's do it. And then Muji decided to betray everyone, get into the top 4, playing this Lilia comp, not play for the 2-cost at all, but still find success. And we have to love these artifacts that open up new comps for our players. Finally, we see Blighting Jewel Teemo on display, and boy oh boy, did that just absolutely curb stomp all of the competitors.
Honestly, by the time I saw Teemo 1 with these items just take on full boards, I was terrified of what kind of game we would find ourselves into. Like, the fact that a Teemo 1 can just clean up a board, I've never seen this kind of power come out of this absolute little daredevil, so very, very cool to see. I will shout out Opal though. I think the Senna comp has been a little bit underappreciated by some players, not really willing to go into that Ink Shadow route, even though they did have spots for it, just not willing to go there on the lack of experience or thinking other spots are better. I think just once more shows that this is a very solid line to play.
And Muji keeping cool, calm, and collected in a game where he had a lot at stake, obviously coming in as one of the favorites to lead the pack coming into Game 7. He performed at a high level. He, I think, was, again, playing as if there was no pressure on him whatsoever. I think Wida mentioned it, that he's been in a situation like this before, and he was on the losing end of that exchange at the very, very last part of the tournament. In this case, I think his mental maybe has grown since then, and he's now in pole position to maybe finally win a GSC, to bring so much hype and pride really to his region as well.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see. Similar story for Dabudai. Yes, we will keep saying the full name, who is coming into this Golden Spatula Cup and just leaving people trailing behind him left, right, and center. And with that, we are going to be taking a look at our standings. Once more, we are eliminating the bottom half of our players here after round 6. And
yeah, I got baited. I thought that Epsom was number 1, but that's not the case. This is the cutoff already happened. These players have been watching this last game, but now
here we go.
Oh my goodness. Modzho with a 3-point lead, but then a 3-way tie between Safo, Shred, and Jungler. Peepoglad off of the Blighting Jewel. Timo makes it in. Mamen coming back as well. One of the first ever GSC winners in that very first set is now back trying to do it again. Darkest still in contention. I mean, it's going to be hard though. There's a big gap between Modzho and 31-point players, but everything is possible. The math can still math.
The math can still math, and honestly, this cutoff is a little bit lower than we were maybe expecting. I just love to see the fair share of different regions in those top 8. We will play one more game. There will not be a point reset, so Modzho, of course, highly favored here with a little bit of an extra point lead, but it's not the first time we're seeing a similar situation like this, and it could all be taken away by those players that are sitting on the 34 points, like Safo, like Shred, like Jungler. It's all up there. It's all up for grabs, and I'm honestly looking forward to see who takes it all, who can win here, and who is gonna go all the way for our final Golden Spatula Cup here in Inkborn. Fables, our casters are ready to take you through our final game.
Thank you so much, Makes. And as you said, final game of the final Golden Spatula Cup. And instead of crying like I normally would, I'm just going to be grateful that I am surrounded by all of my favorite people. So we're ready to take you home and crown the 21st ever Golden Spatula Cup champion. Coming into it, those standings are looking pretty juicy for Mujiwara. And that would be our first meta champion, our first Egyptian GSC winner, about which I'm sure Morgan will not shut up for the rest of time. And he will have deserved to. So maybe we can make it happen today, but it's not a done deal.
Yeah, we can't count those eggs before the hatch because Darkest, who's in this lobby, was basically in this exact position before, and it did not happen for them. So you cannot take your eye off the ball. Last time around, when in this position, Darkest took their only 8th place of the tournament in the final game, letting the Coco leapfrog. So Modzho's been doing an incredible job so far, but the work is not yet done.
No, right, and again, it would be a great accomplishment with some of the people like Safo, for example, right, a player that also really stepped up in recent memory to really be able to kind of put in another strong performance here, has really stepped it up over the last 6 months or so.
And I think we can call a little bit of shots about what this lobby is going to look like based on what we've seen today. Someone's going to reroll Lux. Someone's probably going to hit Timo. And someone's going to try and go for Syndra. Like, we have a general framework of how today's games have been going. I don't expect them to super change, but we see moments like that Ink Shadow peeking through. And for our players who are in the upper echelon, who are in that top part and just need a couple of points, that might be the safest way through. Nobody's going to contest your Senna reroll, my friend. You're safe.
No, but like, imagine, I'm ready for like some crazy Mujiwara cook.
Oh, yeah.
To close out the tournament, because
all
this guy
baby.
is incredible to watch. When he's like, his creativity is in full flow, this guy just pulls up some incredible stuff most of the time. He's kind of the same type of player like Skip Hayes, for example, where you look at him like, you try to replicate what they're doing, often or not, they're straying a little bit away from the beaten path, and then all of a sudden you're just like, okay, I just went 8th. Mujiwara always goes first. Say, what did I do wrong? And you realize it's just that Mujiwara mojo, you know, like that's just something that not a lot of people have, even at the top level of TFT.
I want to kind of come out against that idea, just because for Mujiwara, he's in the winning position right now. If he does something that's susceptible to going wrong, that could be the thing that throws away the tournament for him. You know, I believe we've got 3 other players 3 points behind him, so it's still very much possible that someone could catch up and overtake him. I imagine once we get to see our portals for this upcoming lobby, that I'd at least like to see Mujiwara go for the lowest variance if possible, while I expect everybody else will go in for the highest.
Well, and I think funnily enough, that's why we might see something a little off like Ink Shadow, because you could say something like Ash or something like Syndra are pretty low variance because they're the meta compositions. But we've seen that once they're contested, someone's holding hands with someone else and one of them is falling on their face. So we might see some of those fringe compositions from Muji. We might see Duelists. We might see the Lilia. But I'm just interested in seeing what everyone's bringing out, because our players on the bottom there who you saw on the far right, those are the players who are going to have to risk it all. And no one's taking any risks if they can help it, except for Peepoglad.
He's a true shadow standing on a crap rate. Is WI also going to join the mix? No, again, this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense, right? Because all the players that necessarily just needs a solid performance here, they don't really care too much. Modzho and Peepoglad, however, on 31 points. They need the craziness to unfurl, but it's going to be Mujiwara as the chosen one, golden finale coming into the mix here. And again, there are some other people, as we were talking about before, that I really love watching this game here. For Kesman on the EU Nordic East ladder, he would love if Mujiwara would win and hand down that ladder spot to Kesman. Same thing goes for Dalizum if Safo wins as well. So a ton of things to kind of keep in mind.
Yeah, not just these players' lives on the line, it's everyone else behind them on the ladder, behind them in Golden Spatula Cup points. Going to be watching with an eagle eye. Nothing too crazy in the opening. Muji with a pair of ghostly units. I don't see anyone with Fortune yet, but I'm still looking.
We'll see if we're going to get any... Well, if we've had some drops in, perhaps we're going to have some more. But certainly Mujiwara could be a little bit tempted again. 3 points ahead of anybody else in the lobby. Top 4 may well be enough to get him across the line and into winning Emena's first ever Golden Spatula Cup in the last ever Golden Spatula Cup. But still, you have to imagine that everybody in the lobby is going to be paying laser-focused attention to what Mujiwara is doing.
Yeah, it's the components here from Morello early on, very non-committal slam, so at least you just want to play tempo. That's a very good item to kind of have the option of committing to, but as you see across the board here, still just a lot of other things kind of just like going on, people just holding on to the best pairs possible. Mujiwara, the one with the most interesting spot, I would say, at the moment. Again, as you're talking about, Peter, not a lot of Fortune on the radar right now.
Keep our eye out. We see a couple people with some Kog'Maws, a couple people with some Dryads. A bow on Muji's board, going to give him a couple extra options.
So let's just kind of recap before we get into it. Oh, wait, actually, no, let's hold the phone on that one. Of course, we got Augments coming in. I wasn't necessarily expecting them to be prismatic out of the gate, but we've got some spicy choices. Momen finds the Fortune emblem. All right, we're off to the races.
Mujiwara here, you can see his reaction down below on his camera, not loving the selection he got offered here. Would have loved to see pretty much any other artifact than the ones offered for him right now. These are not like safe choices to have. You're gonna have to cook really heavily with these ones now. And the gold collector, you don't have that range to really put onto it here. It's gonna be that DFG here, and then we are just gonna be going in towards some sort of AP line, most likely.
See how it goes. I'm feeling for him. Ever since the artifact changes, I have also run into many a situation like that, but gotta do what he can with what he's got. As you mentioned earlier, Momen with the Fortune Crown.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Momen can do with that here. Momen being one of our players, along with Peepo and Darkest, who need a win out of this lobby. They're on 31 points right now, and they'll still need a whole heap of stuff to go their way to be able to pull it off. But I do want to also point out we've got some other spicy picks coming in. Darkest picking up the Prismatic ticket, and Dabadai going for the Wandering Trainer at Prismatic, getting themselves Porcelain, Bruiser, and Story.
A man doing something we talked about earlier with the Fortune, just not putting it in until he's sure that he's going to lose the round. Giving him the option if he wants.
Yeah, no reason to kind of charge your lock in any way if you don't have to, so we're going to see like what the priorities will be here. Dabadai going towards the level 4 now. Hasn't really made use of the story just yet, but there are some really interesting cooks that can happen with some different lines. Even like the Lux reroll could potentially be pretty fun to watch how it will unfold here. Another one of the players, though, at that 34-point mark here is going to be Wet Jungler. Another player that is more or less guaranteed first in qualifier points already. Could put him into a really strong spot for that Worlds participation with the qualifier points, depending on the outcome of the finals.
Yeah, of course, we've got the regional finals coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. Again, all our players fighting for the guaranteed spot that comes from winning this event, and also as many qualifier points as possible. Dabadai gets the win in there. Of course, we'll be scooting around and checking out a few more things in a second, but for Dabadai's side of things, you know, you mentioned that we could see some interesting cooks coming through. At least immediately, I'm struggling to try and figure out how we could thread the line and get two of these emblems active at once.
Vertical Story Weaver would be my first port of call. Having that early extra Story Weaver will get you to 5 faster, get you to 7 faster, and you've got Galio for the Bruiser as well, plus the Riven, so you've got 4 Bruiser pretty much for free, on top of not necessarily needing the Aurelia to get Kayle to her full power.
And also, again, you can start thinking about putting in the locks for the Arcanist side of things alongside the Zoe, if you want to have that as your primary carry. Some sort of Warden setup, crossover with the Garen, right? There are so many options here, just about getting to that point right now, and you can kind of see that that is going to be what we'll be looking out for.
Kayle proving why I was wrong about her a couple patches ago. Nearly single-handedly executing the only carry on the other side of the board. Pop off Queen.
Good. Oh, well, maybe we see Modzho get a different bit of luck here with these artifacts. We'll be running into that. I see a Blighting Jewel. I know we're probably not going to see people beelining for it, but there's a Blighting Jewel.
I don't. You saw 3 people beelining.
I would
just know what happened in the last lobby.
Oh my god. Modzho is still down on his luck. It seems like my feed is really blurry, but I feel like that's definitely going to be the case here, but interesting. And again, these encounters coming in here really changing up the scope of what we can expect, right? The lobby tempo completely being changed by the fact that the win-streaking players now will have to kind of figure out how to put these artifacts onto their board and even keep up their tempo.
Looking up at the top, we have got Safo on a win streak right now, as Peepoglad was the player to pick up the Blighting Jewel. Of course, you know, we've seen just how powerful this ball can be. The Peepo of all people to be the one who manages to get hold of the Blighting Jewel 2 games in a row. You can see why his body language is reading as very relaxed right now.
AD items, a Sivir's ready, he's sitting there with the Kayle. My man knows what he's doing again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh boy. So Peepo on 31 points. He has to win the entire lobby to win the tournament, but of course, you know, even just moving up a few spaces would be amazing. Last time around, we did not see anything that could deny it. I wonder if we'll see something which has better luck against it this time around.
Yet to see. I've yet to see anything that convinces me it's beatable, but I'm very susceptible to recency bias.
So I'm scary recency.
Yeah. I mean, you can kill the Teemo. It did happen. I'm actually kind of interested looking over on our stats feed that we have. Dabadai has slammed a lot of items as we head over and check out Darkest, who's picked up the Prowler's Claw of all artifacts.
Yeah, this is a very powerful item on like a lot of Reapers. I've had some success with them there, even on some Duelists, right? Really helping to close down the gap to some of those units on the opposite side of the field after you get that takedown on the front line. You can really like make the likes of Kayn kind of jump around actively. So I do assume we could see Darkest may use that prismatic ticket to go towards something like the Reaper line.
I'm really excited to see if it does happen. Of course, Darkest is another one of those players where we're really excited to see what they can cook up under these kind of circumstances. Just taking a quick look at the overall field at the moment. The men, of course, our first ever Golden Spatula Cup champion here in the lobby, fighting it for the last one on a 5-round loss streak right now with the fortune in place. He's definitely got the potential to improve his situation dramatically.
Safo sitting at top with a win streak alongside Momen. Just the opposite side of the table, 100 streaking. We saw an incredible game from Safo earlier on, just short of taking the win there from Dalisum. And now we're going to see the Hullbreaker Alawi of Wet Jungler one of our most consistent players over the last couple of sets, just really coming into his own, doing incredibly at the last World Championship. And well within punching distance of Mujiwara's position. Everyone in 31st, there's a lot of asterisks to how they can beat Mujiwara. Wet Jungler has one of the clearest paths. Win.
We do see Safo that has done just that so far at the start of the game. Matt has just been winning out on a 5-win streak right now. Picked up the Accomplice, one of the strongest augments in the early game. So much utility from these support items. It's just such a great piece of utility. Can fit into literally any comp in the game, so you're not locked into anything on your board regardless of the pickup.
Ooh, good Shroud as well from the randomly rolled Shroud there, which goes right across the board. Safo up at level 6 definitely seems determined to run roughshod through the early game. You said another side from Davidai, making good use of the Story Weaver, exactly as you said, Matt, but it's not fully online as of yet, and Safo will keep his win streak intact.
Turns out when your Kale can't ult, Story Weaver doesn't do a whole lot early on. So, like you said, incredible Shroud coming into that round as we head into augments.
It's worth noting here, Safo has slammed down the Rage Bait, a great tempo item, and also, again, he's in a very non-committal spot here. Can kind of start working his way around. It's going to be a double prismatic augment set up into the golden finale here, so Safo might be looking to play a high-tempo line into something like the Ashe.
We thought it was going to be a sedate lobby, knowing that we've got a golden augment loss, but apparently Modzho disagree. We're pushing the go button here, and we're starting to see our players unveil their strategy. Darkest does get the Reaper emblem in place now, so at least we've got the good idea, which we thought before, confirmed.
Strong direction coming out from them. Mujiwara picking up the prismatic ticket, which I feel like has gotten rarer and rarer as the patches have gone on. Darkest, like you said, slamming that Prowler's Claw on the Yone for the time being.
Yeah, with the Reaper. Yeah, with the Reaper coming into the mix here as well now, getting to 4 Reaper will be very easy. It can also kind of cut out the Kha'Zix towards the late game if he wants to, when he finds the Kayn, and just like play better units around that, not really rely on any Heavenly Sigil, or could cut out something like the Kindred if you don't want to have that AP option in there.
See though, Shredding is also putting out a good amount of hurt. Of course, he said pumping up, running for a little while, and has put together a Story Weaver board of his own, based more around Zoe this time around, or at least for the time being. You see, already the pumping up board is doing a good amount of hurt, and Darkest, well, they can reroll, they're not getting it yet.
No, but EXP here is could be so valuable as well, but will he be going with the rerolls instead here on level 6? It seems like could have gone onto them level 7 instead to try to have a higher chance of finding something like that Yone, but we'll be making a move here going towards the Tahm Kench. Will we see Reaper Frog here?
I think we have to. They're still rolling for more Tahm Kenches. Sorry, I am just stunned in silence. No more free rerolls, but sitting quite happily on 5 Tahm Kenches, 6, and no indication that they're going to sell it.
Wait,
is this
what world are we living in here? Is it Poison
Reaper Frog?
And they have the Gnasher's Tooth. Weeda, the attack speed frog is coming in. You absolute prophet.
I will not count it before, we actually do see it come into play here, but this is absolutely hilarious, like watching this come in, right? But that is something that we got to keep an eye out for here. It's worth noting, though, that Darkest has gone very deep into their coffers, so we'll have to kind of sit back, relax, wait for it to come into the mix here. And with someone like Memen, very close to cashing out their fortune as well. This lobby is about to take a turn for the faster, but again, they do know that the last augment will be golden. So like that's not going to be like a triple prismatic tempo, like crazy tempo has coming through, but still very, very interesting spot to find themselves in here for Darkest.
As we are getting close to that last one coming, I do want to bring front and center to the conversation here. Safo from Spain is still undefeated, coming up on 2 full stages of the game. He's been doing an astonishing job so far.
And it's very interesting to note here as well, we got the confirmation that the two players in the lobby that picked the roles was Safo and Darkus, and Safo has a very clear reason to do that, obviously, trying to maintain the streak, not get out-tempoed, where he has so much goal as his availability if he keeps the streak going that the additional EXP won't matter too much to him. But everyone else in the lobby, outside of him and Darkus, chose to go for the EXP, wants to roll at a higher level instead.
Interested in seeing if Darkus will hit. Tahm Kench is exalted this game, so it does make a little bit of sense alongside the Kane, so you can at least kind of get rid of the lack of synergy that you'd normally find between Tahm Kench and Reapers.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for the level 3 frog.
I'm hoping that maybe Twitch chat can help us come up with a name for the Reaper Frog composition, because they were pretty creative before. But...
Reap Frog?
Reap Frog?
Like Leapfrog.
Okay. Oh, I see. All right. We'll keep
I'm
working.
just making a suggestion. You know, we don't have to stick with it.
What do you think, Wheater? You're the master jokester.
I honestly, like, I've been thinking about, like, Frogger or something like that, but in reality, that doesn't really that's not really the same thing. It had the Prowler's Claw, maybe it would be Frogger, because, like, the leaps. It's a such a cool thing.
All right, well, let's focus up for a second more then. My man, very close to the cash out, has been getting pretty much everything he wanted. As you guys point out, the Fortune Emblem has made this an extremely reliable way through the game. He's not going to be selling up this time round, I think, so confident he's going to be able to keep this loss streak in place.
Yeah, we look over to Wet Jungler here now with the Caretaker's Chosen. Right, again, really wanted to get towards the level 8, get access to the Radiant item. Another reason why he chose to go for the EXP here. My man, already pre-level into level 8, knows that the turn that's going to come up here on the walls is going to be super intensive on his APM. All the decision has to be made here. Has the Kai'Sa on the bench already, has a pair of Teemos. So he is in a very good spot here to fully transition this board out. But with just 26 HP to work with, he has to make this one count. He has to go fast.
Here we go. Out comes the cash out. 3 legendaries coming out of it. Tons of gold to work with. Leveling up, rolling down. Level 8 currently. Looking at an Azir pair on the bench. Potentially upgrading the Tahm Kench as well. He's just going to keep his rolling going, holding a couple of Teemos as he goes.
Even more items also stuck.
Oh yeah, you're right, there's even more. But I think what's drawing me most my attention here is that we've got the double Trickster's Glass, at least on the bench right now, to be able to potentially dupe up some of these legendaries and do something spicy.
Yeah, for a round or two, right? Again, the Zoe will take these away once the encounter ends, so that's something to keep in mind here. For now, Momen's main focus is just going to be to get all of these units onto the board here, make space on everything to ensure that the Kai'Sa board will come online, not really hitting the legendaries he wants to hit right now, and that's going to be a big deal. But finding that Silas too, finding the Galio as well, is going to be a big deal, but now also very close towards that 3-star Teemo, so holding off on the duplicator, does not want to commit that just yet.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, I see a Tahm Kench 3 with a Reaper emblem.
Yes!
Darkus has finally hit their main carry, clearly, and it's doing pretty well. I'm not going to lie.
We're looking at a percentage extra damage, and already Tahm Kench does a massive amount of burst. So Men takes a full-on kick to the face. Men is very low on HP right now and has still got more to put on the board, but I do want to also draw our eyes to Mujiwara, though he's nowhere near as low on HP. Where he finishes in this lobby is massively important for the overall result.
So Muji having the rolls from Prismatic Ticket here, goes to level 8 here, but didn't really chain the rolls together in a way he would have liked right now. Really preying on the downfall of my men to get that first little hatch out of the way, just to kind of start neglecting and start crossing off some of these scenarios that could take away the title. He is the one playing for the defense right now. Needs a top 3 finish. If not, Safo right now still 100 streaking, but picked up that Pandora, so really waiting on some of those other components to kind of keep the best in slot open, utilizing that HP differential to just get the best position for himself to win the game.
You see my men fully found that trick shot composition in the end, heading up against Dabadee and the Wandering Trainers. So I suspect Mamen is going to do pretty well for the next couple of rounds. No mana of any kind on the Teemo, however, which may slow down the damage in the later stages. But for now, Mamen is safe as safe as you can be with 13 HP.
It's still a tough position to be in. I mean, with 13 HP, that's one bad matchup you run into. At this point, I feel like Momen is more kind of playing spoiler here by just whoever he can take HP off before he gets knocked out.
Problem for him will come from getting that Teemo 3. That would really give him the stability. So we see a Lowy 3-star going up for Safo, which is an absolutely terrifying prospect. 1 off of Caitlyn 3, 2 off of Senna 3.
So I was talking about how he was going to be going in towards something like an Ashline potentially, but when he chose to offer the Roses of the XP on the encounter, I should have seen the writing on the wall that it was going to be that Senna reroll instead here, really bringing out all the stops here with the 4 goes to the free Ink Shadow. And once this composition comes online, there is going to be a ton of power. Just look at how it goes to 2 stars.
Oh my god, the Alawi with the Tattoo of Force just absolutely ripping down the enemy team. Disgusting.
Oh, we got some good units here on the carousel, though. You know, with the trick shot starting to get a bit more popularity, Momen very happy to pick up. That will be his 2nd Xayah. Has now got a decent possible, reasonable possibility of maybe being able to 2-star the Xayah before getting knocked out.
And also with a sword, that's a very great component. Right? It looks like he has an open glove, right? So he could go for something like an IE potentially for the damage output to increase that. So a very solid position for Momen to be in here right now if he's able to string together the last few pieces to make the comeback happen.
We still have Peepoglad as well up top of the board, holding a Teemo 2 that's fully itemized. That's going to be what gets in the way of Momen's comeback, as we see Safo has hit the Senna 3 as well. 1 off of Caitlyn 3 still, but pretty happy for the time being.
I mean, we've seen how much punch this has already, and especially having the Aegis buff across the, or at least most of the team as well, is very, very good. Dabadi is starting to drop down. You can see Mujiwara, Darkest, and Dabadi, they're all running out of money as they start to dip in HP towards Momen.
Yone is found for Darkest, though. That's a 3-star August. It's going to be a huge one for sure as well. Keep in mind here, Dabadi not getting the AP buff onto the Zoe here will mean that getting that initial burst will be difficult, but with Jungler's board kind of slowly but surely also falling apart, this Sinner with the IE has to do so much work right now, and it just gets absolutely blown to smithereens.
I did not expect Rakan 2 to be the burst in this composition, but he sure is, and did a damn good job of it. Dabadi's board is looking so much stronger than I thought at first glance.
Uji, again, the player with all the eyes on him. It looks like he might have started to stabilize a little bit. Picking up the Nautilus too is going to make a big difference. The itemization on the backline, though, I have to imagine it's not what he was hoping for, but he's still trying to make it work anyway.
You're not having the ideal outcomes here from these living fortress, right? Look at the front line. There is a clear lack of any real frontline items, artifacts or not here, and that is the biggest downfall of the competition at this moment in time.
Rakan. Okay, I thought he was going to kill everyone again. Never mind.
I mean, he's getting ready. He's in position for it, Counterfeit. Oh!
No, not this time.
Just in time, taken down, which will save Mujiwara for one more round. The Ghostly doing a lot for that damage as Dabadi takes another loss, but Muji has a couple more turns to think about what he wants to do next, try and get some items on the board for that front line perhaps, which is, as you said, looking pretty dire.
All right, here again, looking at the complete overview of the lobby right now. Momen finally finds that Teemo 3, a nice little damage boost from his side of the field. Dabudi right now also kind of struggling, 16 HP. All the way at the top right now, Safo with a 34 HP buffer down to Darkest, so he has a ton of time to work with here to go towards the late, get this board fully capped out, trying to find that potential of a Shen free as well. Was running 2 copies to Shen on the board the last time I was checking around. But now Shredding also kind of trying to vie for the title. The player we're talking about the least in terms of the fact that he's also on 34 points. Like Safo, like Wet Jungle, this is a player that Muji has to keep behind him.
Yeah, everyone's hoping that Modzho, that somehow managed to push out Muji by 3 places is the general rule here for what most of the rest of the lobby are looking for. As Peepo runs out of money entirely, but does find a Kaiser 2 on the way in. Wet Jungler, though, with the fated emblem on the Azir at the back and a Radiant Jewel Gauntlet. We know how hard he can hit.
Let's see it. The first ult comes out and wipes the front line. This is narrowly on the Udyr, but doesn't really need to hit more. You've got that Syndra in the back to provide the rest of the damage. So Wet Jungler's board looking mighty strong as Shredden takes a loss.
It's looking better and better for... God.
Well, something I want to bring to the front of the conversation here is, looking at the gold totals on the right-hand side right now, most of the lobby has no gold left in. It's only really Safo at the top and the men at the bottom who somehow held on for such a long time without spending the gold he's got in the bank.
It's because so many of the players right now has had to fully invest into the board to even have a hope of staying alive, right? Darkest here, after hitting that Yone, chose to invest the money, went to level 8 here. My man was holding on to go level 9, same thing for Shredding. As Safo finally finds that Caitlyn with a little extra power as he was trying to just like fully stabilize the board here. Every single player in the lobby is fully invested.
Yeah, Safo started that round in the 50s and went all the way down to 0 as we see Darkest board, the full investment on the re-roll Reapers. And so far, it's looking mighty good as they wipe the board of Shredden, who narrowly survives with single-digit HP.
I think, Matt, we can get away with calling them the Freepers. I think that's probably the best we're going to end up with.
Okay.
Let's go. The Mission Game Frog doing a great job.
But now look at the HP totals, guys, right? Wet Jungler at 17, Peepoglad 15. My men win streaking on 13 here, and Shredding and Dabadubidai down on just single digits here. Or into a little bit of an extra frontline addition here. But look at the board state. Again, had that early wandering train we were talking so much about, right? Finds that vertical story we were talking about, but has not been able to find any success.
And every player that gets eliminated reduces the possibility for Mujiwara to drop down far enough to not finish this tournament in first place and give MENA their first Golden Spatula champion in the last ever Golden Spatula Cup. Dabadai trying to hold on with everything he can. The Kale sweeps the board, but that means Shredden gets swept aside.
There's down 1, down 2, 6 players left in the last game of Golden Spatula Cup 3.
Another encounter carousel here. We get support items, and that could be hugely deciding here. Some of the players towards the bottom. Do you need some attack speed? Do you need the healing? Do you need the utility of a Moonstone Renewer? That is exactly what Dabu is going to be going for in this position. So this is going to be an incredible swing here. And another twist to this final game of the Golden Spatula Cup here.
And Moonstone, by the numbers, the single best support item in the game. So a really good pickup there for Dabadai. Not sure quite where he's going to put it, but not exactly spoiled for choice of units that don't have items.
All right, we have received an update with 2 players eliminated. The possibility space shrinks. That means all of our players on 31 points, with which Darkest and my men remain in lobby, no longer can win the competition. Of course, they'll still be looking to improve their position, but we're starting to get a clearer picture of who's going to come out ahead. Who are on the left-hand side has a hell of a board. It's not the board he would have wanted, but up against the men, it's got to be the board he's got to make work.
Zoe in the bottom left, where you're going to look for all the damage from Mujiwara. The best Morgana can do is just put down a little bit of AoE. Momen still firing away. The Teemo is alive, not threatened yet. The ultimates from Zoe just are not doing enough. Morgana neither can take it away. Muji gets knocked out, and the field is opened up.
Dabu also taking the hit here. He had a way less HP now. Muji out in 5th. The field is completely open for Wet Jungler and Safo. My men can play the biggest role of spoiler the world has ever seen, though. On an 8 win streak, this board is incredibly powerful.
Oh, jeez. Well. All right. Combat Blessing coming in. Our players are gearing up. Remember, Darkest cannot win the competition, but as you guys are saying, can definitely make other people lose. The Frog, the Freeper board is nothing like we've ever seen, Matt, but it's worthy of a final game of the Golden Spatula Cup.
I wouldn't have it any other way. We've got Ink Shadow, we've got Senna reroll, we've got Kindred and Yone reroll with a Tom Kent Reaper. And we're going to see just how well it fares into the opponent's board against Momen, another player who has been knocked out of the competition, but Darkest board will start firing away. And so much damage coming out from the Yone, still healthy, as it finally gets cut down by those trick shots in the back. Darkest, that may be all she wrote for them, as Teemo survives just long enough to take the final kill. Now down to 3 players. Wet Jungler, single-digit HP. Safo is all but guaranteed to take this away.
This is a big one right now. If Wet Jungler is eliminated at this very fight coming up here, that will be a Golden Spatula Cup title for Safo, another one for Spain. The script has been written. Whether or not it will be coming to fruition is a completely different case here. So another round of items. Great creative play here from Safo, really making use of the encounters, committing to the center reroll line instead of going for something like the Ashe here. Really great play from him. Wet Jungler, though, trying to piece it all together on this faded line, but stuck with an Infinity Edge on this Syndra. Not an ideal item, lacks a little bit of punch.
Oh boy. So it's a battle between Safo and Wet Jungler, who can see who can take the last ever Golden Spatula Cup. Appropriate indeed, our first Golden Spatula Cup winner, Momen, here in the lobby to witness it happen. Safo has been doing a hell of a run up until this point. This could be it.
Wet Jungler on the left has that Syndra board. On the right-hand side, you can see Safo going up against Momen. But the left-hand side is what we've got to worry about. 3 HP left for Wet Jungler. Syndra starts firing away. Azir's first ult wipes at least one frontliner. Syndra follows up, gets another, but there's a bunch of board left for them to cut through. Syndra, another ult in the back. Azir to follow, takes out most of the trick shots, but Xayah still up. Kaisa takes down the Azir very nearly. One more ultimate, and it's Wet Jungler survives!
No!
Takes down Momen, and it's down to the top 2.
Holy crap! I was prepared to call it there as well, Wita. That's unbelievable! Wet Jungler holds on by a thread.
Azir 2 strikes back, right? The dual Gauntlet Radiant version here just coming in, showcasing the insane amount of burst that Unicorn produces. This is going to be a straight-up winner takes it all here, but Safo has such a huge HP buffer to work with. This fully capped out board here. This is going to be an incredible end to this tournament.
It's either the beginning of climbing the mountain or it's the beginning of the end. Safo chewing into left-hand side, but the front line starts to evaporate quickly. Wet Jungler may only have 3 HP left, but this board is looking massive, man.
And that will be it. Safo takes 1 loss. Wet Jungler has a couple more to go. Needs at least 3 more hits to take down Safo. Safo at 50 gold, not yet spending down, making use of his extra health. But we've seen that gods can bleed. Wet Jungler's team may be able to do it. He's got to stay on top of the positioning. He's got to stay on top of everything to have a fighting chance.
There's a few things to note here about positioning, right? The fact that a dummy from Wet Jungler means he's very much locked into his positioning because he has to get this cone onto both the Syndra and the Azir, meaning the Shroud. Shroud's impact will be lessened.
All right, let's see if Safo's positioning makes any difference here. We will see that the Shannon be thrown up in the air in just a second. But we see the Azir. He goes through the front line like a knife through butter. The shot almost lands, but he doesn't quite get them out.
And it's looking better and better for Wet Jungler by the minute. The Alawi will chase down, but she finds a soldier, gets taken down.
Wait!
It's Senna versus Syndra, and Syndra takes it. We've got 1 more round for Wet Jungler, and it's a carousel, baby. We got options.
And Wet Jungler is just a player. He just does everything to start right. I was in Berlin when he made the final lobby of the championship in the most hype way possible. This guy is no stranger to these extremely clutch situations. Has been one of the best players, if not the best player in this season, right? Is #1 in qualifier points, pretty much guaranteed. Could make it a freeway qualification as well by winning the GSC here now. And Safo trying to go level 9, trying to add that last little bit of boost here, get the Ghost, the extra boosted up here. And we're seeing these fights be so close. Wet Jungler, it's all in their positioning right now. Safo, same thing goes, but he got that little extra boost. And with how close these fights have been, that might make the difference.
See if it's
just
enough.
A little bit more punch.
Last fight, here it comes. The Caitlyn and the Senna have to fire away, have to take down the Azir as fast as they can. Syndra getting the setup, starts on the front line. Here comes Azir's first ult, wipes out 3 frontliners, but Senna is under fire, Caitlyn as well. Senna able to take out the Thresh very nearly, allowing to the defense. Caitlyn, one more ultimate into the backline. It's blocked. Azir doesn't get the ultimate. Safo is your Golden Spatula Cup 3 champion.
Joining the legacy of Lumarpin all the way back in Dragonlance at Spain's second ever GSC win. This was promised to be the season for Spain, and I think they've just made a pretty damn compelling case for that to be true.
What a way. It just means so much for him, right? Finally, again, he was talking about getting another GSC win for Spain. We've kind of been talking about how the Spanish teams kind of started to band together, but also, again, this game just showcases the importance of just playing to what the game gives you. Just play to maximize the HP, because once you get into that 1v1 situation, having that extra leeway is super important.
Safo, incredible piloting through that, the patience to fight through, save up the gold, and ready for just one more push, and he's done it. We have our final Golden Spatula Cup winner and our final analyst desk to break it down and meet with him after this.
And after this game, it is only fitting that my fellow co-caster has dressed for the occasion.
Boy, have I been waiting for this moment ever since Gluteus talked the stuff he talked all over social media, ever since set 7 where Loescher became champion. And this set, I mean, you could feel it, you can smell it in the air, because Spain has been slowly working towards this moment with the up-and-comers, with the established pros working together, getting great results on ladder. And Safo, the open qualifier demon, someone who we know mostly because of this, comes into a big GSC tournament like this and dominates.
Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. You and the production team both just absolutely ecstatic. It did come down right to the wire between Wet Jungler and Safo, and we are going to be talking about this game before we actually give you the breakdown on everything and all of the numbers. Once again, looking at this game here, and I will point out that some of these other placements in here are going to matter for how it all shakes out for our finals. So let's take a good look at how it played out. First and foremost, Safo just taking this game here, Panda.
And does this need any more breakdown when you see someone winning a GSC off of a Senna 3 with a Caitlyn doing a lot in these final fights, and then Alawi with this itemization, an Alawi 3 that came out of nowhere in the late stage 3, early stage 4, and Safo, as Wida mentioned on the cast, all these free rerolls, said I'm committing to this, I'm gonna play probably a comp and a line he's never played before in this fashion, where it matters most, and still find success. Just absolute cinema when it comes to high level TFT.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. We have a cinema in our game here, and honestly, I'm so happy because in that previous analyst desk I was saying people are kind of sleeping on the Senna. There are so many 2-cost rerolls that are now viable, and so is Senna. Most people are just not that comfortable on it. Now, I will say, this one was kind of special, like you said, with that Caitlyn also doing a lot of the lifting there. Just so cool to see it all come together. Then with Jungler Sport on that very traditional line of Faded Dryad trying to play around the Cinder. We've seen an Azir clutch out games before today already, and for a second it looked like he would do it again, but in the end was not the case, and with Jungler takes a second place here.
And that was not it for this game. We also saw the Reapfrog, we saw Darkest, really Cookie. I'm not sure where they got the tech from, but that was absolutely beautiful to see throughout this game. Men coming in from an 8th place, high-risk game plan all the way up to 3rd place, and maybe affecting his chances of making it to EMEA Finals through qualifier points. We have to do all the math and see the final results in that case as well. But really, we could not have asked for more in a final game. It's rare to have a TFT game where the final 1v1 decides who becomes a champion of the tournament. And again, obviously, I'm biased, but the outcome was fantastic.
See, it's okay. You get to use that bias so rarely, so I'll let you have it all the more. Last time Spain won a Golden Spatula Cup, it was Loescher, and it's over 2 years ago. So very long time waiting for this region. We've been talking to all of these players in our pre-shows, repeatedly saying how much Spain was growing as a region. And honestly, not only Spain, just looking at our top 8 and all of that regional differences, we are seeing growth all across EMEA in all of those different regions that we hadn't seen for a long time. It was a lot of France, it was a lot of Poland, and then DACH was kind of coming up, but now we're getting everything from north to south, from west to east, and it's just amazing.
Even for established countries like Poland, Peepoglad coming in and proving to everyone, hey, he deserves to start being mentioned among these huge names. He's doing really well in the Ultra Liga this set, qualifying to the finals that will happen later this week. All in all, like you're mentioning, I think every other region is slowly working their way up to try and match France. It's no longer France and DACH at the very top and then the other of the big 5. I think really Turkey, Spain, and Poland are elevating in this set, and hopefully the next as well, to make this a pretty even parity between these 5 countries, these 5 major regions in EMEA.
Yeah, it's awesome. Just once again, Safo jumping out here, out of his chair as he realizes, I've won it, I've done it. I'm sure there's going to be clips from this and memes to be made, which, you always have these, but yet.
One more important thing to note here before we get official confirmation, Safo, his happiness might also be because if he becomes a champion in this GSC, which has happened, he might open up a ladder slot for Dalesom to qualify through ladder, which is one of his best friends when it comes to TFT, someone he preps with all the time, the duo of the Spanish frauds essentially. So we still need confirmation for this, but there was so much more at stake than just Safo's own individual prize for winning this tournament, of course. It's also maybe qualifying one more Spanish player to EMEA Finals, which is huge.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As we are speaking, the numbers are being done. It's lots and lots of mathing that is happening behind the scenes, because it's not only about who made it out of this Golden Spatula Cup, but about who gets points, how that changes ladder placements, and all of that good stuff. So just bear with us for a couple more seconds as we are cracking those numbers, making sure everything is correct.
Oh no, I want to give a big shout out to Modzho. Came into this 3-point in the lead, couldn't close it out in the end, got a 5th, which just barely opened up that position for what Jungler and Safo to have that duel in the end. But Modzho, another great performance, another player that I think has grown a lot this set specifically, especially in his relationships with other players, part of the Alanzq Watcher gang with Sven, with Tap Blast, and they were cheering him on as well. I think he has way more fans this set in the community and has put in such a great result in this GSC3 once again.
I think so too. With that, we are going to have a look at our standings from today. Just one more time, look at who landed where and what that might mean as we are going through them right here, right now. Probably starting at the lower end once again. We're going to see what production throws our way as soon as we're getting there. I just want to say Ari is here as well. She always comes for celebrations. You know, she's waiting for that Safo interview that we're hopefully going to get. So we're all prepared and ready.
I'm not sure, Makes. I'm not, the best reader of cat emotions, but I think she's a little bit disappointed Wed Jungler didn't get the win in the end.
She's purring and drooling. I don't know.
So
what
the
that
face is not a
means.
good indicator of her emotion. Got it. Okay. I had to make sure because it looks like a pretty grumpy look, to be honest.
It's just her face. Don't be mean. Look, she's cuddly. She's very cute. All right. We are getting ready for the final show. Here, of course, just let me quickly remind everybody that we do have EMEA Finals coming up, and that is something you should be putting into your calendars starting on the 5th of July. Of course, all the top EMEA players will get together and fight out who moves on to the Tactician's crown. And for the Tactician's crown, we have something very special planned in Spain, I heard.
We do. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be spoiling or not, so I won't say anything regarding what you're mentioning, Makes.
The
I do want to say though.
What do you mean? The watch party.
No, that's what I was thinking about too. For EMEA Finals, the biggest thing as well is the fact that there's 8 slots now for EMEA, so much more at stake, so many more passes for our EMEA players to try and make it to Worlds, to Tactician's Crown, and to prove ourselves as a region as well. So really, the most exciting EMEA Finals of all time, in my opinion, coming up. And I think also the level of EMEA is higher than it's ever been before, in my personal opinion.
I think so too, and that is something I love hearing and saying. With that, our standings are now finally ready, so let's take a look at our top 8 players coming on through here. You can see there's been some tiebreakering going on between Wed Jungler and Mujiwara. It was really close there at the end, only that one extra point from the first place, saving Safo and giving him the entire win. It came down right to the wire.
And both of the Polish players at the very bottom, but still a great result from both players, especially from Shredden, someone who I think has really stepped up as a competitor in this set, both on ladder at the very beginning, one of the first pioneers with the Ghostly Kaisa shenanigans happening in the very start of the set, and that spreading to other regions across the world, but also just quietly becoming a very consistent player in GSC, someone we didn't see much from him in past sets, not to this level at the very least.
Yeah, I love to see it as well. Absolutely a nice player, of course, coming here from Poland. But with that, we do have our qualified players ready. Drum roll, please, as we reveal who's going to go to EMEA Finals for our region here. Our Golden Spatula Cup winners, Lococo, Taplast, and since today, Safo as well. Cactus winner Clamu was already locked in for a couple of months, but the big important point, and I can see you just wiggling around and celebrating, Panda, the ranked ladder and the qualifier points.
And for ranked ladder, most of these names were already locked in long ago, ever since the 6th snapshot, but the 2 biggest winners of this GSC that weren't competing in this day 3, at least for Travis's case. Travis making it from the 14th slot on ladder because so many other players got in through qualifier points, and Dalesom, thanks to his best friend Safo winning this tournament, clutching it up at the end, qualifies through ladder in the 15th slot from EU West into EMEA Finals. Absolute cinema.
Yeah, it was really close on how it was all going to shake out with the placements, with the points, and there is a lot in here. But honestly, just looking at all these names, I'm so excited to see all of that talent that we're sending to finals, and I'm a little bit nervous already because we can't send them all to the Tactician's crown. But for now, we have the man, the myth, the legend here himself, Safo, joining us on our interview. Hey, Safo, congratulations.
Hello, thank you very much.
How are you feeling? I mean, Panda even brought out the jersey. We saw you jump up. Take me through what was going on in your head as soon as you realized the game was won.
I don't know. I'm still shaking. It was like amazing. I was like, I have a lot of HP. I just have to win one fight, and he was winning fight after fight, and then I won the last one, and it was like, I did it. I don't even know because I was like so nervous at the end, but I don't know. I'm so glad. So happy.
Safo, first of all, huge congrats for yourself individually. I think you deserve it. It's been a long time coming ever since you really stepped up at the end of last set, in my opinion, almost making it to day 3 at EMEA Finals. And this set, you've been a beast on ladder and in tournaments as well. Looking at this last game, though, the comp that you won it all with is a very unusual comp in many scenarios, with Alawi 3 coming in so early. At what point did you commit to this exact game plan? Was it all on the fly? What was the turning point of saying, hey, I'm playing for Senna 3, I'm playing for Alawi 3, this is my win condition?
So, I mean, I was on a win streak on 3-1. So I leveled up, I rolled a bit, hit Ilawi 2. So I thought, okay, this might be an Ash game or it might be a Senna game. Mm-hmm. And then our friend Darius appeared and he gave us like 1 billion rolls. So I started rolling, and every shop had like one of the pieces of the comp. So I just kept rolling and I hit, so it went well.
It just all assembled itself under your hand, it seems almost like. But I kind of want to ask about something that led to a lot of math in the background here. Of course, with you taking that Golden Spatula Cup win, there was a place on ladder that got freed up. But then another factor coming in was the placement from men, which actually then freed up another place for Dalesom to move in. So it was all kind of like intertwined. When did you realize that it was not only you, but also Dalesom making it to the finals?
So at the start of the tournament, we were like making the calculations of who had to do what and all. And after yesterday, that Lelouch and Voltariux were 2 of the people that had to make it. So Dalesom qualified as well, failed. We were like, okay, now either you or me have to win. So you are in the finals. And he kind of low road today, I think. So I just won so he can play as well and I can practice with someone, because I mean, if he didn't qualify, who would I have practiced? So
wait, Safo, you can't say it just so
That's
casually.
the most
I just
chatty
won by
answer
accident
I ever
just so that
heard.
someone could make it through, and I have a prep partner. That's the only reason you won, right? To have a prep partner for EMEA Finals. I love it. This is the level of confidence that I expect from our Spanish competitors. Safo, this is a big set for Spain, qualifying 14 players for the first time ever to GSC 3. On ladder, you, Dalesom, have been a beast. Chuso's been a beast. Guiosco's been a beast, hitting rank 1. Even the up-and-coming Spanish players like Blacksa and a few others have hit really crazy LP thresholds with 1.3k, 1.4k LP. Overall, everything seems to be going up for Spain. What do you think are the reasons for this? Do you think you're part of this in terms of your inspiration from your performance at the end of last set, almost making it to that day 3 in EMEA Finals?
So I think it all started in Malaga last summer. It was like 4 a.m. I was with Chuso and Lumerpin, and we were saying, wow, we are so bad at TFT. The last sets have been like really bad. And I don't know, we were talking and we said, we have to do better and make walls like sometime. And after that, I don't know, something clicked. And in these last 2 sets, we made a study group with Dalesom, Chuzos, Nudi, and all the good Spanish players. And I mean, I guess it's doing good. I mean, we have been getting a lot of results, but still not our goal. Our goal was to make it to Worlds like anyone. So just one of the steps.
So
More steps to go. Yeah. Honestly, I love it. Telling me that, oh yeah, we decided we weren't good, so we just became good, and realizing that you needed to win, so you just did it. If you keep approaching with that, I think it's going to work out. You seem to be onto something.
We were drunk at that point, so I don't think like our words were like...
I'm gonna interrupt, Safo. I was there on that night, and when you started the story by saying it was one night in Malaga, I got very scared for a second. I'm glad that it was such a positive story of inspiration for our whole nation.
All right. Well, Safo, of course, you know the drill. I think you did this to an extent already in your answers, but your time to shout out anyone before we let you go off to celebrate.
I don't know, just all the Spanish community, Dalesom, Chuzos, Estanishing, Nudi, who have been my partners in this journey to win this. We've practiced a lot, and I don't know, anyone watching who supported. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Safo. What an amazing interview, and congratulations one time again. Goodbye, and have a nice evening with celebrations, man. Some of the statements here. Oh, I just realized I needed to win, and so I did.
This is all honesty, okay? I'm part of the Spanish prep group Discord, and I see some very real takes about their confidence levels, what they think about their level of play. Every time Dalesom gets day 1 in GSCs, his whole, all his statements that he makes in that Discord. So this is really finally come full circle. I think, truly speaking, and there's been a lot of hard work the last few sets. They kind of turned that switch that I mentioned before, that Spain was a little bit lax in terms of their prep and how much work they were putting in. They were just expecting results kind of for free, but it's been very different the last 2 sets. So much hard work, and finally, the fruits of their labor.
Well, and fruits of labor also turned up on Twitter. I heard we did have our contest winner here from our daily tournament Twitter contest. We're asking you by force or delete, and the winner this time is 879 Scene by Kindred. I get to buy Wolf and Lamp. Who doesn't love a 2-in-1 deal? Okay, I actually like this. Force Lilia, of course. I want to beat my enemies with a bowling ball. Strike. Delete Zoe. Sorry, Zoe. I'm not playing Fortune or Story Weaver with Lilia. All right. I see the appeal in this one. Congratulations. Enjoy your prize. Same as Safo is probably going to celebrate with Dalesom and the rest of the Spanish community. I already mentioned we do have our finals coming up at the beginning of next month, 5th of July to be exact, 4 p.m. CEST, still in summertime. We're going to be looking at all the amazing players you saw in that previous graphic. And the only thing that leaves up is our socials, Panda.
Okay, yes. Our socials are Impetuous Panda, right under me, very easy. Not reading it from there, obviously, I know by memory. Makes,
you can say they're in chat.
With an underscore, and the rest are in chat. Makes you, we both know that, right? Yeah, they're there. So just, I won't even say them. I won't waste your time. There's more TFT coming in North America, in the Americas region rather. So just check them out in chat, and make sure to follow us if you want to see more casters involved with TFT in the future in set 12.
Yeah, I mean, heard something about co-streams, right? So maybe check that out. I think it might be worthwhile. Thank you so much for watching today. It's been an absolute pleasure here at the last Golden Spatula Cup as we know it. There's going to be a little bit of a rebrand, and with that, some changes. Thank you so much for watching today. Thank you to all our amazing players. Thank you to the chatters, the mods, the admin, and our entire production crew. It's been our absolute pleasure, and we hope to see you guys at the next one.